Well, welcome. We finally got here. It's been, well, in some cases, many years for those of us that have been contributors for the book, and for others of us, some weeks of intensive communication and everything in between. It's great to have you here. A real pleasure to be able to pull everybody together from all over the world. I'm not going to pay attention to who's here and who isn't, and just focus on the presentation. And then hopefully we'll get through the tech at the back end. But I wanted to, before we get started with the actual program tonight, just turn over to my colleague, Vida Vetterfolk, and also Bianca might jump in as well, just to give you a bit of an orientation to Men Engage in the Ubuntu Symposium, so that you actually know where you are first and why we have these different names associated with the book. So over to you, Vida and Bianca.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody. So this session is part of the third Men Engage Global Symposium, and the Global Symposium is called the Ubuntu Symposium, and it's running since November last year until June this year. It's the third Global Symposium. The previous ones was in 2008, I think, or maybe 2009, 2008 in Brazil, and 2014 in Delhi in India. And this year it's online, and which makes it also possible to not do it just over 3 days, but more than half a year, which is great. And it's a dream come true to make it online, because that gives less of pollution, traveling everyone to one place. It also makes it possible for everyone to participate. We get all the voices from the globe more easily into the room. And the Men Engage, for those of you who don't know, a Men Engage, it's a global network of organizations working with engaging boys and men for gender equality and for gender equality. Sorry, for gender equality against men's violence. And it gathers more than 700 different organizations globally. I think 700, we passed 700 some years ago. I don't have the last updates on how many organizations we are, but many. And there are also different partner organizations in the network, and UN agencies and so on. And myself, I come from a Swedish organization called MÄN for Gender Equality. And we've been in the network from start, and we are part in the regional network of Europe, and part in coordinating that. And we have 7 regional networks globally. Bianca and Laxman, you can help me if I say something wrong. Please come in and correct me. It's a vibrant network, and we can take the next slide now. It's been focusing mainly on men's violence against women, and the network is focusing a lot on accountability towards the women's feminist movements for gender equality. And so there is a lot of processes going on constantly to really deepen the self-reflection and accountability, and to be open to critique. And that's a constant work that we can never be done with that. We have with the privileges comes the blind spots, and we need to have that process constant going. And since 2014 at the Delhi, the previous Global Symposium, we have started communicating about how can we also contribute in the work for the climate and the environment, to expand the care for humans and gender equal relationships and care, to also include the environment and the climate. And as you see here on this slide in the middle, this discussion paper on men, masculinities, and climate change was written and published by several Men Engage partners, beginning of 2016, right after the Paris Agreement. And it kind of starts the discussion on how can we contribute. We who know something about how we can engage boys and men for change, and looking at masculinities, how that's part of the problem and root causes, and how can we contribute for gender equality and sustainability. And then right now, to the right, you see a new discussion paper that was created now and which is a parallel series to this series that we are in, which I will tell more about soon. In the symposium is a series doing the chapters in this report, which is based on an evaluation of the previous 4-year strategy of the network, and it creates kind of a base for the new strategy, which is to move from doing individual work or group work with boys and men into also do more of political and structural work, because that's one of the critiques from women's feminist movements, to step up and join hands in that structural work. Yes, we can move to the next slide. So this is one of the flyers for today's session. There's been two other versions of the flyer. Here we have the speakers listed as well. But you can see in the dark purple square to the left that this is session 2 in the series of the climate crisis, men and climate justice. So that's a series that's running now through the symposium. And today we will focus on this anthology with leading researchers and activists from all over the world. But you can take next slide so I can say something more about this series. So this series is 7 different seminars, and we kickstarted the series on the 10th of December. And linking back to this about accountability, we wanted to start with voices of girls and women leading the feminist climate justice movement, and what are they asking from Men Engage? What can Men Engage do with men and with masculinities to be allies and contribute, basically. And today we are having this session. And then you can save the dates for the coming sessions, which is, you can see the dates here: March 11, April 1st, April 29th, May 6th, and June 3rd. It will be a series that we are step by step building up to the June 3rd, where we will form a Men Engage working group for climate justice. And the next section, the next session, 11th of March, will be focusing on practical work with men in the climate crisis, and the other ones are yet to be decided. We have wishes from different participants who joined the first session December 10th, and you're welcome to also contribute with your ideas and what you would like to see in these sessions coming. Thank you. And let's see, did I have one more slide I wanted to speak to, or maybe we're coming to, yes. So that's the series of seminars and webinars. Parallel to that, we are also doing a practical deepening process where we are trying and testing a material that we men have developed together with Paul and Martin from Chalmers, and together with Under the Pine Trees, which is a garden in Sweden. And this is a guide for reflective groups, and it's possible to join this online group, and we will go through the sessions in the material, and that's just one practical tool that we have developed in order to to bring the theories and research of ecological masculinities into practice. And it will be 5 sessions starting in March, and there's also a possibility to join a train the trainers. The dates in March we haven't decided yet, but where you can train the trainers for how to facilitate these groups, and then you can choose if you want to just participate or if you want to co-facilitate as a way of also practicing. So this tool is available for everyone to use, try out, and pilot test, and give your feedback and be part of developing. Yes, I think that's all from me right now. Over to Bianca or Laxman.
Okay, thank you. So this is just a little bit more about the sort of practical details of the symposium. We do have an app available where you can get all sorts of different information. You can see the program, you can see the speakers, there's recordings, there's discussion boards. If there are questions you'd like to ask any of the panelists that are coming up, you can ask questions. And this is available in English, French, and Spanish. And to download it, you just need to go into the when you register here, you'll be sent an option to get the app. So that's something you can use if you'd like to. It's got a lot of good information, and we're really trying to have it as a place where everything is housed. You can follow us on Twitter, and in fact, if you want to do some live tweeting through the session, please feel free and use the Ubuntu Symposium hashtag, and you can follow the event hashtag there as well. We also have the Symposia Ubuntu hashtag in Spanish, whichever you prefer. I am done. Thank you.
So, event introductions. The very first thing I wanted to do was to say, firstly and foremostly, thank you so much, Bianca and team, and also Vidar for being the bridge between our work. Martin and myself and all of the contributors and Men Engage in Ubuntu. We are doing really well with the schedule, actually. We are still 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so we're doing great. And just to say that also thank you to all of you for making the effort, those of you who are contributors, of uploading photographs. I did manage to make a little collage and get a photograph of you, so you can see who. For those of you that are just participants tonight, these are some of the familiar faces that you will see that are the faces behind the chapters of the book. So I wanted to also say that we're going to be using some sort of cybernetic hybrid version of World Cafe and open space technology, and I will explain more about that in terms of how to move between the different breakout rooms at the end of this series of slides that Martin and I will share with you. So we're going to go through a little bit of information now, go over the program, and then drop into the keynote address. I did, before I take the next slide, also just want to introduce Angelica Bagström, who's our colleague and one of the co-authors of the front and the back end of the book. Angelica will be managing the plenary at the back end. And I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but this is a picture of Angelica here in case she's off your screen, the bottom right-hand corner. Vida, you've met, and Martin, you will get to meet in a moment if you haven't met him before. Okay, the program. So you can see that we were actually scheduled to go till 21:20, so 9:20. So we're still doing okay. Well, we're 1 minute over now, actually. But just to let you know that what we're aiming to do is to spend some time with you, about 20 minutes or so, a little bit more on the keynote, split between Martin and myself. I will be talking about the state of play in the research field and how that's been tended to by the anthology. And then Martin's really going to be talking about material semiotics, explaining what that means and where to from here with the research, which is also something we're going to pick up at the back end with everybody. And for some of you, that will mean that we can unmute you and you can contribute in voice with during the plenary. And others of you, it'll mostly the functionality will be that you can just drop comments and observations in the chat. But stay tuned for that information. There will be a little bit of a stretch of what I like to think of as a light and lively. I'm just going to get up and get us to move around a little bit at the back end of the keynote, and then we will go to the breakouts from there. Come back, I'll give you the instructions from after the Light and Lively, and we'll go to the breakouts from there. There will be a long break. Some of you will get a longer break than others because your breakout sessions will end sooner, because there aren't exactly the same number of chapters nor the number of people that could make it tonight in each of the breakouts. And that's part of why we built in this functionality, so you can move to different places. So you can either choose to have a longer break if you end early and just come back at a set time for the plenary, or you can skip around. And again, that will be explained to you later. And I'm hoping that we will be done by CET, Central European Time, by before midnight. It's late here, early on the other side of the world. And we scheduled the timing to accommodate for the differences, different time zones all across the planet. So this really could be truly a global event. Okay. All right. So with the keynotes, like I said, I'm going to be locating the anthology within the field of research, and Martin's going to be talking about the anthology findings and further research. That's the cover of the book. It's the closest that I could find from the stock. For those of you that have done books before, you know that publishers are often quite restrictive about what graphics they let you use for the covers. And this was the closest to something evocative that I could find from the stock selection that really seemed to speak to, at least for me, this notion of masculinities, in this case embodied in a man's image, and the environment sort of woven together. Wasn't the perfect pick, especially because, well, I mean, if you look kind of closely, it's a white dude, and I would have preferred that we didn't have a white dude on the cover, but we went with what we had, and I just wanted to say that so that you know that we were sensitive to that issue, but had some restrictions. Okay, so state of play in the field, dropping into the keynote. I've spent quite a lot of time here in Sweden now, nearly 2 years. And one of the things that's been probably the most challenging for me was dropping into the deep writing of the book that was needed right around the times in terms of stitching your chapters together and then writing the front and the back end to hold it all together. Right around the time that Australia was burning. And for those of you that know me, you know that I'm Australian. For those that were wondering, I'm Australian. And I have to say that sitting in my writing cave here in Sweden while Australia was burning in the way that it was extremely painful for me. Australia's Black Summer really, for all intents and purposes, was the straw that broke a camel's back for me on a personal and professional level. In terms of these, contesting of the climate data, you know, there was so much obvious evidence of what we're dealing with that was happening back home that I was literally in tears on a daily basis while I was writing. And that was then quickly followed, of course, by COVID-19. For those of you that were tracking the sequence of major trauma on the global scale, or regional scale, I should say, at least in Australia's context, these are two very large issues that happen right back to back, in fact, with a little bit of overlap. And Joanna Macy refers to some of the ways that people have responded to both of these issues as blocked responses. And that's something that I speak to in the front end of the book. And obviously, we're dealing with a climate crisis. The climate emergency is upon us. And these events are symptoms. I mean, you can argue that COVID-19 isn't directly a result of the Anthropocene. However, the knock-on effects of what's happened because of the Anthropocene makes handling issues like a global pandemic that much harder to actually address effectively and with grace and with fairness for all people across the planet. And so the fact that we're dealing with these anthropocentric issues is really important. So when I say anthropocentric, for those that don't know that term, that means human-centered. one of the things that Martin and I have been playing with, that many people have been working on in different ways, approaching from different angles, is the fact that they're not just human-centered issues, but actually masculinized or masculinist issues. So when I say that, I'm not specifically talking about men, although the patterns of gendered behavior do tend to manifest in men's bodies and in men's lives much more intensely in many cases, but not exclusively so. So I'm going to talk mostly about masculinities as opposed to cis male or men, because of the fact that we're dealing with patterns of behavior that are embedded actually within us all. And so what we actually were aiming for here is to raise this point here, that ecological masculinities harbors a redundancy, that we take our consideration of social equality and environmental care beyond gender polarizations, socioeconomic disparities, sexual orientations, etc. These are issues that commonly accompany what Martin and I refer to as industrial breadwinner and eco-modern types of gendered behaviors, masculinist behaviors. And they have resulted actually not in an Anthropocene, but a Manthropocene, which also could be argued is it a Capitalocene, a Cluthalocene, I mean, it's difficult to say even for me, Econo, Homo, Socio, Technocene. There's all these different ways of actually trying to understand what's actually happening. And we're focusing specifically on the masculinities part of it. So that's why the M. So it's not intended to be a panacea, in contending with the Anthropocene as the subtitle of the book, but actually one important aspect, which is that the issues that we're dealing with are masculinist or gendered and present for all of us. Okay, so why this anthology? Well, ecological feminism has been a big influence for Martin and I in particular, and many of the scholars and activists that we work with directly and indirectly. And ecological feminism has basically been, I mean, this is a bit of an evocative graphic I know that I've pulled up, but there's been a gender war, so to speak, that's been raging for arguably a generation. And that gender war has really been trying to bring to the world's attention the fact that we have this thing called patriarchy, or male domination is another way of thinking of patriarchy. One's structural, the other's more personal, that has made sure that select individuals who fit within certain norms and certain bodies in many cases are more advantaged and have access to resources and privilege much more so than many others, including the non-human world, the other than human world. And ecological feminism has been instrumental in helping shine a light on that. And we have been working on how to actually work shoulder to shoulder with ecological feminism as a discourse to create a similar conversation, a complementary conversation that is actually unpacking the patterns of domination within masculinities from within, as opposed to from the outside looking in. So the problem, of course, is that anytime you use the term feminist, feminism, masculinist, masculinities, men, male, woman, female, people start to actually, hearing those terms, divide their thinking into gendered polarizations. And what we're trying to do is actually bring the conversation back into the human and get beyond those gender polarizations. In other words, to de-essentialize this conversation so that we're not just talking about men being essentially like this and women being essentially like that, but actually recognizing that there's a spectrum of ways of being. And I will speak more to that at the end, as will Martin of the keynote. An international community of scholars. Just in the interest of time, I want to make some quick acknowledgements of Sherilyn McGregor, who I think is with us on the call. Sherilyn, if you are, thank you so much for making this, not just this book, but actually a whole project possible. Bob Peace, who actually introduced me to Martin through an email, and then Jim Fleming, who was instrumental in making sure that we could take this conversation into the form of the book that we're talking about tonight. And what we're really looking at is broader and deeper, wider care for Earth, others, and self in theory and practice through a masculinities lens. Okay, how am I doing for time? Doing pretty well. There are two cautionary tales that I speak to in the front end of the book, which I want to just bring to your attention. These are the notion of men's mythopoesis and also libertarian masculinities. And I'm going to say a little bit about each of them separately, although there are some degrees of crossover. And these are not two exhaustive cautionary tales, but just two that I chose to really focus on in the front end of the book that Martin and Angelica have also worked that chapter with me now. With men's mythopoesis, it's basically the mythopoetic men's movement. Robert Bly, Sam Keen, Shepherd Bliss. There are a number of key names, big names, mostly from the United States, that started off the men's movement, which was a response to the women's liberation movement of the 60s and 70s. It started out initially being complementary and then actually became reactionary and a bit of a backlash against feminism. And one of the things that's significant about the men's mythopoesis is I actually spent about 10 years of my life in the men's movement and really got to know a lot of what was happening on the inside. And so a lot of the work that I do that's critically reflective of the men's mythopoetic men's movement is actually anecdotal as much as it is, doing the scholarly research, because there are many papers that are written about the men's movement as well. And the key thing that I really wanted to bring to your attention is that these groups basically make attempts to empower men to feel better about ourselves so that we can be of service to the world in more powerful ways. But they don't do structural analysis. There's an absence of structure. In other words, issues of race, issues of gender inequality, issues of age prejudice. All of the oppressions basically don't get addressed in these groups. And what ends up happening is that in these groups, the men that participate in them often get pumped up to feel better about themselves and then go out and do what they've always been doing even better, which is the irony of the work. And so I've obviously distanced myself from that movement after being quite heavily involved in it for a period of time and just been like, this is not working, fellas. Now, the libertarian masculinities that I refer to in the front end is really the main thing that I want to bring to your attention is that focus in libertarianism on my rights. I'm a sovereign unto myself, and my way is the best way, and I have a right to freedom of speech, etc. And we saw a lot of what happens when the stopper gets pulled out of that with the capital rights. In particular, many of the people who did the siege on the Capitol in DC and just in January 6th, just a few weeks back, were actually very proud libertarians in their politics. And that libertarianism in its worst forms becomes populist and nativist in the most obscene of forms, even becoming white supremacist. And so there's some real problems, I think, that in these two structures that are very masculinist, as in very hierarchical. Okay. I do want to say a little bit about how the book is structured, and I've only got a couple more slides, and then I'm going to pass on to Martin. And with these cautionary tales written up, I then go into the structure of the book and say a bit about each of the chapter contributors and how their particular spin on ecological masculinities or critiques of it in some cases is actually helping to enrich our understanding of how to unpack these problems and come up with solutions to them. I won't go through this in a lot of detail, and I know that the print is quite small, but it's just to say that there are six, you could probably see there are 6 discussions in the book. These correlate with the 6 breakouts that we will have tonight. So the chapter authors from each of these discussions will be correlated with the different discussions in the book. And the book has 28 chapters. And for those of you that have been so patient with me personally in particular, it's taken so long for me to get this book finished. Part of the reason is that I've really wanted to make sure that we covered a wide enough field and that I can actually figure out how to put you in the appropriate groups and then make that all hang together well in a cohesive narrative. And so thank you for your patience with me in particular as we get to the end of this project, which should be going to print very soon, within a month or so. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll see. Okay, so what is the anthology actually accomplished? Well, collaboratively, we've got, I'm just going to, just before I go on to that, I just want to make sure. Yes. Okay. So Martin, just to let you know, you're coming up next, if you're able to hear me. So the anthology, basically, its main findings or the results of the research that's been done is that from all these different perspectives, most people being scholars, but some being scholar activists as well, we've been able to leverage off our original book, which was published in 2018, Ecological Masculinities, Theoretical Foundations and Practical Guidance, to produce this second book, which is really opening the field up for comment from all these different disciplines and experiences. And one of the things that's really interesting is that we've had comments from people like Miller and Corprew, who were talking about issues of disaster and disaster management and the gendered nature of disaster, which particularly as the issues of the climate emergency bite harder on not only local communities, but also globally, becomes more and more of an issue. If we're going to continue to respond to global natural disasters with very masculinist approaches that are very egocentric, very warlike in its footing, think of the kind of rhetoric that we've been hearing in response to COVID-19, for example. Oh, no, it's all right. It's just a little flu, toughen up, princess, you'll be all right. Through to, we're going to beat this thing. It's a war footing. That's the kind of rhetoric that you're hearing that is actually very indicative of the gendered nature of our responses to disaster. And so when you think of these issues of the genderization of a particular conversation like this one, thinking of the Anthropocene, what we see is that actually it's really obscene and in some instances even unapologetic. So what we're aiming to do is to provide a constructive response to these historical developments and really shine a light on the masculinist nature and come up with something that's more relational. And so the key point here is that ecological masculinities refers to the relational approach that we are advocating for in this conversation, which is relationship with self, relationship with each other, think family, think community, think nation, and relationship with the other than human world of this earth. So I might stop there and just move over to you, Martin, if that's okay. Martin, are you with us?
Of course, I'm with you.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. I'm excited. This is fantastic. I'm also humble, and I'm very happy that so many of you are able to be here. And I see so many familiar faces and so many sources of inspiration. Just want to mention Susan Buckingham and Susan Paulson here, Greta Gard and Julian McGregor. That has been incremental for me and also for Paul bringing forth this kind of work. So thank you. And thank you everybody else. It's a pleasure to have you here. I have the small task, extremely difficult, to kind of summarize the findings of this anthology in 5, 6 or 7 minutes or so. Of course, I will fail on that. So bear with me, but I'm going to do my best, and you need to buy the anthology or read the anthology or as an ebook or get it as a gift from someone else to actually dig deeper into the findings. But you're also going to get some of the findings in the breakout rooms in which you can participate in later on. Anyhow, at the back end of the book, me, Paul, and Angelica Wågström has tried to summarize the findings, and we see 6 different aspects that are really important coming out of this anthology. So we see a lot of chapters really saying that we need to tackle alarming global trends front on. We need to understand this as a personal and political and global at the same time. We need to look beyond the myopia of global northern world views, which of course I'm much part of. But we need to invite other types of scholarships and other types of perspective to this type of dialogue from the beginning, as we've tried to do in Anthology, but we need to do that even more further on. We also need to listen, both to non-humans and marginalized humans, and those who has not been amplified their voices in the same way as, for example, middle-aged males as myself, white also. So we need to listen more carefully. And we need to encourage further empirical research in some ways, and also in our view to support earth rights and discuss how this can be brought to courts as well. Can you change slide, Paul? So next one. I'm going to go a bit deeper into these 6 findings. And we're also going to highlight some of the chapters that are speaking to these findings. So, for example, Richard Twine mentioned that this whole discussion regarding masculinities and environment really need to engage critical in this with these questions. We cannot take them for given. We cannot afford to again to amplify hegemonic masculinities or destructive masculinities here. We need to take a critical stand here. This is also what McGregor and Peterson discuss in their chapter on these island kings, which needs to be marked and really critically discussed. And also Darwish in her chapter, making us aware of this trend of authoritarian nationalism or ecofascism is always lurking behind somewhere there, and it can create itself as a possibility here that we need to have firewalls against. This is also discussed by Heilinger and Miller and Camper and Camber in their chapters. And now I need to switch to the next slide, Paul. So how can this be addressed then? Because we need to address it both as individual and collective, and as well as structures, and at the same time. So this idea of the global and the local at the same time, the individual and the structural, is being part of this simultaneously. So one chapter from Palgrave and Hearn is about ecological ecovillages, which people take a stand and take a conscious choice to live in a way in which they think that is the best for the environment. But this should also be critically engaged with, because it seems that some gender patterns are reoccurring in those occasions, even if there are environmental friendly practices. We need to understand that gender equality and changes of masculinities may not happen just because you are aware of these issues. It's something that Angelica Wågström also discusses in her chapter and in her research. And then we also have the chapters from Greta Gard and Bob Pease, who really critically engage with the conceptualizations of ecological masculinities and making us all aware of the need for also being open and critical when new concepts come into play. You change slide, Paul. So then the third is the importance of looking beyond the global northern voices and the global northern dominance of the academic fields, masculinity fields, but also climate change research and environmental studies and so forth. So this we have tried in this anthology, and in some sense it has been possible for us, and we have made it possible for this to happen, but we are long from being perfect on this issue here. We need to globalize or localize this discussion in a really, really true way. This is not least because it seems that change and possible forerunners and ideas of how this ecological masculinization could go forward might not come from the global north either. So we need also to look for practices, ideas, and communities elsewhere to actually learn from here. Could you change, Paul? And then we also, the chapters and the contributors bring forward the extremely important idea to get the voices of those who've been marginalized and those who've been silenced in this regard, in this type of research, but also the gender and environmental issues broadly. And here we might find inspiration from Ecocriticism, for example, from McKenna Palgrave, who bring forward those type of stories in her chapter, and Avik discussing veganism and the possibilities of actually engage with the non-human and with the non-human world, and listen to actually what are the consequences of our foodscape, so to speak. So what are our consequences of what we eat, and do we actually listen to those who we are totally dependent on in that kind of regard? We must try to recognize and include some kind of agency of these non-humans as well, because in many ways they are always already part of us as humans. And if we tend to separate these humans and non-humans and forget that we are totally dependent and interlinked in these ecosystems, we will utterly fail to deal with the ecological crisis as it is currently. Please, next slide, Paul. Then we have recognized some important questions for further research. Not least the critique from Greta Gard and Bob Pease regarding this possibility, or the risk rather, that discussing these issues in masculinity's terminology could slide into essentialism again, so that there will be only some certain voices that will be elaborated on and some certain voices that will be thought as the legitimate voices to kind of describe and discuss these type of issues further. So here we are aware of that, and this critique is really extremely important to hold us scholars accountable, us privileged scholars who can do this kind of work, and we need to be aware that we should not slip into this type of essentialism. We also have the possibilities and further research of exploring stories from various types of authors, both poetry and different storytelling that could be of help of imagining a future that we want. So that type of writing our futures in novels and poetry and different descriptions of the future could be very inspiring. We see a lot of importance for further research here, as Maseke, for example, has pointed out, and Brandt and Sinamore, as well as and Addis, and also Cornelius, in which you can kind of bring back historical accounts that can play a role into the future. And then also the last chapter of Mona Hawke, which is a really exciting piece of exploring the possibilities and feeling with there are also strong connections that this type of ideas can evoke. Next one, Paul. I think it's crucial also to think that this is actually a local practice and individual is political. So we should not focus too much, in my view, on masculinities as connected only to individual actors. We need to recognize that bringing about a larger change, tackling issues that we see in front of us, like climate change or biodiversity loss, we also need to change laws and the norms that are guiding those laws. So bringing up front the ideas of ending ecocide, which is making ecocide a crime in the Rome Statute, international law, for example. So you can get climate criminals, for example. You can criminalize those kind of crimes against the common ecosystems. I think it's extremely important, and that could actually work in tandem with changing also masculinities towards more ecological, sensible, and caring ones. The next one, Paul. So that was the 6 different themes that we have recognized as important themes of the book, as well as further research. We also want to add that further research on pedagogical research, in which we can find teaching programs or leadership trainings regarding ecologicalization, or just outdoor teaching. As Jay Kennedy, I saw that you just entered the conversation, Jay. You just defended this PhD on these type of issues of pedagogy and outdoor and masculinities. I think it's really exciting. And as Paul and Vida mentioned, we have also developed an educational program taking these type of issues into account, in which we think could also be done pedagogical research on. Next slide, Paul. Okay, so I'm going to end with this. I know I've been very fast. I'm sorry for that. It's been difficult to summarize this anthology and the findings, of course. But where to from here then? There is extremely important to develop intersectional directions here, we think. Also to formulate counter-hegemonic masculinities, continue to grow these type of collaborations, to have a local or global digital conversation like this is pretty exciting, I think, and amazing. We also want to develop the community of practice. We have, Paul and me, been collaborating with Men for Gender Equality in Sweden, the organization Vida Wetterfolk is part of, and others, and also Abigail, Robin, and Thomas, who are some of the hosts tonight. And I think that type of collaboration with civil society, we really need to do that even more these crucial years ahead. We also need to hold this conversation accountable for those who are actually been affected and continue to be affected, and those who are actually the ones who has been doing this type of work for so long time. I've mentioned some inspiring ecofeminists in the beginning, and I think that holding this conversation accountable is also something that we need to have those really experienced scholars with us, and I'm really glad that they can do that as well. And not least, we want to reach beyond academia to civil society and facilitate emergent practices as well. Okay, next slide.
Okay. Yes.
Just the next slide. Yeah. Stop there.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this is a good time for us. I was hoping we could get a 5-minute rest, light and lively in, but actually we've got time for about a 30-second, like not even 20 seconds. So I just encourage people to just get up and stretch or move a little bit. And while you're doing that, just notice that not only us, but many others have been very busy publishing on these issues. That this is just a small sample on this slide of what we've been up to ourselves and with others. All right. We're just a couple of minutes behind schedule, which is good. I do want to give you an opportunity to just have a look here. I would encourage you to take a screenshot of this slide if you can. That would be really helpful for you because it'll help you see. This is basically the equivalent of being at a conference and knowing which room different lectures are in. So if you take a screenshot of this slide, that would be wise. And what you'll see is that there's a little discussion group here that correlates with the breakout number. And this tells you which theme each of these are at. And so for those of you that are not contributors or hosts, you will only generally be able to you can go to any of the 6 breakout rooms, but you won't, unless you're actually manually unmuted, be able to speak. Only the hosts of the session and the contributors to the book can speak. This will give you a guide of where you might want to go. Just in general. Now that movement between the different groups we're going to explain in a second is possible for everybody actually, but it's just the audio function is not available unless you're a contributor or a host. So just
you can write in the chat.
Yes, you can write in the chat. Sorry, thank you. Yes, that's right. You can write in the chat, and if you really need to say something, we can manually unmute you. Okay, so the way you're going to move is either as a boulder, a butterfly, or a bumblebee. And these are terms borrowed actually from open space technology, which is using the law of 2 feet, which we're going to use cybernetically here, of recognizing that just whoever pops up into the group with you is the right person. It's starting at the right time, which is a little bit past our schedule, but not too far. Whatever happens there in the conversation is exactly what could happen. It's the only thing that could. And then when it's done, it's done. And then you can leave and go to another group or take a longer break or so forth, because what I want everybody to do is come back at 11 p.m. Central European time. At this point, because of the way the schedule is running, I think we're going to stick to that, that we're going to come all back together again. So we're going to break out into 6 different groups, and you can all move around in them, and we'll explain how that happens in a second. But we're not going to be back together again until 11 p.m. Central European time. So you'll need to do a time zone calculation there. So that's
1 hour from now. Exactly.
It's basically 1 hour from now. Yes, exactly. And what you can do when you move into the different groups is you can either sit as a boulder in that one session for the whole time. You can get a good feel for it and gently flitter from one discussion to the next, like a butterfly, or you can be like, oh, I want to try it all and buzz around like a bumblebee amongst all 6. And we've set it up so that there's sufficient functionality for you to be able to do that. If you can't manage that yourself, and you get confused, you don't understand the tech, just come back to this main room that we're in now, and the tech support will actually unmute you or read the chat and get you to where you want to get to, okay? So the contributors in the books, in the different groups that I asked you to take the screenshots of are here. This is just a reminder, mostly for the contributors, hopefully because of all of the emails that I've sent you before, you know where you're going, contributors to the book. And the hosts will actually help facilitate those groups. So those breakout rooms are going to run autonomously for the next 45 minutes or so. Okay, so you've got about 45 minutes, maybe an hour at the most, if you go into the break, because we're going to come back in just 2 minutes shy of 1 hour from now. Now, if your group ends early, remember that your hosts know what to do here, which is they will bring your group, your breakout room to a close. It will actually disappear and people won't be able to come back into it. And then anyone who's left in there can go to other breakout groups. So it's not a big deal. Just means after about half an hour, 45 minutes, we're not going to have 6 breakout groups like we do right now. Okay. And I'll show you the second slide, which is the replicate that shows you the authors and the hosts for the other 3, 4, 5, and 6, that is. So you can just get a bit of a feel here. Hopefully you took a screenshot and you know which themes are which. And I'm going to leave us here and come back to Bianca and the tech team. And you might want to just give people a bit of instruction now about the breakouts, and we'll go to the breakouts now.
My chapter builds on that. I'm a literary scholar, so my field is literature. And somehow I feel sometimes in all this debate about masculinities and eco-masculinities somehow out of place, right? Because my field of analysis is very different, right, from sociologists or anthropologists. In any case, my chapter analyzes two, and my field, my research focuses on 19th century American literature. And I chose to build on, just to analyze 2 very well-known texts in American lit, which is Rip Van Winkle and Walt Whitman's poem, Song of Myself. You know, I've learned to sort of to incorporate those different levels of analysis and that dialogue with other disciplines that I have encountered ever since I'm in the field of critical studies of men and masculinities. And my chapter tries to bring, you know, different aspects together. And in those 2 examples, what I was trying to do is to offer 2 examples of different ways in which the literary representation present characters in, you know, different relations to the natural world. In the case of Washington Irving, this would be a very sort of traditional, divided, separate representation of this character, and I'll get into that in a second. Whereas Whitman is offering that representation of the relational quality that I'm very interested in. I don't know if you're familiar with the text. That's the thing when we talk about literature, that sometimes you know, we talk about texts that are very specific. Whitman's obviously very well known. Rip Van Winkle, it's very well known in the tradition in American literature. But this is a short story, right? And just to make a long story short, this is the story of Rip Van Winkle, this male character who is living this domestic life. But, you know, he's lazy. He doesn't want to work. He's a father. He's a husband, but he doesn't really care about his family. And one day he has this nagging wife. And one day, he decides to leave. And he goes to the forest, gun in hand. It was interesting because, Richard, you mentioned, you know, that aspect of you know, guns and violence at one point, and it made me think, and I was reminded of that. And then he goes to the forest and he finds there male companions, a group of strangers, all of them male, right? The quintessential male bonding. They offer him alcohol. And he just sleeps. And when he wakes up, he realizes that he's been sleeping for 20 years. And then he comes back, right? And everything has changed. That's the basic plot line of the story, right? Now, this short story, I was interested in that story because this is a typically romantic short story in which we have a typical representation of nature versus culture divide, right? Very much separated, which is very much found in romantic and pastoral traditions. And what I argue in the chapter is that this separation eventually reinstates a normative form of masculinity and glorifies. I also tackle the question of the vulnerable male body. And in this case, in the case of Riva Winkle, this celebrates at the end of the story an invulnerable male body, right? The hermetic kind of body there. I also get into discussions of, the national, the construction of the nation, but I don't think I have time to get into that. In any case, right, this pastoral trope, right, this image offers a refuge for the character, and that is a very common function of nature in 19th century lit and also in romantic literature, right? Nature is kind of a refuge for characters, usually male characters, and escape from the demands, right, of domesticity, of responsibility, of fatherhood, right? What I find interesting about that story is that Reeb is potentially he embodies potentially an sort of an alternative form of masculinity, right? And a challenge to the self-made man, right? The ethics of work represented by the self-made man, which is growing strong. And actually the term was coined in the United States in the 30s, in the early 30s. He embodies that sense of a challenge, right, to work. He doesn't want to work. He's lazy, right? He doesn't really care about his family. He's not interested in making any sort of, profit, right, from work. But at the end of the story, right, when he comes back, he gets read all of a sudden after 20 years. Well, the wife is gone, right? She's dead. And she comes back and he is seen as, a patriarch, sort of this male authority who is entitled to tell stories about the past. I think that transition very interesting, and argument that despite the fact that the story offered some instances, some possibilities of challenging that normative model, it does not eventually, right? And this has to do with Rick's stay in the forest. Also, in relation to that, I argue, and this leads to a more elaborated argument, is that he comes back and there is the instatement of this normative hegemonic model that is based on the invulnerable body, right? Sort of not affected by anything around nor anybody. In opposition to that, and I'm sorry about that because it's really difficult to sort of try to condense all that in 7 minutes, right? So in opposition to that, Walt Whitman, in Song of Myself, right, who is also a 19th century writer, and who offers a very, very different representation of the male body specifically, to begin with, because Song of Myself is this major celebration of the male body and the naked male body, which in itself is I think, and this celebration of the vulnerable body, right? Now, in this section, and I'm here, I think it's where I found all these, different points of connection with Richard's chapter. Whitman, I think, presents this male body as being vulnerable and as being enmeshed, as being relational, right? That notion of the relational body that I was mentioning early on. Whitman is writing this text in the 50s, in 1850. That is some years before the Civil War, which broke out in 1861. So this is, a song of union, right? He has that. This is a political project that he has in writing that text, and I think that's important, right? In the way in which he's portraying, and he's making human beings as being sort of, in connection, as being enmeshed, right? And also in nature, right? Everything is being interconnected without any hierarchies there, right? I think it's very interesting how he presents that as being part of that political project that, this has been many times termed a utopian project, right? Because obviously the war broke out. But in any case, right?
Teresa, if you can hear me, we went a little bit beyond this. We just want to remain within a schedule. So maybe if you can wrap it up in like a couple of minutes, will that be okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Whitman speaks of, bodies as organic entities, and what I found very interesting in writing the chapter is that I read Whitman in context, or I built on Stacey Alama's theories of theorization of transcorporeality, the transcorporeal, right, as a way to theorize that sense of, connection, enmeshment. I also mentioned Timothy Morton, and Richard also refers to that. In any case, just to make this very long story short, there is in Whitman, I think, this assumption that embodied beings are intermeshed with the material world, and there are no hierarchies there, right? And I think that he makes it a point to show through that poetry, through Song of Myself, that, this material world is transformed by, all the beings who inhabit this world, and these beings also have an effect, right, on the material world. This ties in as well with post-humanist theories in terms of, horizontal kind of crossings, right? And this, I think, also ties in with some of the things that Richard is saying there. In my last point in that chapter is to talk about care, right? It was interesting to see the quotations that Paul and Martin were using in their presentation, right? And how there was a quotation by Bob, right? Bob Pease, who sort of challenged that celebration of care without taking into account that this needs to be, qualified, right? When we talk about care. In any case, that would be it. That's what I was trying to do in my chapter, right?
Well, thank you so much, Teresa. That was super insightful. And now I'm going to give the floor to Richard to respond and present as well if he wants to. And at the same time, I want everybody to remember that if you have any questions, you could just pop them in the chat, because then the presenters will see them and they will respond at the end.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Asmi. So I assume I will do my 3 minutes now, and then we'll have the Q&A for Teresa, and then I'll do my presentation after. Okay, thank you. It was really enjoyable to read this, and yeah, I don't think you need to be apprehensive about the disciplinary differences, because I think we're all kind of working across different disciplines, and my field of animal studies, critical animal studies, has a huge literary dimension, and I'm used to, even as a sociologist, I'm used to reading this kind of work. And I really appreciated it. And of course, I was familiar with the Rip Van Winkle and Walt Whitman, but not that particular Walt Whitman poem, which I noticed is incredibly long. It's a very long poem. I read parts of it online. It's very interesting. And yeah, I really appreciated the discussion about a lot of your discussion, I felt, was about dualistic ontology and moving beyond that and maybe seeing some elements of transcendence of dualism in Whitman's work in comparison to the pastoral affinities of the Irving work. And I really appreciated the use of Stacey Alamo's work on transcorporeality. And what to say? I mean, I guess we're talking about 19th century US masculinity. So we're probably not going to find anything too transgressive or radical. I would be surprised anyway. And, because I see, when we have discussions about hegemonic masculinity, I always feel as if the US is the cradle of hegemonic masculinity. It seems in recent years, obviously, that was reasserted in some ways politically as well. And so when you read through some of Song of Myself by Walt Whitman, there is still the allusions to, guns. There's quite a lot of reference to guns. There's a few references to guns, rifles. He talks about hunting animals a couple of times. He talks about alone, far in the wilds and mountains I hunt, so on and so forth. He talks about kindling a fire and broiling the fresh killed game, falling asleep on the gathered leaves with my dog and gun by my side. So I wonder how transgressive maybe the elements that you're talking about in your chapter are a kind of maybe a sort of transitionary point where at least it's there's a kind of romanticist turn against some elements of dualism, but kind of still faithful to a romanticization on the one hand, but also still a kind of assumed human exceptionalism as well. So I think that was most of what I was going to say. I just think in thinking about US masculinities, it's kind of important to have that kind of a bit of focus maybe on hunting, because I think hunting has been like a really central element in the history and contemporary US masculinities, and the way in which hunting is also often presented as a rite of passage between fathers and sons as well. And some people would maybe even claim that for an eco-masculinity. I would not personally claim that as an eco-masculinity. That was mostly what I had to say. Just really enjoyed the chapter, and I love reading the literary dimensions to all of this. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Richard, for commenting on Teresa's presentation. Now we're going to have a Q&A for Teresa. So if anybody has any questions or comments, Teresa will be able to read them in the comments section, and then we'll move to have Richard's presentation. So does anybody have a question? If not, we can move directly to Richard's, if that's okay.
Shall I start my one?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess
Okay.
we have no questions. So yeah, we can proceed.
Okay, maybe there's a chance later after my one as well. Okay, I do have a small presentation. Let's see if I can meet the 7-minute target. You never know.
Perfect.
Right, so
there on the screen. Yeah, perfect.
yeah, you can see that okay?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so I mean, my chapter is an odd one maybe in the whole book, and certainly odd for me because it actually reproduces something I wrote like 24 years ago, when I was just starting out as a PhD student. I had this website called ecofem.org. It was a website about ecofeminism. My PhD was on ecofeminism. And I had this website really just as a kind of resource and a bibliography. And it was, I think, used by quite a lot of people. And I also published a few essays of other people's stuff, but occasionally something that I would write. And I wrote this like 3,000 word paper. And it never got published anywhere like in paper form, it just got published online. And so my chapter in the book is a reproduction of that essay, but with a contemporary updated commentary about it. So the chapter aims to discern some of the themes that I was talking about in the 1997 article. And secondly, it considers these in relation to contemporary debates around the ideas of eco-masculinities and the Anthropocene. And yeah, I guess because there was very little written on those connections at the time, it was read by some people like Paul. I guess Paul contacted me years ago because he'd read this little essay that I'd written. So it was quite nice. It's nice to have it like, published like properly. So this is what I aim to do in the chapter. And the themes that it was kind of a strange experience, like reading something that you wrote half a lifetime ago. And, obviously your style of writing has changed and hopefully it's improved in that time, you would like to think. But reading myself, weird experience. These were the sort of 5 themes that I picked out in reading back that essay. And so these were, number 1, I think the original paper identified a lack of exchange between masculinity studies and ecofeminist writing. That is obviously now being addressed more, but maybe there is still an issue there. It's link number 2, linked hegemonic masculinity with and the social construction of the human, tying masculinity politics to the post-humanist project of redefining the human. Number 3, it's signposted towards reformulating relations between masculinities and the other than human, for example, in forms of environmental politics and maybe animal advocacy. Number 4, it argued against a one-way dualistic association. So it's not just that men have been associated with culture and the human, but they also have at times historically been associated with nature or animality as kind of in very essentialist ways typically. And fifthly and finally, I kind of applied the argument that is quite familiar probably, that hegemonic masculinity disadvantages men, but I applied it to the sphere of men's relations with the more than human. And I was, in that original essay in 97, I was exploring ways in which, for men, there could be much more rewarding relationships with the more than human, beyond commodification, beyond violence. Okay, so those were the sort of themes that I identified looking back. And then moving on to the second half of the chapter, I begin to sort of bring this up to date, hopefully, in relation to the emerging discourse of eco-masculinities, which I think only really quite recently that it's kind of taken on something of a recognizable corpus of work. So one of the things I do is kind of reflect on this discourse of eco-masculinities, and one of the things that interests me is to ask, what is meant by the eco part of eco-masculinities, and are we talking about sort of ecology? Are we talking about ecosystems? And sort of really saying that it's important not to reinscribe a kind of society-nature dualism or an economy-nature dualism when we use that term. And whilst we may be talking about men's multiple relationalities to the more than human, of course we are, these relations, we should remember, already exist within the socio-historical construction of masculinities, as Theresa's chapter very well illustrates, and also they exist within the patriarchal development of capitalism and colonialism as well. And then I'm very interested, obviously, in human-animal relations. So I'm kind of concerned that some variations of ecofeminism and some work within the environmental humanities tends to marginalize human-animal relations. And so from my perspective, I think eco-masculinities need to include men-animal relations specifically. I mean, hopefully that's obvious. And also to see already pre-existing eco-masculinities, for example, vegan men, men in conservation, maybe men doing climate science, that kind of thing, as number one, resources for understanding practices of care and the potential disavowal of violence, and also potentially as evidence for changing practices in our cultures. Okay. And then I go on to, in the final part of the chapter, and this is my final slide, I bring all this discussion in relation to the concept of the Anthropocene. And I basically argue that eco-masculinities, or at least this is my own perspective, that we should disavow the concept of the Anthropocene. We should take on board all the critiques that have been made of that concept. And I actually come down on the side of the Capitalocene concept. For all these reasons that I state here, that it falsely assumes a generalized anthropos responsible for the environmental crisis, and that in doing so, it doesn't specify the different relationships of power behind the emergence of the environmental, biodiversity, and climate crises. And so thus has a poverty of understanding of power, and it's been rightly critiqued by feminists, post-colonialists, and eco-socialists like Jason Moore, who is particularly associated with the work behind the Capitalocene concept. It fails to understand the history of capitalism, Jason Moore argues, and I agree with him. It perpetuates anthropocentrism. It perpetuates a dualism between humanity and nature. And the Capitalocene, in contrast, is a better term which avoids these failings and is also influenced by eco-feminist scholarship. So I think it's a good fit for eco-masculinity's work. It's influenced by, this is Jason Moore in particular, it's influenced by the work of Val Plumwood, Silvia Federici, who I count as an ecofeminist, and Maria Mies as well, who of course is an ecofeminist, has written on ecofeminism on her own and with Vandana Shiva. So it is in affinity, I think, with the intersectional approach of ecofeminism. And therefore, it saddens me that many social scientists and humanities scholars continue to use the concept of the Anthropocene, that we should kind of push back against it, I think, and go with the idea of the Capitalocene. And that's pretty much where I get up to in the chapter. And it was great fun to write it, and it's a privilege to be part of the book and also to be part of this event, and really I must applaud all the great work that Men Engage are doing as well. So thanks very much. So I will come back to here and try to stop sharing the screen, if I can work out how to do that.
All right. Thank you so much,
Stop
Richard.
share.
Very insightful. And now we have 3 minutes for Teresa to give you some constructive comments. So Teresa, if you could go ahead.
All right. I'm sorry about that. I was sort of putting them together in my first section. I was totally confused about that. But I have things to say, and I was really inspired by Richard's chapter. Maybe I'll just say something that I just wrote it down. Very interesting. Thank you for your comment on Whitman and human exceptionalism. I think that's something actually that I realized as I was reading your chapter, because I'm not familiar with animal studies, and this is a new field to me. Now I'm just reading, theoretical texts on, the whole question of post-humanism, and somehow I'm getting there, right? So it was really interesting that you mentioned that, because that's actually true. And actually I think that's something that happens with Whitman, that I at least have, these mixed feelings about, so many writers, but certainly Whitman, right? Because, he had also at several points this controversial, he said very controversial things about slavery, right? So, that's true. And it was very interesting that you noted that, because I think I'll go back to, I'll read that again and try to look for that, because it adds complexity to the writer, certainly. I have to say that there was something that I really enjoyed about your chapter, which is, it reminded me, that chapter by that article by Connell and Messerschmitt, in which they revise the concept of hegemonic masculinity. Can't remember the name exactly now, but I have always thought that is an excellent example. And I, to my students, I always say, this is a great academic practice. And I just thought that this is a courageous academic practice, what you are doing here, right? Because you are actually, as you were mentioning before, you were going back to something that you wrote some years ago. And now, you're building on that, right? And that's something that I always have problems with, right? To go back to something that I wrote in the past. So I thought that was brilliant, and that it actually made very good sense. I loved reading that part, and then how you build on that, from now, from the present. I think something that Richard, there was something that I wanted to ask, because there's all this debate. There has been all this debate about hegemonic masculinity, and you keep using that term. Like, for instance, I'm not really comfortable using that term. I always try to use, I don't know, normative or other.
I noticed that, yeah.
And I did notice that you could use in hegemonic. So I was wondering, is that, well, I guess, how come? Or I feel that somehow this is a term that it has been subjected to such a critique and that, I don't know, but maybe it makes sense to continue using that. What do you think?
I think there are aspects of it that I still like, because it kind of does kind of introduce a sense of dynamism, and it's kind of it's people misunderstand it quite easily as well, because I think it tends to become quite statically interpreted, and I think people conflate hegemonic masculinity with a kind of archetypal machismo, and it's not meant in that way. It's meant to be it's the dominant form of masculinity that guarantees male power and male dominance, and so it changes over time, and it incorporates it's kind of because it's taken from that Gramsci's idea of hegemony. It kind of incorporates ideas from its opponents, and it uses that to kind of strengthen itself. So, for example, there's been work which looks at the way in which hegemonic masculinity, the meanings of hegemonic masculinity, changed in the recent decades to incorporate some kind of sense of men as in touch with their emotions, but in a kind of, maybe in a superficial kind of a way. And so you could say that hegemonic masculinity today in a particular culture, be that, I don't know, Spain, or be that in England, wouldn't be the same as what it was, several decades ago. But I also like the phrase normative masculinity as well. So I think it's a good conversation. What are the differences between the two? I think with Connell, she was using that particular conceptual lineage with the work of Gramsci to use that notion of hegemony. But I think normative masculinity, and my students they unsurprisingly they use the phrase toxic masculinity as well, because that's something that has pervaded the mainstream of popular culture in the light of like the Me Too movement and so on. So yeah, there's a conversation to be had about these different terms, but there's obviously been a lot of theoretical critiques about, and I think that Connell and Messerschmitt paper was, I think that was their response to several critiques of hegemonic masculinity, wasn't it? I think that came out in 2005 or something.
Yeah. I think this title was, yeah, revising the concept.
Yes,
That was the
yes,
subtitle.
exactly.
I think, yeah.
All right, guys, I think we're gonna have to wrap it up now. So I was told, like, if you still want to like elaborate more the conversation, you can, you're more than welcome to email each other.
My name is Abigail Sykes. I'll be facilitating this room and trying to keep track of time. My co-host is Robin Hedlundqvist.
Hi there, everyone. Happy to be here with you. Yes, I will keep track on the chat a bit to see if we have some reflections or questions from the audience to our speakers, and I'll bring them in later on, these reflections, yeah, I think that's it.
Great. And it looks like you're recording, Robin, is that right?
Yes.
Perfect. So you know, everyone, that this is being recorded and will be used. So if you don't want to be on screen, then switch your screen off or leave the room. So the contributors in this group are Sherilyn McGregor, Martin Hultman, Maria Darvish, and Evangeline M. Heiliger. You each have about 13 minutes. We're going to try and keep that as short as possible. So 7 minutes to present, about 3 minutes for your respondent to respond, and then a couple of minutes for questions. Yeah, great. So I would like to invite Sherilyn McGregor to start.
Okay, great. I will share my screen. I have a few slides just to keep me on message, and I haven't timed myself, so you can just cut me off if I go over time. So the title of my chapter, or our chapter, is Island Kings, Imperial Masculinity and Climate Fragilities. And I just want to say a little bit about the chapters, that when Martin and Paul sort of contacted me and said, would I write a chapter for the collection, I said, I will only contribute to the book if I can convince a climate change scholar who is a man and who does not write about masculinities to collaborate with me. This is because I do ecofeminist research. I don't study masculinities, other than really to try and argue that gender and climate change research is not only about women and not only about every other gender except for masculine. And so I want the research to be done, but I don't necessarily want to do it. So I convinced my colleague at the University of Manchester, Matthew Patterson, who's a professor of global political economy, specializing in climate change politics, to collaborate with me. So this is the product, and it was quite a fun collaboration. So it's a bit of, the practice is part of the product as well, as we're thinking about. So what is the chapter about? We want to write about, or we're writing about elite men, and we're presenting elite men as the final frontier in climate change studies. And this comes from an understanding that there is a large body of research that looks at women's vulnerabilities to climate change, and especially looking at majority world contexts. There are far fewer studies of men's vulnerabilities, how men are affected by climate threats, how masculinities shape their responses, and this is a very significant gap in the literature. And in the same time, in the vast majority of climate change governance literature, elites are recognized and are presented as important in governance, but they're presented as a category that's completely unmarked by gender, even though the reality is that the majority are elite, mostly white, cisgendered, English-speaking, etc. men. So the importance of thinking about intersectionality in counteracting, like, the homogenizing, all in the same boat narratives of the Anthropocene has been recognized, but this intersectional understanding of differentiated vulnerabilities really needs to be combined with an analysis of how various axes of privilege intersect to produce invulnerability. So that's what we're looking at in this chapter. And we're really looking at a special category of elite men, which is, I mean, we've all heard about the 99% and the 1%. we're interested in an even more special group, which is the 0.1%, or the ultra high net worth individuals. And according to the World Ultra Wealth Report, this population is growing and is projected to increase in the next coming years. Of course, obviously, we've seen that the pandemic is increasing the wealth of the extreme wealthy, and their total combined wealth right now is around 43 trillion. It's also reported that 85% of these super rich are men, and 40% of them live in North America. So we're looking at this particular group. The thing that's interesting about this group is that, which is why we're calling them island kings, is that many of them actually own their own private islands. So Matt and I did a little bit of looking into all the different people with very high net worth and also who own their own islands. And in the chapter, we do a close read of the experience of Richard Branson, the British billionaire and owner of the Virgin Company, and his experience of his island being trashed by hurricanes in recent years. So what we want to do in the chapter is to present the island king, or imperial masculinity, as a new figuration or concept to add to the already existing concepts like the cool dude of the climate deniers, the eco-modern men that Martin has written about. But think about island kings as a specific special category who have a number of traits, such as extreme wealth, impunity from human and natural laws because of their hypermobility, ability to move their tax and hide their tax and that kind of thing. They're justified in dominating that which is owned, and often it's interesting to see the way that they speak about the land that they own in sometimes quite feminized ways, thinking about the islands as exotic and unspoiled. Of course, in Richard Branson's case, it's quite, he likes the concept of a virgin. Also issues to do with separation, isolation, detachment, arrogance and willful ignorance, and of course, the pursuit of it and the assumption of invulnerability to the natural world. So the 2 points that we make in the chapter, and this is really in response to the debates around this concern about the Anthropocene and this sort of all in the same boat narrative overlooking the idea that global elites who have caused the climate emergency can insulate themselves from the effects of climate change. We want to argue, in line with Dipesh Chakrabarty, that actually, so yes, there is this differentiated vulnerability, but we mustn't assume, like the rich do themselves, that whatever the extent of the warming and the destabilization of the climate, they will always be able to buy their way out of the problem. That in fact, the super rich with their private yachts and their private islands will not be able to save themselves from runaway climate breakdown. And the second point, that in fact the hubristic and imperial strategies and the imperial masculinities of super rich men may sink them in the end. So yes, that's what we argue. I'll stop there.
Perfect. 4 seconds to spare. Well done. So I will hand over to Martin Hultman.
Thank you. Great summary, Shirley. I, of course, think that you are pointing towards something extremely important here. And as you spoke to yourself, this is under-researched, but I would also argue that it's kind of under the policy radar in some sense. Because one of the questions that I would like to kind of pose is that what this group has a huge impact because of their money, how rich they are and how much they spend that money on different types of fossil fuels practices, and what type of policies can we actually direct towards this specific group, because this also a group that could bring about a huge change if this particular imperial kings will be taking their kingdoms away from them.
Mm.
Kind of one important aspect, I think. So what type of, how do we get them to change? That's one, because it's an extremely important group, which can no longer go under the policy radar, I would say. And then the other question or kind of reflection is that I think this life both ethics is an interesting concept that you bring in here, but it also seems that has a longer history, coming more from kind of authoritarian nationalism and even ecofascism. And it seems that type of lifeboat ethics is now doing kind of a comeback within nations. So kind of nations rethink themselves as if they can be island kings as nations. So yeah, how do we deal with that? So those were two of my questions. Thanks.
Am I meant to respond?
Yes, absolutely. You're very welcome to, if that's okay.
I mean, I think they're just good questions. I don't think I have answers. So maybe I should wait till the end, actually, and see if other people have comments and questions. Yeah, let's do that.
I also want to add, it was great that you wrote the article with Pettersson as a practice of that was really good.
Yeah, I mean, Matt is very well known in writing about climate change. I think he's written one chapter in a book about cars, about masculinity. He's interested in the cultural politics of the environment. And I think he has written a little tiny bit about masculinities in his career, but I really wanted to push him to be somebody who's high profile in the field that will actually name and mark the category in terms of political economy and so
very good on you.
Yeah. Small victories.
Yeah.
All right, I think we have some questions here that we could ask to Sherilyn. So the first one is from Karen. Hi there, Karen.
Hi, Karen.
The uber rich can't buy invulnerability, but can they buy themselves time before being forced to live with the consequences, global environmental breakdown, at the expense of others?
Absolutely. Yes, I mean, obviously they can. They can buy themselves time. We know they can isolate themselves and make themselves. I mean, I guess we're arguing they can't. Ultimately, they can't make themselves invulnerable. And no humans are invulnerable, right? I mean, this notion of insurgent vulnerability and embracing the vulnerability of all humans, I think, is so important in a lot of the work. The work that some ecofeminists have been doing to challenge this notion of resilience. And to really say that, resilience is a myth. It's a kind of idea that, it's part of a kind of neoliberal fantasy that we can, make ourselves invulnerable. So I think, I guess the point is that we want to recognize deep disparities and inequalities between those who are very much at the front line of being hurt from climate change and those who can stall the effects, but ultimately they're not. The emergency is so severe that it ultimately will get everyone. It will affect everyone in the end.
Thank you very much for that. We'll need to move on to Martin Hultman now, if that's okay, but do feel free to continue sort of answering or commenting in the chat. So Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm also going to share my screen. Okay. Do you see that now?
Yes.
See my screen there? Yeah. Okay.
Yep, jättebra.
Okay, so yeah, my chapter is about Arnold again, then Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've had a kind of a hook up on him. I don't really know why, but he was really important in my PhD because I was really surprised why he became described as a hero in Sweden, and because that didn't fit to my image about the gender equality and the ideas of being man in Sweden. So I started to try to understand why he was described as a hero in Sweden in connection to environmental issues in my PhD. And I've been kind of coming back to Schwarzenegger since. And this chapter is a bit of a retrospect on my 2013 article on the making of the environmental hero, history of eco-modern masculinity, fuel cells, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. And as Sharon pointed out, in this article, I really tried to understand this, how these men, elite men and very proliferated men and very iconized men could describe themselves as environmental heroes through certain technologies that would, in my mind and in my analysis, only conserve the problems that we deal with and not really deal with them, not really change and make possible the system changes that we need, but actually only greenwash the technologies that are destructive for the environment. So I term this eco-modern masculinities, coming from the ecological modernization theory and research, exactly showing this, that there is no such thing as green growth, and technology always got its kind of drawbacks, so that it's not really possible to only do that. We need to have system change at the same time. But this chapter kind of considers if there is change, if change is possible. So what I tracked in this early article was a change that I saw from industrial breadwinner masculinities to eco-modern masculinities in the public persona of Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I've come to see some traits of lately that maybe Schwarzenegger has been influenced by the woman youth-led global justice, climate justice movement to actually change even further towards more stepping down, towards more system change ideas. So I was curious, could this be something that you could see as an outcome of the Fridays for Future movement, for example, that they were able to push this type of elite men further on also towards some kind of system change. So this is what I discussed here in my chapter, building further on my first article on Schwarzenegger. So in my previous research and then in mine and Paul's book, we have come up with these three conceptualizations of masculinities in connection to environmental and climate issues. So the industrial breadwinner, the eco-modern, and then the ecological. And we have seen how Schwarzenegger was first this industrial breadwinner archetype, and then turned into eco-modern, especially with this hydrogen Hummer that was going to have no emissions at all, except water, clean, beautiful water from this huge, huge truck. And we know that this is really a way in which we can critically engage with this type of masculinities. But as I said, we have seen from 2015 onwards a youth-led, women-led climate justice movement that has changed the name of the game, I would say, much more dramatically than other climate justice movements before that, even though the climate issue has been with us for 30 years, but something different from that. And then also, in some sense, Arnold took this, at least to his public persona. So to the right here, you actually see a comic that has been done on my research. So there's a comic strip there trying to follow this change or possible change. But at least, Schwarzenegger has supported veganism, at least in some sense. He has wanted to hold the big oil accountable for crimes against humanity. He has been an outspoken critic of white supremacists. He has supported and invited Greta Thunberg and lended his Tesla, and also supported the way that young people should let their voice be heard. And this would never be possible without the woman youth-led climate justice. That should be really, really emphasized. But it seems that trying to analyze the changes that Schwarzenegger has done in his public persona, we can do this with these four concepts of awareness, deconstruction, amendments, and modification, and nourishments of new types of masculinities that we proposed in our book. And it seems that Schwarzenegger has turned quite aware of the system changes needed, at least. Also some willingness to deconstruct kind of his political and personal connections here. And also
Martin, so you've reached 7 minutes, so could you just finish off?
Yep. Yes, sir. Conclusions. He might be valuable to think with as an example for change. Further critical research needs to be done here on dropouts or Island Kings, as Sherlyn proposed also. And further critical research needs to be done on this greenwash also for Gates, Musk, and others. And it is clear that the youth-led movement has created some change in these type of elite men as well. But is it enough, or can or should these treatment be discussed in this way, or should we just try to form other types of change? Because as we see, the Fridays for Futures are the ones that are actually making a difference. Yes, that was me. Right.
Thank you very much, and I will hand over to Sharon McGregor. And you'll need to unmute yourself.
So bad. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. It was very interesting to read the chapter, Martin, and obviously I followed your work for some time, and the kind of figurations or the conceptualization of the industrial breadwinner model, the eco-modern and the ecological masculinities has been really useful over the years, and it's really nice to see you kind of continuing to think about them and see how people inhabit them, perform them in different contexts, and how change is occurring over time, right, due to shifts of one kind or another, cultural shifts, political shifts, and indeed the environment, the increasing shifts in our understanding of the climate emergency. So I really like this kind of looking sort of one man's trajectory from the Humvee to the Tesla, and like what's gone on there over time. This path of ecologicalization. So yeah, I think this is really interesting. I guess some of the things that I was thinking, I mean, you seem to be quite optimistic about Arnold Schwarzenegger kind of, showing the, what do you call it, the acorns of of starting to make the shift from an eco-modern hero to a much more self-reflexive stance, championing deeper, broader, and wider care for the earth, others, and self. How he's sort of, admitting that he's made mistakes in the past, and he's learning from them, and he's now sort of making this kind of show, perhaps, of becoming a reformed character and a different kind of man. And I suppose, obviously, the obvious thing to want to ask is, well, what's the more pessimistic reading of this? And should we be a little bit skeptical? And I wrote down, is it the man or the brand? Is it the individual or the image? Is it a transformation or a trend? And I guess that's what I sort of like, how would we know that he's really changing or not just performing this change, right? And how would we know? So I obviously that's not the kind of research that you're doing. You're not going to do this sort of empirical research of psychoanalyzing or something, Arnie. But I guess that would be something that we'd want to think about, and a couple of other things too. I mean, you don't, in the chapter you don't talk about what is involved in this 8-step program, but it made me sort of think about, this sort of 8-step programs of people recovering from addictions, and whether that's an ongoing process or is there an end point? I mean, will he have to be working on being an ecological masculine man forever? Okay, 2 other quick points. One is, I do worry about sort of and I don't think that when you talked about it, it was necessarily just leaving it at the level of the individual, but I guess, thinking about this kind of personal transformation that you've talked about, I would also want to think about, does this ecologicalization of masculinities require structural change, deconstructions of systems and structures, and the economic relations that give power and privilege to exceptional elite and celebrity men, and thinking more about the construction of celebrity perhaps, and how that's tied up with environmentalism in the contemporary moment. And then finally, so Schwarzenegger is moving out of the eco-modern man phase, but is the figure of the eco-modern man itself that you conceptualized in the back in 10 years ago or so, is that figure as robust, less robust, or more robust than it was? So he's changing, but what about the figure, the concept itself? Do you need to rethink it now or not?
So we're a little bit short of time, Martin, so I'll give you 2 minutes to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you. I really think we should emphasize that the change that we might see in Schwarzenegger is because of the climate justice movement being extremely successful in actually pointing these men out, so to speak, to actually go for their emotions, go for their own kids and further generations to come. So I hope that that is brought to the front in my chapter. Maybe I need to write that more, because in that sense I see the change in Schwarzenegger as an outcome of the collective actions of the climate justice movement. In that sense, so that's kind of that's a response to your first concern, I think. And I do think that putting the structural laws and other types of enforcement is much more important than individual change person by person. So that I also think is important. Celebrity status, I do think that they have a role to play, but it seems that they have played it quite miserable so far. So there has not been celebrities that has taken the steps that is needed. They have taken steps, but it's not kind of doing it in practice fully to the full extent that we need. But I do think that they can play a role if they take that extremely seriously.
Martin, could you just sort of finish off with that?
Yeah, I've done.
So, okay,
Yeah,
perfect. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
But in the interest
No
of
worries.
fairness, I would like to hand the floor to Maria Darwish.
Okay, I will share. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen. I will try to talk fast. My presentation is a little bit over 7 minutes. So my name is Maria Darwish, and I'm a first-year PhD student in gender studies at Örebro University in Sweden. And I'm currently carving out a project on ecofascism and affect. My book chapter is called Nature, Masculinities, Care, and the Far Right. And I will supply a little content warning. There will be a display of Nazi and fascist propaganda in this presentation, so take care. So I met Martin and Paul at the Political Ecologies of the Far Right conference in Lund in Sweden in 2019, and they invited me to contribute to this anthology, which has been such a rewarding journey for me. I based the chapter on the research that I undertook as part of my master's thesis in gender studies from the University of Oslo, where I examined the intersections between the far right, environmentalism, and masculinity through a look at the pan-Nordic neo-Nazi organization, the Nordic Resistance Movement. So in developing this chapter, I reflected on possible weaknesses of the concept of ecological masculinities. And I interpret the concept as a relational, equitable form of masculinities based on a deep level of care for self, for others, for non-human beings, and the living earth. And I got stuck on the issue of care in this formulation because in my studies of ecofascism, I had seen that these violent, hyper-masculinized Nazis espouse their own version of care through drawing on nature, animal welfare, and by discussing environmental problems like overconsumption and overpopulation. So I wonder then, what is eco-fascist care? What is considered care for human and non-human beings in violent white supremacist groups? And is it possible to construct a form of ecological masculinities that would actually support oppressive agendas? So to backtrack a little bit, ecofascism is simply put the marriage between the far right and environmentalism, largely stemming from German Nazism. And this is a little selection of shared material from ecofascist telegram groups that I follow. So ecofascism can be understood as a subset of the broader far right ecology, in where ecofascism is connected to ecocentrism and anti-humanist perversions of deep ecology, where ideas like humans are the virus prevail. And you might have heard this phrase uttered by different groups and people during the early stages of the COVID pandemic. So not everyone who thinks this way or says these sort of things, humans are the virus, are eco-fascist, of course. And so in the chapter, I also trace how such murky ideas and language and rhetoric has contributed to shape modern conversations on environmentalism. So I saw that care for nature was expressed through what I call nature rhetoric. So they use the term biodiversity, where they conflate species and race, the concept of species and race, and they evoke Nazism's blood and soil ethos. So the idea is that foreigners to the Nordic soil, in this case, are not equipped to care for nature as white Nordic people are, because the NRM sees themselves as the natural stewards of the earth based on their racial heritage. And care was also expressed through discussions care for nature and the environment through discussions on overconsumption and overpopulation. And overpopulation is the eco-fascist issue of the climate crisis. It is the same anti-human views that are posed, in which humans are the problem and humans must then be sacrificed for nature, but only some humans. As an ecofascism provides a view of overpopulation that is isolated from its historical, socioeconomic, and environmental circumstances, and is presented as a problem only for or only of the others of the global south. So the overpopulation discussion is very strong in ecofascism, but also in the mainstream environmental discourse. These discourses actually intersect and inform each other. And I show this in the chapter through examples of population research from the 1960s onwards that has influenced and continues to influence modern environmentalism. So in short, I found in this chapter how care and masculinities can be entangled with nature in a way that informs white supremacist or other oppressive agendas, and how ecofascist care for nature translates into racism, sexism, and anti-humanism. So one of my key motives in this chapter is to eliminate the prevailing idea that nature and environmentalism is considered as value neutral. We see this apolitical stance in several Green parties today. So for example, the Green Party in Norway, where I'm from, called Miljöpartiet De Grønne, they will bend in any political direction because they entertain the idea that environmentalism is politically neutral. But drawing on nature and environmentalism in a given ideology is powerful and persuasive because nature appears as value neutral and objective. So it is then very easy to naturalize oppressive ideology through the use of nature. The findings in this chapter implicates that we must critically analyze the foundations of care within any ideology that draws on nature and environmentalism. And I used Tammy Schell's concept of inclusive versus selective care, where the former includes all beings and the latter caters only to the in-group, only to a chosen few. And ecofascism is surely founded on selective care for whites, the privileged global north, and Nordic people in this case, but excludes minorities, the global south, and underprivileged people.
So that was 7 minutes. Could you just sort of finish off?
Yes. So my end game is that ecological masculinities must take a clear and definite stand against selective care. Ecological masculinities will then reject any attempt to use the discourse as a vessel for oppressive agendas. And in doing so, ecological masculinities will be free to expand further as a fruitful discourse towards a deeper and inclusive care for self and others and non-human beings alike. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Evangeline Heiliger, would you like to just take over for 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you. Maria, thank you for your presentation. I know we've already exchanged words on this, but I so enjoyed reading your chapter. I thought it was just timely and vibrant, really well written, and you raised provocative questions about white supremacy, Nazism, masculinity, and environmental movements. Also, for those of you who haven't read the book yet, her writing is incredibly clear and compelling, so be sure you read that chapter when you get the book. I would love to ask you 2 questions, and they might be the same thing. One is, I would love to hear where you think you go next with this research, because I know that this is part of a master's project, so I'd love to hear you think through what comes next. And the other piece I'd love to have you talk more about is engaging more with this idea that nature is not neutral and environmental rhetoric is not apolitical, particularly in relation to overpopulation discussion. So I'm wondering if you could think a little bit about this rhetoric that's anti-immigrant. You showed this image, right, that said really lovely things like help more bees, plant more trees, save the seas, and then it said something awful and violent, right? And so I'd love to hear you talk more about the anti-immigration rhetoric and its connection to overpopulation rhetorics, but while also encouraging greater population within certain white groups. And this might be related to the Great Replacement theory in Europe more generally. And if that's reaching too far, let me know. I'll end here because I really want to hear what you have to say about this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for great comments and questions. That makes me feel good about my chapter. So yeah, where I go next, I mean, I am now developing a PhD project, and it's quite messy at this point, but what I want to look closer at is positive emotionality. Like how positive emotionality works in far-right movements, but specifically in eco-fascist movements, how nature and propaganda and acute propaganda, often also like Moomin memes and pictures of fluffy animals to get like with big strong men with guns and so on, how like invoking or evoking positive emotions in other people in the audience as a communication strategy, and also as mainstreaming, how that works. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking at, and then I've been kind of centered on the concept of care, but I think I'm moving over to affect, basically. And I see you're asking about the two-facedness. Yeah, I guess also it's related to the two-facedness. I did see, yes, I do mention the two-facedness. It's quite a simple model, but yeah, like, for sure, like big thing of the far right acting is really to be extremely contradictory and to show all of these faces at the same time. So yeah, I mean, I would like to investigate the intersection of emotions, not only the positive emotionality, but also how hate is infused in love, and how, because I mean, if you ask people from the Nordic resistance movement, or because they are ideologically driven activists, and I've also heard them say myself that they're driven by love, you know, they're driven by care, and they're driven to, I mean, they want to make a better world for themselves and for their peers, for their children, and for their community. So I would like to take them on their word, and to say like that, and to investigate this claim of love in deemed hate groups. Yes, and if I have time to answer the other question, immigration and overpopulation. Well, okay, I don't know if I can sort my thoughts on this right now, but when it comes to this, like the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, it's definitely connected to ecofascism. So I mean, the climate crisis is not only about the climate, but it's also about extinctions of humans. And then the biggest issue is that white people will be extinct. Yeah, so I hear the bell go off, so I don't know, maybe I should stop now. But
I finish what you're saying, absolutely.
Yeah, well, yeah, so that's just like another anxiety to touch on. So I mean, for ecofascism, it's not only the climate crisis, but it's also this idea that humanity will be extinct, but that kind of means white humanity and white culture, white civilization, which is the worrisome thing there for them. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you very much. So I will hand over the floor to Evangeline Helge.
Thank you. I also have a screen share. Is it looking like a screen share to all of you? I apologize that I cannot tell.
That looks good, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So my I was saying to my students before today, for those who could not come, that I could probably say this pretty quickly, what my paper is about. And what I said was, when you look at recent history in the US, there are some tensions around white men's behavior in relationship to the environment. And I'm looking at a period from 2008 to 2013, in which I said that there were these tensions. And if you look at satirical, comedic materials, then you could see those tensions. And so what I was suggesting is that right now, we could potentially look again to satirical moments in US pop culture and see, is that a moment for intervention? So if we get cut off, that's the quick version of what I'm doing. So my piece, Fueling Conservation Eco-Anxieties. What I argue is that the 21st century environmental issues that are linked to plastics and petroleum have converged with contemporary practices of consumption to create a crisis in white industrial breadwinner masculinities. And this can be seen clearly in certain kinds of cultural expressions between 2008 and 2013. And the environmental awareness of US adults, I'm looking particularly at US American, there's this great and heightened awareness of polluting with plastics and petroleum that converge with eco-modern practices that created a crisis in American white environmental masculinities, which manifested in what I call conservation eco-anxieties. So some notes about gender. I presume that gender expressions are malleable and that they can change. And this is really important because there's no reason to look at gender in the past and now if I presume that they would be the same. Also presuming that gender expressions and the meanings associated with gender can change means that there are points for intervention. So I just wanted to say that I don't presume that femininity or masculinity or non-binary or even other forms of gender are attached to particular kinds of bodies. And that we can have expressions of, there are many expressions of masculinities, ditto femininities, ditto non-binary, and even beyond those that I have mentioned. So what are conservation eco-anxieties? Conservation eco-anxieties are these useful markers for noting these moments of tension. So how do we link gender and environmental behaviors? And these tensions are recognizable in satirical engagements with the hegemonic environmental masculinities of the day. So I look particularly at 2008 to 2013. At the top is a Colbert report and below is Portlandia. I don't have time to show you either one of these clips because they are both several minutes long. But the top one, we see Stephen Colbert, and he has just finished talking about how oil company executives can't get a break. Every time gas prices go up, so do their profits, right? They just can't win. And then he goes on to say, many people claim to love the earth, but how many of them actually penetrate it? And he's pointing to this oil rig that is dipping in and out of the earth behind him. And so one of the things I do is analyze the ways in which this oil rig has come to stand in for a penetrative heterosexual sex, in which a feminized earth is being penetrated by the love of oil executives who are extracting from the planet. And this is meant to be funny, but also uncomfortable, because the entire episode was about how the US Congress had just lifted deep water oil drilling in the Gulf of Mexico. And looking back on this now, we know that the Deepwater Horizon oil spill that happened in several years later dumped billions of gallons of oil into the Gulf of Mexico. So that haunts us now in retrospect. At the time, this piece was playing a little bit with heterosexual masculinity conquering the earth, right, extracting from the earth, but then went on to show a clip that shows a male bicyclist who was a little bit daft and ditzy. You're not sure if you're supposed to like him or want to be like him. He doesn't seem to get how saving the planet works. And so viewers are not quite sure with this piece which kind of white masculinity is good, right? Which one are they supposed to engage with? Below in the Portlandia piece, this is from 2012, a few years later, you can see this character here who's in the act of falling with his groceries. This is after he has forgotten to bring a reusable bag to the grocery store, and both the checkout clerk and who's a man, and the female manager refuse to give him one, mock him, question his masculinity, just really humiliate him for forgetting to bring a bag. And so this is also a piece where it's funny, but it raises again these questions around what are men, white men in particular, expected to do in order to save the planet, in order to be environmentally conscious. And so this moment, I argue, was prior to the rise of our previous president, right? So Kara Daggett has noted in
about 7 minutes, so if you could just
okay, then that's probably what I need to say. So we had a rise of petromasculinity, so an extreme and violent extractivist masculinity. And then I noted again in 2019, there were a few cultural moments, satirical moments that showed that there might be some bending and some new possibilities for environmental behaviors for white men in America. And here is Kate McKinnon acting as Greta Thunberg, making fun of Donald Trump, saying, "Donald Trump, come at me and I'll come at you like a plastic straw comes at a sea turtle." So I will end it there by saying, again, if we look to satire, we can see potentially some moments to intervene in behavior changes in the US with white environmental masculinities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have 4 minutes before we're supposed to be back at the plenary. So Maria, if you could keep it brief. Thank you.
Yes, I will do my best. Thank you, Vansh. It was such a pleasure to read your chapter. A very lively read. So I think this is an important contribution to the discourse of ecological masculinities, because it shows that these eco-anxieties is a specific opportunity to look for when attempting to introduce or mainstream the discourse and practice of eco-masculine, eco-friendly masculine behavior. And so as I understand you, we must be aware of and pinpoint the incoherence in the logics of industrial breadwinner, eco-modern masculinities and petromasculine models. And also I find it very interesting to look at satire as a reflection of this uncertainty in society. And to skip over my comments there, I wonder if you could answer, or if you have any thoughts on like how we concretely can like capture these men or those who are, who are a bit unsure, or those who might be identifying with eco-modernism or industrial breadwinner, like how concretely can this be done? And do you mean that satire and culture production is maybe the most important step towards the spread of ecological masculinities?
Those are really great questions. I don't think that satire is the most important or the only way. I think to me, it's almost like it's how you know that people are already talking about it secretly, right? Because it wouldn't be funny if there weren't the uncertainty, right? Satire calls up questions about, is it this or is it that? And it might be both, right? So to me, satire is, there's a moment for intervention. So I think I don't make satire, right? I like to be funny, but I'm probably not that funny. And I certainly don't create these kinds of skits. So my hope, right, is that there are folks who do that work, who will engage in it. But maybe for the rest of us who teach or who are engaged in activism, maybe we just keep an eye on it and just know that, look at those audiences, right? Maybe those are the times to have conversations that might have felt daunting a few months ago, or a year ago, or 2 years ago. So that's probably the best I can do in terms of practical advice. Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's 1 minute to 11, and you guys are going to be back at the plenary at 11. So I would just like to say thank you so much to everyone. This has been really interesting. Would have loved to have had a couple more hours, but thank you.
Welcome to everyone. Nice to see you. My name is Angelica Bågström, as you can see, and me and Alessandro Berlili are hosting this discussion group. And first we thought we could maybe all, since we're not so many in this room, we could all have a very short introduction of who we are. So I am a PhD student at Chalmers University of Technology in Sweden. And I'm working with different gender dimension of sustainable energy transitions at the moment. Yeah, Alessandro, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Alessandro Bellelli. I'm living in the north of Norway, but I come from Italy. And I hold a master in anthropology in Italy and a master in digital anthropology here in Tromsø, the Acknowledgements University of Norway. And I'm working on a documentary and PhD proposal, mostly documentary. It deals with masculinity and patriarchality, and especially based here in Arctic Norway, but also in connection with my family back in Italy. So, yeah. And yeah, what about the others? You want to start?
I think we need to unmute people. Maybe I can unmute them according to my list. Should I do that from top down? So maybe Noemi Gonda wants to speak first.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Noemi Gonda. I'm a researcher at the Department of Urban and Rural Development at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences in Uppsala. Now, I did my PhD at Central European University, at that time in Budapest, Hungary, but with field research in Nicaragua, Central America, on the politics of gender and climate change. And now I'm doing research still on questions of climate change, resilience, gender, but also on the intersection of authoritarian populist regimes and the making of authoritarian and populist regimes and natural resources extraction.
Nice. Then I have Demond Miller.
Hello, my name is Demond Miller. I am a professor of sociology and a professor of emergency management. I received a PhD in sociology with a concentration in environmental sociology and disaster sociology. I work at Rowan University as a university professor, and I research in the areas of emergency management and environmental sociology.
Thank you. And then we have 3 participants who are not in the anthology. Maybe if you want to say something about you, that would be very nice too. So then first I have Kjell. I will ask to unmute you, see if that's possible.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Kjell Wong. I'm also a PhD candidate at Chalmers together with Angelica. I'm researching climate denial and connection to authoritarian right movements and authoritarian right media movements. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks. And then we have Lennart Frostesjö. I try to unmute, maybe it's not possible. If you want, you can write something. Otherwise, we can go to Ove.
Yes, hello. My name is Ove. I live in Tromsø as well, same city as Alessandro. And yeah, I'm studying a master in philosophy, have some background in technology, and right now research assistant in a project of looking at what is sustainable technology, or what does make technology sustainable. So and I'm here to just follow along Alessandro's tips and get a little informed about what you are doing and get hold of your thoughts.
Thank you. I think everyone is introduced. The first, we have 3 chapters to be discussed. The first is, I don't know what order you want to do it, but we have Noemi Gonda and Demond Miller paired. And the time for that is 15 minutes per chapter, and like approximately 7 minutes you can hold your presentation. And then about 3 minutes, the other one of you can ask questions, and then we invite everyone for about 5 minutes. And then I have the last chapter also.
Sorry, just one thing I want to remind, just we are very few, so I think it's much more informal than you would have been. I think it's really nice that we are, that allows us to interact more. But still, like, there is some little things that I have to tell, is that this session is recorded, so it's important for you to know it. We need to record it. And,
yeah.
So if it's okay for you, I hope so. And yeah, so every time we want to also say something, it's good to make a comment in the chat, or just write an X in the chat, so Angelica or I can just like give you the word, so it's easier. So, but I think it should be pretty easy since we are so few again. But just make a comment there, so it becomes easier. And yeah, and then also these comments will be collected afterwards by Angelica and used in the plenary. So that's also important, that you know that this will be used to open up for new discussions and will be taken into account. So yeah, I think that's all for my side.
Okay, let's start with Noemi or Demond. Who of you prefers to start?
Noemi, you could start.
Okay, shall I be the bravest here?
Yes, exactly.
Great. Okay, then I'll try to share my presentation here and put it full like this, I guess. Yeah, can you see it? But then, yeah, just a moment. Maybe it's not okay like this. With my 2 screens, I'm sorry. Can I have the presenter view also? I guess so, or it's not possible with this.
What do you mean?
To see my notes below the. Just a moment.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Okay, then I'll do this. So you can still see my screens, right?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Didn't mean to do that anyway. Okay, and is it?
Okay. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, great. So my chapter in this book is entitled Renegotiating Rural Masculinities as Vulnerability, Cattle Ranchers in Climate Change Affected Rural Nicaragua. So my starting point in the chapter is to say that patriarchy hurts the environment and man as well. And it is increasingly so under the effects of climate change in rural areas of the global south. However, the climate justice debate is still not giving enough attention to the reasons why men keep performing masculinities that are harmful both for the environment and for themselves. So in the chapter, based on ethnographic research in Nicaragua, which is one of the most climate change affected countries in the world, I discuss the making and performances of the hegemonic masculinities of cattle ranchers and how this making and performances are affected by climate change in general and deforestation in particular. So in the paper, or sorry, in the chapter, what I try to do is to reconceptualize masculinities as vulnerabilities, to open up the conceptual possibilities for ecological masculinities to emerge. That is to say, for these masculinities to try to have the possibility to envision masculinities that go hand in hand with climate change adaptation. So let me take you very quickly to Nicaragua. Nicaragua is recognized as one of the most climate change affected countries in the world, according to scientific assessments. And since approximately 2010, Nicaragua has adopted climate change adaptation as one of its core policy priority. In particular, in Nicaragua, studies demonstrated that the coffee producing sector, which is very important economically and socially, this sector with its farmers present mainly in the dry Pacific northern and central regions of the country, were in big trouble. Indeed, they showed that the area apt for coffee production, here, for example, in 2007, this area in yellowish, would be reduced by 2/3 in the next 30 to 40 years due to the effects of climate change. On the other hand, studies showed that nearly half of the country, more towards the Atlantic Ocean, here in brownish, is and will be apt for cocoa production. So by the beginning of the years 2010 and 2012, when the Nicaraguan government integrated climate change as one of its core policy priorities, the study on the potential of cocoa production became really important, became central, especially for the lives of the cattle ranchers of the Atlantic coast of Nicaragua, who were living in the middle of this brownish region. So in the middle of this brownish region, there's a small cattle rancher community, which here I call Pihibai, which is not its real name, and where I did ethnographic field research. So this is a community where the first inhabitants settled very recently in the 1950s with the aspiration of clearing the forests and install pastures for cattle. So, for example, as Don Eric, a man in his 70s who owns land and cattle in this community, stated, talking about the people who populated the community, like these people, they really brought the mentality of having cattle. So the migration started in the 1950s this migration that ended up populating the community was marked by the masculine aspiration of becoming a man, which is really strong in the Nicaraguan society. So typically what happens is that young men start in rural communities in this region, start selling their workforce on somebody else's farm in their community of origin when they are young. Then slowly they buy or inherit a few cows that would graze on somebody else's pastures for a while. And then, this man would look for some land for his growing cattle further inside the forest that he can convert into pasture. So this is what is called the advancement of the agricultural frontier, and it goes with deforestation. So as Don Eric again puts it, talking about this community, and its region, this is a region that is more of cattle ranching than any other thing, because the farmers, even when they plant, they think that they will buy cattle. So they don't plant, like he's talking about, corn and beans or cassava, thinking in other economic help for the family. They think, with this income, I can buy a cow because this cow first gives milk to my son, but in addition, I can grow the herd. So this has been also this masculine aspiration of becoming a man and cutting down the trees for installing pasture has been also a problem that in part can explain the failures of the many cocoa projects promoted by climate change adaptation interventions that that came with that with these climate change adaptation policies that I already mentioned. So for my cattle ranchers interviewees, the cultural significance of ranching was too important to abandon this activity, and for them becoming a cocoa producer was not attractive, even if it would, growing cocoa would economically be more interesting and, of course, environmentally more friendly. than ranching. So I ask, what if climate change adaptation politics give more attention to the role of masculinities in shaping adaptive behavior? And vice versa, how could adaptive actions how could they challenge hegemonic masculinities? And, ultimately, this question we all ask in the book, how to support masculinities that would go hand in hand with adaptation to climate change. So this is my last slide. In the chapter, I argued that to envision the emergence of alternative ecological masculinities, it is really useful in the context of climate change to think about masculinities as an expression of not only hegemony, but of vulnerability, something that affects men and women, and that mostly men use to affect others. The latter understanding of masculinities as vulnerabilities also provides a partial explanation for the performance and defense of macho behavior by many men, as it can represent a mechanism to conceal and fortify against inherent vulnerabilities that are not given social sanction to exist. It is like in the Nicaraguan macho society, especially in rural areas, it is not okay to be, weak, when you're a man, to be weak and vulnerable. Also, masculinities understood as vulnerability is not necessarily something negative when it is conceptualized through a relational and multidimensional ontology as the ability to affect and to be affected. So understanding masculinities as relational, and also that can be positive, can shift the debate from whether certain types of masculinities are good or bad to the conditions of care and responsibility towards other humans and non-humans. Finally, by thinking of masculinities as vulnerabilities in the context of climate change, we open up the conceptual possibilities for the emergence of ecological masculinities that are focused on care and responsibility towards humans and non-humans. Crisis situations, such as the ones provoked by climate change and related deforestation, or deforestation and related climate change, provide an ideal excuse for pushing forward this type of radical change. We, as scholars, activists, practitioners, have an important responsibility to play in this process. So this was it. Thank you very much. And I should stop sharing.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Damar Miller again. I do not have a presentation as such by virtue of slides. My presentation is oral and will be communicated as such. The title of my chapter is Eco-Masculinity, Livelihood, Security, Caring, and Resilience in the Aftermath of Disasters and Ecological Devastation. This chapter is co-written with my colleague, Dr. Charles Corpue III. The essence of this chapter seeks to understand a more nuanced nature of masculinity in the aftermath of the relationship of disasters and how disasters change the relationship that men have with the environment. And this gendered construct that we use to posit the position of man as the breadwinner, or man as the individual who goes forth and subdues and conquers the environment, must be understood. And so this chapter is designed to offer a critique of that, but also offer a way in terms of moving forward and promote a positive, a caring, ecological masculinities perspective as it relates to disaster recovery and disaster resilience, and the role that masculinities play in that. So with that being stated, again, my co-author, Dr. Charles Corpue, We start off by understanding the notion that disasters are terrible things. They bring forth a change in the environment. They bring forth risks. They bring forth a disaster landscape. This disaster landscape, it is uncontrollable. This disaster landscape forces individuals, both men and women, to react. Men and women react differently in this disaster landscape. With this being said, the notion of control, the notion of being able to subdue the environment, essentially collides with the hegemonic masculine notion of always being in control, always understanding, always being the provider, always being the breadwinner. Men and women are thrust into this world of chaos where very little notions of control are obvious. And so most of the times, these relationships, as men have been relating to the environment, must be renegotiated in a way of understanding. And the chapter continues by not only situating eco-masculinity into disaster studies, but it also continues by asserting that men have the capacity, as with women, to form relationships that are caring, form relationships that are altruistic, form relationships that enable a more nuanced relationship with the environment than previously noted from much of the existing gender and disaster research. What we tend to find in the existing research is male performance, especially in the field of disaster management. We find the livelihood of emergency management, or the livelihood of the individuals who are engaged in extracting resources from the community. It's bound up, and masculinity is bound up in the ability to extract, the ability to subdue. And we have simplified that. However, in the aftermath of catastrophe, the helplessness, the uncontrollableness, the negative psychological impact, all of these things render the community, it renders men, it renders women, in some cases, at a virtual standstill, and we have to renegotiate that relationship. This paper uses the Gulf Coast of Mexico disaster, the Deep Horizon oil spill, as a way of understanding how the notion of a normal masculinity is renegotiated for a more caring masculinity through the livelihoods and occupations of individuals who engage in the extraction of natural resources. This paper looks at how fisher men and women and those who are engaged in the shrimping industries are internally forced to renegotiate their position within their livelihoods, their lifescapes, but also their riskscapes, as they are no longer able to fish, but they become caretakers for the environment. They become skimmers. They become those that collect oil off of the surface of the water as a part of the response, and act in a way that is more nurturing, more caring, and they are motivated to care for the environment, both genuinely and altruistically, because they have a common interest in the environment. Their relationship as extractor, they are forced to realize that without the environment to care for them, they are unable to care for it. And without them caring for the environment is not able to sustain the functions of the ecological system due to the oil spill and the ecological tragedy. And so when masculinities with multiple capacities of care for human and non-human others are given priority, the livelihoods that promote the sustainable use of natural resources that also create income generating opportunities for local and local communities are further enhanced, and the resilience of these communities, as well as the resilience of these men, are able to be enhanced in such a way that affords individuals the chance to bounce back from disasters more quickly. So in essence, the paper, or I should say that the chapter, seeks to understand the evolving relationship with eco-catastrophe and how eco-catastrophe wrought by human-induced modes and human-induced methods forces men to, in some ways, examine the construction of the normative, and I'm using that in quotes, the normative notion of masculinity as the subduer, the individual that is the rugged provider and a real man, and what makes a real man, where the social construction of masculinities is one where individuals are caring, they are providing, they are nurturing, and they are able to express masculinity through a nurturing mode as a result of countering the eco-catastrophe. So the chapter does continue to talk about disasters, how masculinity and masculine performance is also disrupted, and it's very at its very nature, the disaster not only disrupts the gendered performance, but it disrupts the entire life world, the lifescape of the entire community. And so we need to understand some of the root causes of disaster, but also understand the root causes of care and how we can promote a caring environment as well as caring pro-environmental attitudes as a result of disasters that ultimately lead to a more resilient society. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for both of you. I wrote in the chat, I don't know if you saw it, but it was really interesting to listen to both presentations. But I would like to also open up maybe for some questions from the participants or any other contributors to each other as well. So it's just a matter of like writing in the chat or just like, I mean, we are so few that you can also just take the voice and just ask many questions to both the contributors and the writers of the chapters.
I think maybe it's best if you write an X or something in the chat, because some can't unmute themselves. So we have to look there and unmute. Yeah.
I was extremely excited about chapter 13, the renegotiating rural masculinities as vulnerability. Because as we all know, the concept of resilience has an equal concept of vulnerability. And it really spoke well to some of the concepts. I think our papers dovetailed well. The notion of uncertainties that were expressed in terms of maleness and looking at maleness and what defined maleness in different cultural contexts. And also, we both use livelihood approaches, and the way in which the two papers dovetail nicely in terms of ecological destruction. So I dealt specifically with a human-induced disaster as one of the focal issues, but Gonda's paper dealt with issues such as climate change and dealing with, you know, the notion of commonly performed masculinities. And again, I felt that the notions of these two chapters were well suited. So I just have one question, if I may, and this is in regards to chapter 13. The area of study was recently populated, and my question is, when people travel, when people move, they take their notions of masculinities with them. Did the ideas fit well with the new location as people began to populate? Were there conflicts? Were there, you know, parts that just didn't match in terms of the cattle ranchers, in terms of how they viewed themselves?
Yeah, this is an interesting question because, you know, in 7 minutes you don't have the time to explain all the nuances of what is happening, and, you know, and everything. Nothing is ahistorical or unrelated to, you know, to the rest of what has happened in the region. Yeah, I think what has to be known also is that the Pacific side, let's say, of the country, there was in this 1950s, there were some policies that supported the development of cotton production, you know, and the small farmers were increasingly pushed towards the Atlantic side of the country by these policies, and also by all the elites who undertook the white ruling elites, more descendant of the Spanish, that undertook, for example, cotton production and were in the head of these haciendas. So it's a complex question. But what is really interesting in that community that I studied in that region is that before the 50s it wasn't populated. There are other places that are called, you know, forests, and people are talking about them as virgin forest, but actually there were indigenous people living there. So all this question also of what they call the agrarian frontier is very it's a very hegemonic concept, because the frontier, we see it from this side, but not from the side of the indigenous people. We see it from the side of the ruling, let's say, majority. So were they coming with this aspiration of being a cattle rancher? Yes, because it's socially rewarding, but also then because they didn't have the security of, you know, being able to stay on this land, and cattle is something easy to move, and also because the policies that favored, for example, cotton development, they were also pushing them towards that and encouraging cattle ranching. So I do think that they were coming with this aspiration, but it's more complex. It's not just, you know, the personal aspiration. It's very much reinforced by other factors, I would say.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think Shell has a question. I will try to unmute you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for two very interesting presentations. I had a question to Demond Miller. You're talking about the renegotiation of masculinities after Deepwater Horizon, so like a sudden catastrophe. Could you see the same thing happening with like a slow-moving catastrophe like climate change, or something that's more of a sort of longer time scale? Could you see the same pattern, or do you think it needs to be a sudden change or a sudden impact?
Thank you for the question, and it is a topic that I have not considered up to this point. Allow me to ponder and use some of the theory here just for a second. I would argue that you would see this negotiation occur. However, it would be expanded over a period of time. In many cases, especially with individuals struggling with questions of livelihood security, there may be fewer options present. You may still have some of the same economic, social, and cultural forces at the root cause of some of these disasters or some of the issues that start or perpetuate climate change or an oil spill, but the root causes are there and they would take place over a longer period of time, but this would transpire.
Thank you.
Noemi had a question. I think that's the last one you meant, Alessandro, maybe.
I think it's good. Just keeping the time track here.
Yeah.
But I think the last question, and then we can move to your presentation.
I'm happy to give the opportunity to somebody else if no. Okay, then I'll just very quickly and thanks Dimon for the chapter. I think that like they were really it was interesting also to how they speak to each other, our chapters and our reflection, and I felt that there was an important link with debates on transformation in both our reflections. So while disasters or climate change may open up maybe an opening for disrupting hegemonic masculinities, there's still remains a big risk that this transformation is towards something worse than it was before. So I think it was really interesting. And then, if you think about the discussion in my chapter on vulnerability, for example, most of the people I met, they were aware of how bad how environmentally not friendly their activities were, but still, and they were also aware of the fact that with climate change, their activities as cattle ranchers were not sustainable. And at the same time, they were continuing these activities and they were feeling that they were becoming vulnerable. So it was like it's like a two-way thing. So when you're talking about root causes of care, we need to identify the root causes of care. Like concretely, could you give examples about where we should focus to find these root causes?
So thank you for the question. The root causes can be as unique and varied as the situations that present themselves. Some of the root causes for your particular case study may be found in policy, human-induced policies that are written that drive individuals from place to place. Other root causes can be issues of poverty. They can be issues of philosophical orientation. So if we begin to look at the socio-historical development of a disaster, because, keep in mind, disasters don't just happen in 1 second. Disasters have a history, they have a trajectory, and those cultural, social, economic aspects. So you would have to look at each one individually. Now, there are some common themes, of course: social inequality, gender inequality, things that set up communities that tend to lend themselves to being more vulnerable and produce vulnerabilities than do other things, but they are unique for case to case. So I don't want you to think that I'm running from the question, but once you get a particular crisis or a disaster, or in this case, climate change, the root causes may be things such as policy, maybe things that they're very unique to each individual situation. And I would like to talk with you more and we can tease some of those out.
Sorry, guys. Thanks a lot it's been a very interesting debate and discussion. I think you really have to give word now to Angelica, otherwise we run really out of time. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks. I will try to share my PowerPoint. Can you see it? Good. Oh. So my chapter discusses not ecological masculinities as much as eco-modern masculinization as a process that has transformed parts of the environmental movement. And I focus on Sweden, taking the anti-nuclear movement as an example. So I followed the Swedish anti-nuclear movement from the 1980s, when there was a referendum on nuclear power in Sweden, asking what has happened to the movement since. And shortly it has shifted from a very large movement, women-led, engaging in demonstrations and actions against nuclear power in the late 1970s, to a very small movement today, which is mainly engaged in evaluating the nuclear industry's suggestions of what to do with the nuclear waste long term. So the movement has decreased in terms of members, actions carried out, and also shifted its main focus. And the topic of anti-nuclear movement might seem a bit irrelevant today in light of climate change and the big climate change movement. But I mean that it is very relevant to understand why social movements disappear. And especially since the issue of nuclear power and nuclear waste is still not solved. And there are still debates among politicians about nuclear power in Sweden. So understanding why this part of the environmental movement has decreased, I think is important for other parts of the movement. For instance, the climate justice movement, to avoid stepping in the same pitfalls and that I argue that the anti-nuclear movement did. This is what I should have now. And first of all, the Swedish anti-nuclear movement is not alone in having declined since the 1980s. As is well documented, several social movements in Sweden, but also abroad, has since then been declining. And this should be understood in light of the rise of neoliberalism, which is in environmental spheres expressed through ecological modernization. And I think it's important to note here that a framework of masculinities is not necessary to understand all the changes in the environmental movements, because it can be well understood also by looking at neoliberalization of society at large. However, by adding this gender dimension to the analysis, I think enables an interesting discussion in how things that are understood as feminine are constantly devalued in both neoliberal and eco-modern discourses. So what did change within the anti-nuclear movement during its decrease? From this gender analysis, traits and knowledges that in modern Western ideologies are understood as feminine have been increasingly devalued. And such traits are, for example, ethics and morality. For instance, it's now common for anti-nuclear activists to argue against nuclear power as being expensive or irrational, rather than, as earlier was more common, using arguments of peace and health and earth care. And I interviewed a bunch of people engaged in the movement who recall being blamed of emotionality or irrationality if they did talk about moral and ethical arguments, such as human rights and peace perspective. And this shift since the 1980s to uptaking more of the masculine coded arguments, that is also a shift to a more limited anti-nuclear discourse, which is more literally about just nuclear power and not so much more. And this can be compared then to the 1970s, where lots of movements were kind of joined together in one and the same countercultural discourse. And they all questioned the very idea of capitalist industrial society. And such movements who were in coalitions would be, for instance, women's rights, human rights, democratization, environmental protection, etc. But then with eco-modernism and neoliberalism, or masculinization also of the environmental movement, came a more narrow focus within the movement that focused on especially their cause. and often working within institutions like the anti-nuclear movement did, rather than challenging them from the outside. So I claim in the chapter that the fact that activists now avoid using arguments that within an eco-modern discourse are considered emotional reflects an assimilation to eco-modernism within the movement, or to be more specific, an eco-modern masculinization. And one thing I found interesting is also that in parts of the anti-nuclear movement that are less professionalized and more radical in their thinking, these were the parts that are still connecting to other social movements, especially other environmental movements, such as different climate justice movements. And connecting this back to the climate change movement of today, what my chapter aims to do is to warn against following invitations into neoliberal institutions and instead join together with other social movements that demand radical changes, and to dare speaking of ethics, moral, and not reduce arguments to technology and economy. And here I think is where this connects also to ecological masculinities. I have compared a bit what we think about as femininities in Western ideologies and what we think of ecological masculinities, and discussed similarities between those. Yeah, thanks. That was that.
And if someone wants to make a comment, I see Hans Lennart. I'll just try to unmute you. Otherwise, you can write your comment inside the chat.
Yes. You can hear me? Yeah?
Yes. Please.
No, talking about anti-nuclear power movement. Have you been writing anything about the Finnish activity now? Because now I forgot the name of the city, but it's across from Umeå, Skellefteå, Västerbotten, where I'm staying in. And there they are planning a nuclear power plant, a nuclear plant, I mean, and together with the Russia.
Yes.
Rosatom, I believe. Is that something you have been discussing in the book, and how that movement is taking on and working?
I discussed that, yeah, it came up when I interviewed some participants, and these were a couple of years ago I talked to them. But I think I would say that it came up also more often in the parts of the movement I talked about that were not as professionalized and who were reaching out more to not only movements for other causes, but also movement in other countries.
Because they are pretty strong up here, yeah. But yeah, I can say that they are not professionalized, no, but they're very grounded.
Yeah,
a
I'm
grassroots
sure.
organization in its true sense, I would say.
Sorry?
In its true sense, I would say. They are yeah.
Okay, I think let's return to the main room, right?
Welcome everyone to this session in this Men Engage Ubuntu Symposium. And the way this works is that we have three presentations here today. I will begin. My name is Harri Salovaara. I will give a short paper. My presentation will be 7 or less minutes, and then Naoki Kambe, who is also the next presenter, will comment on my paper for a couple of minutes, and then we will open the floor for comments and questions from other people if there are any. And then Naoki will be the next presenter, and I will then give a couple of minutes of comments comments on that paper, and then third, Kadri Avik will present her paper, and then we can directly open the floor after her presentation for some minutes. So we have a maximum of 45 minutes time to do the whole thing, but if we finish earlier, then that is definitely not a problem. We can have a longer break, or we can join one of the other breakout rooms. So I hope that is good for everyone. I will now start my own presentation. I will share my screen. All right, so my presentation is on my book chapter in this book that Martin and Paul edited. The title is Desire to be Connected to Nature, Materialism and Masculinity in YouTube Videos by Solomon. And basically, to give you a brief introduction on the topic, my chapter discusses representations of changing masculinity in mountain sports media. What I mean by changing is that these are not your traditional hegemonic masculinities that are depicted in these videos, but some type of new or hybrid masculinities. And when I talk about mountain sports, I talk about sports such as mountain climbing and mountain running, trail running, ski touring and ski mountaineering, and so forth. And these are marketing or advertising videos by a large multinational outdoor brand, Solomon, based in Europe. The thesis of the chapter is that this big company, Solomon, uses these sponsored athletes that are in their videos as sort of tools to enhance the brand's environmental credentials by showing their athletes as embodiments of these new hybrid, potentially ecological and connected masculinities. The material consists of 3 YouTube videos. They're sort of 10 to 15 minute long advertising videos from 2015, 2016. And the method that I used to analyze these videos is a close reading, which in effect means also watching and listening to these videos, and then theoretically contextualizing my findings using theory on branding. We can't see all of this here because of the screen share attributes anyway. Theories on branding and ecological masculinities, hybrid masculinities, and also material feminisms. I will now, just to give you guys a very brief glimpse on what it is that I was analyzing, I'll show you a 20-second clip of one of the videos, and you can sort of think what this brings to mind to you. So just about 20 seconds.
Ràpid i lleuger és connexió amb la muntanya, no? És una relació tu i ella. Si jo realment puc sentir les pedres, puc sentir la neu, puc realment tocar la muntanya a tot moment, no? És a dir, no hi ha tecnologia extra al mig, no?
Right, so that's just a 20-second bit from one of the videos that I was analyzing in my chapter. And when I was analyzing these videos, I located several different kinds of tropes or recurring themes or motives in the videos. These include escapism from the urban industrial society that we live in, and this sort of longing for a simple life and simplicity also in the approach to mountain sports. The trope of freedom was frequently brought up by the athletes in the videos, and all of the videos share the same aspect of this very concrete, both physical and spiritual, seeking of connection with the earth and with the mountain in more concrete terms. I borrow Alexander's branding theory here also in my chapter. Alexander said that visual representations in advertising media socialize men into specific gender performances, and these gender performances were under discussion then in my book chapter. And in these marketing videos, it is precisely this Solomon gear that enables this connection to nature for these professional athletes, and by extension, the implication is that also for the rest of us and who are watching the videos and who might be interested in doing these things, because obviously they want to sell their stuff to us. Right, the conclusions, I mean, these conclusions may seem a bit sort of abrupt because you haven't had time to really sort of haven't read the paper and you haven't seen all of the videos. But gender equality is not a salient feature in the films, but all of the films do portray a sense of the athlete's commitment to nature. However, the films are all very much non-political, no explicit political urgency is expressed in any of the films, and I argue that to achieve masculine ecologization, explicit political action would be needed to do that, and not just this commercialized consumer self. So moving beyond that would be desirable. And then some questions, if you have them after the presentation, would be, for example, do you think that these videos might represent more general trends in the relationships between men and nature? Is new masculinity, new, softer, caring, more connected masculinity, is that something that you see in your own research or everyday life, or is that just a marketing scheme of these videos? All right, I am 10 seconds to 7 minutes, so I will stop now. Thank you. So Naoki, if you have any comments, I would very much appreciate them. I think you are still muted. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm muted.
Okay.
I'd like to share the slide with you. So I enjoy actually reading the paper. It was the first time for me to realize the video, and it was quite interesting. So I picked up some of the themes from the paper, especially the first section where Harry analyzes the videos. And as he argues that there are some changing natures of masculinities, and it was quite interesting for me to see the relationship between masculinity and consumption. And he actually quote the transformation through consumption on page 5, and this is sort of an interesting idea. And this consumption, and later on he discusses the capitalism in relation to the video, and that was quite interesting as a persuasive measure to sell a particular product at the same time, something about the masculinity. And my question was, how does the video reflect the commercial interest was the interest of mine while I was reading your paper? So I went to the video and here are some of the things I realized. It seems that the video reflects the ambivalence of masculinity rather than either one or the other. So it's sort of like a play of masculinity and ecological masculinity at the same time. So you see something like competitiveness of the race in the video, in the interview. Also something about the masculinity. So here's some of the quotes I rely on much of the subtitles of YouTube. One person, Fabio, said something about the competitive nature of the race, and also something about the beautiful feeling. It's like a drug addictive. And the Killian commented on something quite interesting. You're not competing against yourself or other athletes. In the end, mountains win. Nature, the mountain really matters. So here's something about ecological masculinity. And Mariano, another guy, said the sports in how mountain areas is different from other sports. Race is a way to reinvent or reinforce one's identity. It's quite interesting in relation to gender identity. And there is another female athlete, and it's quite interesting to me because she said something about the competitive nature of the race. I destroy everything because she made a mistake. She took the wrong way, and then she couldn't win the race. So she was so disappointed with the result, and which was quite interesting because she is sort of like following the competitive nature of masculinity through the race. So we talk about not just the men's masculinity, also females' masculinity as well. That was something that I probably wanted to comment on. And finally, as for the ecological masculinity side, Harry talks about the capitalist notion of mountains by referring to some of the comments by the athletes like playground or playing. And I also wanted to know more about the connection between ecological masculinities and the later second section. Second section discusses the connection between mountain and climbers, nature and climbers. But I wanted to see more about the masculinities in the second section of your paper. Then probably I could understand the video more fully regarding ecological masculinities. That was my short comment, and I now stop sharing the slide, and I don't know how much time I spoke. If I overspent time, I'm sorry, but no. I really enjoyed your paper.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the comments. And you weren't many seconds over, so it's very nice. Thank you. I really, the comment about the ambivalence of the masculinity here, I think that's important, and it's also important for the branding of Kilian Jornet himself. He positions himself as an environmentalist, but he is still in the service of this large international company. Anyway, it would be nice to hear some other thoughts if any of the other participants, Tom or Jenny, have any. You can use the chat, or I can unmute you if you want to. If you want to do that, maybe I can unmute both of you, if I can do that, or you can use the chat, perhaps.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I found it very interesting too. It seems to overlay with this broader movement of rewilding, no? Which I'm not sure if you've tapped into with your research. And pardon, I have not read the chapter, so just reflecting, no, as a first-time exposure to the material. And great on the analysis, no, on how it maintains itself a little depoliticized. In a way, what are men escaping to, right? And the freedom of nature is sort of the intense overload, right, of a world that we've created out of these patriarchal, masculine, capitalist systems, right? At the same time, I think there is a really interesting reflection, no, on and you made this point, Naoki, on sort of the respect for nature, no, as a powerful force, and the returning to a positionality in relationship to that. So I thought those points that were emerging were quite interesting and great to continue to track that in terms of it being towards the end of commercial pursuit, like those critiques as well. I think that's really important to highlight, but also if it's tapping into a deeper emergent transformation that we're witnessing on how men are relating to more ecological masculinities, no? So thank you very much. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. Thank you, Jenny. I didn't mean to put you and Tommy on the spot. You are not sort of forced to say anything. It's fine to also just listen. But thank you. It's a very insightful commentary on even if you didn't sort of know almost anything about the material beforehand. That's I haven't sort of discussed this rewilding thing that you mentioned actually. So that's actually interesting point that that I might look into. Thank you. We might have time for just one more comment or question if anyone has any. All right. Thank you everyone for listening to what I had to say, and thank you for the excellent comments. I will now give the floor to Naoki, and he will have his paper next.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sharing the slide with you right now. Okay. So the title of my paper is Expressing Resignation and Nostalgia as for Ecological Masculinities, a Japanese male writer's response to the Great East Japan earthquake. On March 11th, 2011, Japan was rocked by 9.0 magnitude earthquake named the Great East Japan earthquake that caused a devastating tsunami and subsequent accident at the Fukushima nuclear power plant. This earthquake, including the nuclear crisis in Fukushima, gave a number of opportunities for the Japanese scholars and intellectuals to discuss culture, nature, and national identity in Japan. However, interestingly, connection between masculinity and this disaster was rarely discussed by gender studies scholars. So given the discussion theme of this particular breakout room and also the anthology, I would like to touch on the question about embodiment. What are their impacts on bodies in the living world? And as I mentioned, the masculinity and the men were invisible in public discourse. So how can I make this invisibility visible? Because I saw the masculinity to a great extent. So I tried to follow Calvin Thomas' reading protocol on male bodies and anxieties, where Thomas argues that the male assists to the dominant fiction and identify with normative masculinity by learning how to assuage this anxiety. So the key here is the dominant fiction and the normative masculinity. By paying attention to these elements, I may be able to identify the anxieties embodied through their writing and speaking. So in this chapter, I analyzed the written and the spoken testimonies of some Japanese male writers in the aftermath of the earthquake, and I argue that their work reflects both gender-specific masculine anxieties and ideals that have been used to assuage those anxieties. The first one is a masculine virtue called akirame, resignation in English, which is about the disengagement of the masculine self. The other ideal is nostalgia or longing for a remote past as a means of escaping from the here and the now. I argue that through this process, the writers studied and manifest some aspects of ecological masculinities. So here are the four writers I analyzed. Most of you probably have no idea. So I don't touch on each one of them. I don't have time to do so. So I'll pick up some of the examples and ideal. The first ideal, as I mentioned, akirame. And this is something to do with the nature, the perception of nature in Japan, also the natural disaster. Each writer analyzed here expressed his resignation or akirame towards earthquake because they rely on the perception of duality of nature. One phase is violent like natural disaster. The other phase is beautiful like cherry blossoms. So devastation caused by the natural disaster leads to despair at first, but then the beauty of nature helps them escape from the crisis. So they are not explicitly express their vulnerability. They turn it around, the anxiety around, and then aestheticize the nature. By doing this one, they reduce sort of like anxiety they feel after the aftermath of the earthquake. For example, Tetsuo Yamaori, one of the writers analyzed here, describes his visit to some disaster-hit areas. And then he knows that it was like hell, with dead bodies littering the sea. But then he asks, however, at the same time, I found the beauty of nature and the cloudless sky, raging waves were gone, and the sea became very calm and looked so beautiful, as if nothing had happened. I thought then the nature in the Japanese islands has antithetical, double-faced character. So by expressing the beauty of nature, they may be able to reduce their anxiety and they feel more comfortable. So the second ideal is a nostalgia. This is something to do with the man-made disaster at the Fukushima nuclear power plant. These writers never show akirame resignation towards the nuclear power plant crisis because they regard them as man-made disasters as opposed to natural disasters. So there is nothing to be to resign about the feeling. In so doing, they emphasize the difference between the Western approach to nature and the unique Japanese attitude towards nature. So the former one is something to do with the conquering nature for the sake of civilization. The latter is more about working together with and in nature. So obviously they blame the former and appreciate the latter, through which they imagine a more pleasing environment. Especially they went back to the past where Japan was not so invaded by westernized or industrialized way of thinking about the society. So by using nostalgia, they see something positive and hopeful about the situation right after the disaster. So one of the writers, who is Haruki Murakami, he gave a speech in Spain. He imagined and constructed a freezing environment in the past, where people rejected the nuclear energy due to the nuclear bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So he said that strong rejection of nuclear technology that we embraced for so many years, where did it go? And he blamed one of the reasons for this rejection, efficiency. The nuclear reactor is highly efficient system for generating electricity. We Japanese should have continued to shout no to the atom. As we rushed down the path of economic development, we were swayed by that simple standard of efficiency. We lost sight of that important alternative course that lay before us. So he's looking back the past where people rejected the nuclear technology, nuclear energy, and then he blamed the efficiency for that particular rejection. So everybody I analyze here shows something like this. And in concluding, here is something about ambivalent reactions, emotions through their writing. And as you see from some of the examples, this is something to do with achieving a supporting relationship among the human and other than human others in the future by critically blaming the nuclear power plant accident in Fukushima. So thank you for your listening, and I really appreciate your comment and questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Naoki. I thought your paper was fantastic. I had a real pleasure reading it. This has been a topical discussion, actually, also here in Finland, where I am from. I'm involved in Green Party politics, and the relationship to nuclear is a much debated issue. I wanted to ask you about your paper. You mentioned that this connection between masculinity and the disaster has been very rarely discussed by gender studies scholars in Japan. Is this still the case, or has there been any change in this in the last year or two?
I happened to find that probably 2 weeks ago, one book was published by a Japanese scholar who is based in the United States, I assume. And I haven't read the book yet, but probably that was the first book about the masculinity and this particular earthquake. So that is a change after I finished the manuscript. So still, one of the reasons I found the lack of connection between masculinity and this disaster is something else was much stronger than the masculinity in the discussion, which was the sort of like nationalistic ideology. Ideology dominates the discussion, and we forget about the connection between nationalistic ideologies and masculinity. So masculinity was becoming invisible, instead the nationalistic discourse became very visible. So that is probably one of the reasons that I came up with through the observation.
Right. All right. Yeah. Thank you. I mean, but it's good to hear that you're no longer completely alone in sort of seeing this connection. I thought it was interesting this bringing up this nationalist point of view, because I made a couple of notes when I was reading your paper about this sort of potentially precipitating a rise in nationalism in Japan. And it's very interesting that you brought this up here. Also, I also found your what you mentioned just a couple of minutes ago about this the thinking of nature's beauty makes it seem less violent and scary, and I think this might be sort of a convergence with my paper also because the mountains are big and scary and dangerous, but they are also beautiful. I'm trying to be very mindful of the time, but maybe I wanted to finish on a question. In your paper, you said that this chapter makes a somewhat a risky proposal by combining the ecological Nihon Jinron with ecological masculinities. I wanted to ask you if you could briefly elaborate on that just a bit, because I don't think you've mentioned too much about it here in the presentation.
So the risk that I'm taking is nobody has discussed this topic. That is a very much risky study.
Right.
As you said, I was alone. I felt alone, and nobody tried to connect anything between masculinities and this particular disaster. So I feel like I'm doing something out of the field, and so it is one risk. But what I did is I tried to support my argument theoretically and methodologically, and still it's risky because those writers studied in this paper never expressed something that I argue. So what I studied is something they implied, like anxieties. So in this sense, if I ask each writer through interview, they wouldn't accept my argument at all. But my argument is, although they wouldn't admit the fact that they are expressing ecological masculinities, their writing and speaking indeed reflect those emotions to a great extent. So in this sense, I think it's also a risky study. And another point is the risk that I'm taking is the connection between nationalism and masculinity. And as probably Paul mentioned in the keynote, there is a connection between masculinity and natural disaster as a reaction becoming very masculine. And that is one typical reactions that we find during the aftermath of the earthquake or the natural disaster. But my argument is not making this hegemonic masculine discourse in the aftermath. So that was a risk that I'm also taking through my study, because I'm arguing something totally different from hegemonic masculinity. So that is my response to your question.
Cool. Thank you. That's very comprehensive. I think everyone here in the room understands very well now. And for what it's worth, I completely agree with you. I mean, you are right in your analysis after rereading your paper. I mean, and it's good to hear that there's at least one colleague doing something similar. I would now like to open the floor for a couple of minutes of questions or comments from the audience. You can send questions in the chat, or if I manage to do then I can also unmute you. You may also be yourself able to unmute you, but I'm not completely sure about that, because this particular thing is a little bit tricky. Hello, Sue. If you're trying to say something, I cannot yet hear you.
No, I wasn't trying to say anything. I just joined late and I'm just listening. Thank you, though.
All right, thank you. And Jenny says in the chat that thank you so much, Naoki, very interesting analysis. Do we have any other comments or questions? Hey, Jay. All right. If we have no further comments or questions, then I will give the floor to Kadri Afik.
Okay, hi everyone. Let me just share my slides. I hope that will work. I wonder if you see them.
Yes.
Let me try to make them bigger. Okay, so I'll try to be brief as well. Well, it's quite late here, and the other thing is I have a 3-month-old baby that I'm feeding at the moment. So if you hear some strange sounds, then please don't mind. And and I try to be coherent. All right, so mine then is chapter 15, and I explore actually kind of the identities and practices of vegan men, so men who have given up animal products from their diets. And I look at like how they actually, through their veganism, open up potential and practice greater care for non-human others and Earth and the self as well. So yeah, so where I'm coming from, like briefly the background, and this is something that by now is quite clear that actually consumption of non-human animals is one of the key drivers of climate change nowadays, and we have this ethical crisis, what I call ethical crisis in human-animal relations, definitely, and also animal justice is a social justice issue because even when we think of the climate crisis, it affects the most vulnerable people and communities, as one example. And then what are some ways out of this crisis? Definitely there are several, but one could be more, moving towards more ethical and sustainable food practices. And veganism, plant-based diets could be one such. It's actually even being pointed out by some prominent international organizations that human diets in the future should be sustainable, and they are largely plant-based, in fact. So I would think that veganism can be one way to move towards more sustainable and caring ways of being. And then on the other hand, I'm interested in men's identities and practices in moving towards more towards greater sustainability, and as well towards more egalitarian gender relations. And there are some interesting ways in which actually, men's veganism can offer potential for doing masculinity differently in ways that can be more gender egalitarian. So that's also something that previous research has suggested. So vegan men have the potential to challenge gendered and other power relations. And also care is one kind of prominent concept in my chapter that I kind of open up and explore, but I don't have time to go into this now. But yeah, so what I did in my chapter, actually, it's based on some empirical research. I'm a sociologist and a gender scholar by background, and so I interviewed vegan men in Finland and in Estonia, and in total 61 of them. So to explore these issues, and so basically in this chapter, I'm kind of trying to explore this issue of how vegan men practice care, and actually whether and how their veganism is linked to social justice and gender equality. So these are kind of the questions I'm exploring. And yeah, so I do have like three aspects that so three like main parts of the chapter. I explore how they practice care for non-human life. Well, that means other animals and the environment, and then care for the self and also human others. So I'm kind of interested in this question, how they relate to gender and gender inequalities, as well as what is their intersectional politics. And I realized that because I have way too many slides and so little time, I'm actually, I do have in my chapter a lot of like quotes, quotations from these men that I interviewed to illustrate my arguments. And so if anyone is interested, you can see that in the chapter, but I'll just want to highlight a few things sort of as a way to wrap up too. So basically the chapter addresses this question of how ecological masculinities can look like in more concrete terms through the framework of veganism. And I examined men's veganism through the notion of care, and highlighted these three aspects, as I pointed out. And what I found is that going vegan was seen by these men as a significant and very positive change in their lives. So as a way to put care in practice. And regarding the kind of gender, gender politics and intersectionality. So I found that there were like maybe two types of men that for one group, I would say that veganism was part of their like broader leftist values and politics. And they clearly had this intersectional agenda of anti-oppression, and they kind of were very knowledgeable about gender issues, and they called out, and challenged toxic masculinity. So that was like one kind of group of men. And for others, like veganism was not for them like explicitly some connected to gender issues or as part of a social justice agenda. So they didn't make those links. But then I'm actually also arguing that it's actually difficult to neatly separate these men because even those men who were sort of not making those links, they showed like more compassion and care for others, and also actually more awareness of gender and intersectional inequality. So in a way, even if they didn't explicitly do this, in other ways in the narratives, I could see this, that they were kind of having more awareness of those issues. And yeah, finally, what I'm kind of arguing is that veganism could be one concrete way to perform care for men and contribute to the emergence of more ecological masculinities. And I do point out also some of the limitations of this, maybe wondering how men's veganism translates into broader social and institutional change, and does it somehow, or doesn't it challenge capitalism, and things like that. So these questions should be kept in mind. But I think, despite these limitations, it could be a tangible way for men to begin to practice care for human, non-human others, and for the environment and for the self. And definitely, I mean, these were quite privileged, rather privileged Western men that were participating in my study. And for Western men, privileged Western men in particular, and they are a group who is most responsible for climate change, there is a need to challenge, dominant forms of masculinity and to cultivate more empathetic and caring and kinder ways of being. So definitely what I'm arguing is that oppressions are interlinked, and so the social and environmental justice is really linked to animal justice. And I think extending care towards nature, environment, non-human animals should be an important element in men's practices of care.
That they don't.
So that's really briefly it. And I completely didn't know how much time it took. I hope it's still okay. Thank you.
I don't know necessarily how it challenges capitalism.
I'm sorry, did anyone have a question? I didn't hear that very well.
I think
I heard somebody ask a question or make a comment, and I
think Sue was asking about does this challenge capitalism,
Mhm.
or how does it challenge capitalism?
Right, that's a really valid question, and that's something that I a little bit explore in the chapter, or maybe even raise it as a question. And I'm also like a bit pessimistic. I think it's currently, veganism is mostly expressed as a consumer choice or practice, and I think it is quite problematic. I think often in the media too, it's sort of highlighted through this okay, I want to get my soy milk or other kind of products, and this is there's a kind of niche markets, and even some of those meat industries are now offering these plant-based products, and in a way, I'm not sure that in such a way, or at least when thought of as a sort of consumer practice, veganism can challenge capitalism, but perhaps it's not only like a diet or a consumer practice, but it's more also this philosophy behind it, challenging the human exploitation of other animals. So maybe if these other aspects were more highlighted, but yeah, you're right. I do think it's it's a bit problematic, veganism's relationship to capitalism.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kadri, for the wonderful presentation. And thank you, Sue, for the question. We do have a few minutes to ask for further questions. I know I would have like a million questions to ask, but I don't want to hog the floor. So other comments and questions are very welcome also.
I have a quick question, and thanks so much for the presentation, Kadri. But my question actually that come to mind is about Arnold Schwarzenegger, the bodybuilder, governor, and as I'm sure you know, vegan. So,
yes.
or he's kind of been celebrated as a vegan or critiqued as a vegan. And I just, because it was when I first heard, obviously, it's such a contradiction from a gender point of view because of his hyper-masculinity and his hyper-masculine style or whatever, his career, everything about him, becoming the governor of California and everything as well. So very powerful and traditionally masculine. Does that kind of disrupt this traditional notion of veganism being considered more about traditionally feminine characteristics around caring? Or what do you think about that?
Yeah, in some ways, definitely there's maybe like veganism has been represented through these examples too, like these very masculine men in a way, like, okay, they are vegans, but does their veganism somehow challenge like unequal gender relations? And in many ways they are like performing hegemonic masculinity while being vegans. So I think that's quite problematic, and in some ways I'm kind of sad that they are the ones being highlighted as kind of the role models of, you know, and representing veganism. But I don't know, maybe in some other ways, for many people it's sort of unexpected too that these kind of men and meat eating has been such a powerful element of traditional like ways of doing masculinity, and that these men are like somehow now adopting a plant-based diet and kind of sending this message that, you know, you can be a strong man or something. I mean, that's something that many men still care about. Maybe they shouldn't, you know, but in a way that's still like there. And so in a way they kind of challenge, you know, some kind of links, you know. But I think it's a huge issue and that should be explored more, you know.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question, and one of the things that I also thought about. I mean, there's kind of this risk perhaps, but I mean, being vegan is sort of all that some men do, and then they still continue with other oppressive behaviors. I mean, your material seems very, very encouraging in this sense, but since we have the example of Schwarzenegger here and others, for example, in the Game Changers document and so forth, I mean, that's something to sort of think about at least.
Yeah, and one thing to add also that I'm kind of thinking that it's you know, one thing is like being vegan and you know, even like, you know, being pro-feminist in their values and all, but then finally like these men that I interviewed, their privileged position is not really challenged, like in this kind of gender hierarchy and in a structural sense, like not that veganism like doesn't really challenge their like privilege in a way. So maybe it even boosts it in a way. I'm kind of thinking. So it is really problematic.
Yeah.
But yeah, there were some encouraging signs as well, which I'm exploring in the chapter.
Yeah, I mean that's really nice to hear. All right. If there are no further questions, then thank you to Kadri and Naoki also, and everyone who was present here.
I have to confess that I would much prefer to talk about Paul Poulet's and Martin Hoekman's talks, right? Because I have so many thoughts on my mind right now that it's a bit hard for me kind of to go to my own chapter and let go the thoughts that are, well, swirling around in my mind at the moment.
Okay,
anyway, let me just share.
We have time, we could actually give that some minutes. If you want. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I mean, just 1 minute maybe, because what's really on my mind is since Martin mentioned the very last contribution to this volume by Mara, I think is her first name, Haug, on de-essentializing these binaries and looking for a world beyond the number two. That's part of our problem, right? That we are fixed in dualisms, in binaries, you know. I think that's a wonderful approach, but on the other hand, aren't we falling into that same trap by repeating these dualisms, these Manichaean types of thinking, black, white, good, bad, in our own volume, right? In our own approaches, talking about the term masculinist, right? I mean, maybe we should think about if that is the correct term, because feminist, which is the obvious counterpart, is connoted as something progressive, and masculinist obviously is connoted as something very negative and bad. But that has not always been like that. In the 19th century, George Bernard Shaw, a humanist, called himself a masculinist. What he meant back then in the 19th century was he was a progressive person thinking outside the box. It's just so fascinating to me how the term masculinist has changed into something ultimately bad. It's like a huge specter, don't be masculinist. And I mean, for good reason, right? Because what we connect with that is really something that should be objected to, right? That is objectionable. But I mean, language changes. And maybe we should think, you know, about these dualisms if they really work, if this is what we want to evoke. Feminist, good, progressive, connoted, reminds me of that essentialist idea of women being good, right? And men being bad, right? Masculinist. Once again, this has not always been like that. In the 19th century, masculinist was progressive. I mean, there were people like Parker Pillsbury. You won't know his name. You probably have never heard about Parker Pillsbury. There was a male freedom fighter who, along with Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, founded a revolutionary magazine, Revolution, which was a feminist magazine, right? In favor of women's rights, suffragism, and so on. So it's just interesting how words have changed. And maybe we should be a bit careful about the words that we are using. And maybe the words are not really accurate
Thank you.
We are employing.
Thank you. Let's go around here where we have 1 to 2 minutes each and share some reflections from the plenary first, and then we go into your chapters after that. Marina.
Well, I'm just also reacting to what you, Stefan, said. I think we are in a culture of judging and labeling, and that's also a problem of like modern civilization. We try to categorize everything, and of course the best categories we know they are in duality, in a dual world. And actually that's what Buddhism is teaching. Go beyond duality, go beyond judgment. For me, and I agree with you, we are on in the beginning of a real change. And it's changing how we think, how we view, and the language is a very essential part of that, because language is part of how we describe and express. But also, to me, what I've heard from Paul and Martin, and I always love, listening to, actually, and Vidor, listening to all of you have to say, I think to me, going into inclusiveness beyond humans, that's one a very essential thing, because a lot of our ego problems are focused on our human ego. I mean, we are so full of ourselves everywhere, and we think that we have expertise in everything. And we forget that we belong to a much more complex world. And I think this is also a very essential reminder that I'm a feminist. I work with violence against women for 30 years. But recently, recognizing roots of violence against women and nature in the same you know, hierarchy, suppression, same culture. But it's actually not, you know, it is patriarchy, but it's also how we humans behave on the planet. And we create a disaster as a result. And to me, I think this is also a very essential part. Thank you. I'm very excited being here.
I couldn't agree more.
Emil, do you want to share some reflections after the keynote?
Sure. I think I would like to reflect on what Stefan and Marina has talked about. I think that's I think it's a very rewarding thing to do, to just reflect on what we've said so far. Just to introduce myself just briefly, I have a background in environmental science and psychology, and right now I'm working with the Swedish church, since they have, like, they're planning how to actually become climate neutral, and it's a very exciting like quest I'm setting out to. It's very unexpected that I would do this. So all these issues are so very central, and I chose this breakout room because the narratives are so important. Because if we're supposed to engage people who are, say, if you're not a non-believer, if you don't have a religion, or if you do, and how do you make these groups meet and have a common goal? You know, it doesn't matter if you believe or not. That's my mission right now, and it's very, very, like, difficult, but it's very meaningful. And like you said, Stefan, I think it's very, very important to just reflect on the words that we choose, because I also believe that it's so easy to go into any sort of discussion, and when we use our words, we easily just, like Marina said, we take for granted that, you know, we know what we talk about. And as soon as we use a word like masculinity or even sustainable development, we think that we know what we're talking about, but the other person has already, you know, switched on something that they associate with, and already there we're starting to, you know, talk about different things, and it all comes back to listening. So I think one of the main things we need to do more is actually become better listeners and actually reflect on what people say much more, instead of having, you know, everyone has a go and everyone spouts their own ideas, and that's like the main goal of every sort of discussion nowadays, I believe. So everyone is just preparing for what they're going to say, and it's a very individualistic and egoistic thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have Gideon with us. Nice to see you. Hi.
Hi, Gideon.
Great.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You've been with us all the time, right? It's just that we haven't been able to see you. Yeah.
Yeah, great. That's true. I've been following the discussion from the start, but I think this is a great thing to do. And by way of introduction, my name is Gideon Brobe. I am finalizing my work at the English department of the University of Ghana. My interests really are in migration literature and then materialism. So I just thought I would want to follow this work on masculinities. And I'd like to say that this is an important thing, an important area to go into, especially for me as an African and with interest in African literature. I see that convergence between fictions and fact, you know, and one of the big things that we face here, especially concerning climate and earth and sustainability, has to do with the way resources are managed. You know, if I should pay attention to, say, lumber felling or illegal mining in Ghana, for instance, it's an area where you find a lot of men. Majority of the people involved in the value chain are men, and I think that it's an important thing to do, to let literature work for the society. You know, let literature work not just on the fictional level, but also contribute to changes in the factual level. So that's what I'd like to say this week.
Thank you. Thank you. Usche, you please.
Yeah, so I'm just going to add a bit to try to make connections to all you've said. So I'm thinking in terms of Stefan's critique of how we use language and how some connotations are associated with male or male identity and then used to evoke negative impressions. So I think my own concern is how we, the humanities and perhaps social sciences, are fond of proliferating concepts. And in proliferating these concepts, do they really do the work we want them to do? And what are the limits of having a multiplicity of concepts, which in a way say the same thing? And then we're talking of, like, there's this fascination with, we have to keep formulating concepts to explain the same reality. We have to keep creating new words, as if there's an obsession to just be more linguistic or more linguistically proficient in that way. And so I'm thinking that in a way that if we're going to engage with the multitude of people who we desire to get over to facilitate the kind of change or inclusivity we're thinking about, and beyond the elitist space of scholarly interventions and inquiry, how do we get the layman? How do we get the man on the streets, the woman on the streets, the people on the streets to buy into? For a lot of people wouldn't really understand what the Anthropocene is. And perhaps, do we go for something simpler, clearer, more lucid, more engaging with their reality? Like climate change, for instance, everybody understands. But of course, people may easily misread that. And so, like we talked about, I have to do not have a way. There's the concept. I find it difficult to pronounce, the chulutu or something. And if I'm speaking with people who are not invested in post-humanism or material humanism, and I use that concept, how do I sway them over to think with me, to see with me that we have more pressing issues to engage in this time now, in this epoch? So perhaps we have to rethink our language and how we pursue concepts. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank
you, Uche.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I will do my 2 minutes as well, I think, and then we'll go to the chapters. To me, yeah, there are so many traps and so easy to get trapped when we use the terms of masculinity and femininity, and because we start at least in my head, and I meet that a lot from others' responses as well, we get into think about men and women, and for me it's really about getting beyond those binaries, and even the concept ecological masculinities is complicated in that sense. It's a strategic choice to use those words in order to kind of attract men and to make men realize that this is important issues for men to also think about. But then when we do the work in practice, we have to go beyond that. So the goal is not to develop a new kind of masculinities, which is ecological, but the goal is to get beyond it and come to what is, and there actually I found, I think, and we found simple words and simple language, which is about care, to care. And the beautiful thing is when we work, for example, with fathers, and Marina know a lot about this. We do work with men who are becoming fathers, and the focus is on care. And when you focus on being a present and caring parent, instead of trying to find out what is it to be a father compared to being a mother, what is special about being a father, if you move beyond that and talk about how can I care as a present parent, then it becomes very obvious after a while for the men in these groups that, yeah, if I want to learn about that, I look around for role models, and then, yeah, a lot of women are good present parents, so I can learn a lot from them. And there we are. Men are leaving this kind of, that we have to be men as something different from women, and we can start learning from each other and do things together. And that's the same when it comes to care for the environment. We all are longing for and are capable of, and it's in our nature, I would say, to care for each other, for ourselves, and for the earth, and we can focus on that. Yeah, that's some reflections from me. And that now my bell is ringing. So let's go to the chapters. Thank you for this. Very rich.
Just to recapitulate, I think we do not only need a new culture of speaking, to pick up what Uche said, but also a new culture of listening, what Emil said, right? Because that goes together, speak and to listen.
Yes.
Okay, shall I share my screen now? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Thought you wanted to get over to the
time.
Move over to good.
And does it work for you that I just show my phone like this when time is up, and then you can finish?
It's just fine.
Yeah, 7 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, where do I click? How do I open my presentation?
Share screen, maybe?
Yeah, I went on, just don't find it. Startseite, okay.
Ah, you need to find it on your computer.
It says whiteboard. Let me see. I just have some difficulties in find. Let me see.
I stopped the timer. Take your time to find.
Yeah. Can you see something? Can you see me sharing my screen right now?
Here.
Yeah.
This is yes. See this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Just give me 1 second. I'm just trying. Here we go. Okay. So you can see my screen right now?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. So the title of my chapter is Coyote Practices, Eco-Masculinities and Postmodern North American Literature. I just changed this, by the way, just a couple of days ago. I was so happy that they still allowed me to change it from US American to North American, because I'm also including Canadian literature. So my name is Stefan Brandt. I'm a professor of American Studies. And my focus in this chapter is on North American nature writing since the 1980s. 1980s is the period commonly known as postmodernism. So skepticism, non-linear modes of storytelling, also a questioning of meta-narratives. So the truths that we are used to, masculinity is certainly one of these truths, femininity too, right? So all these essentialisms are criticized, are subverted in postmodernist thinking. The coyote is a particularly important and central figure in this discourse used by Native American literature and culture, and also by feminist culture. Donna Haraway uses this term. So coyote practices for me are literary and cultural techniques to connect masculinities with ecological concerns. The coyote is a very fascinating character in mythology. According to Native American myths, the coyote stands for a shape-shifting figure. So the middle ground between the human and the non-human world. Very often humans transform into coyotes. In feminist theory, Donna Haraway has suggested this new definition of coyote practices. The coyote suggests our situation, our meaning of humankind in postmodernity, when we give up mastery, but keep searching for fidelity, knowing all the while we will be hoodwinked. So we have the sense of skepticism, but also trying out to get reconnected with nature via the coyote. Postmodernist writing uses the metaphor of the coyote to negotiate between the relations between the human and the non-human world, right? So there are lots of movies. If you want to see a real good movie, it's Wolfen, right, about Native Americans actually taking revenge turning into animals, taking revenge on Western hegemonic culture. I am using key concepts from the discipline of eco-criticism. Lawrence Buell would be a key figure in this context, professor at Harvard University. He wrote this book, The Environmental Imagination, talking about 19th century texts, Thoreau, Whitman, Emerson, but also going to the late 19th and early 20th century. In my essay, there are two groups of postmodern writings. First of all, texts in which the non-human environment is a key actor. So the world is basically the actor, not your traditional cowboy or masculine hero, but the world becomes an actor. So it replaces individual male agency. I am looking at a few neo-Western novels by Cormac McCarthy and T.C. Boyle. The second group of texts involves narratives that focus on male accountability. So these are Clive texts. They also employ ideas from deep ecology, and they look at how white males have been responsible for many of the disasters that we are experiencing. One example is Margaret Atwood's, Canadian writer, Clive work, Oryx and Crake. There's also a novel by T.C. Boyle called A Friend of the Earth, which I'm also exploring. So these two groups of texts, and both of them go away from traditional versions of masculinity. So Cormac McCarthy's All the Pretty Horses, it's one of the two novels by Cormac McCarthy that I'm exploring from 1992. It's a neo-Western. This is a quotation from the text. This is the main character who is played in the movie version by Matt Damon, whom you can see here. He touched the horse with his heels and rode on. He rode with the sun copering his face and the red wind blowing out of the west across the evening land. So you have the image of the West, Wild West, the realm of the archetypal masculine hero. So the focus is on the cowboy here, the male hero. He touched the horse. Let's see how the text goes on. And horse and rider and horse, this is from the text, horse and rider and horse, passed on, and their long shadows passed in tandem, like the shadow of a single being. So this cowboy hero melts with his horse, becomes one with nature, passed and paled into the darkening land, the world to come. So this ends on a notion of the world agency. So the world plays a role, not the individual male actor, protagonist, but the world becomes important. This is where our attention shifts. So two things happen here. First of all, the boundaries between protagonist and nature are blurred. And second, the myth of the heroic male adventure is debunked. So these male heroes are no heroes. They are mock heroes, anti-heroes. The true hero is the world, nature. So the second group of texts is epitomized by Margaret Atwood's Oryx and Crake, which is the first part of her trilogy on a post-apocalyptic world, in which man has destroyed this beautiful planet and lives in some kind of wasteland. One of the key characters is Jimmy, also called Snowman. This is the same figure. He's a Yeti-like figure, haunted by his former involvement in dubious bioengineering machinations. This is a quote from the text, the abominable snowman, existing and non-existing, flickering at the edges. Sorry, the picture is just in front of the text, so I can't read part of the text. At the edge of blizzards, ape-like man or man-like ape. So you can see this merging of man and nature again, stealthy, elusive, known only through rumors. So he's a ghost. He's not a real man anymore, as in the traditional adventure tales from the earlier periods, but he's a ghost, right? Haunted by his own past. Two things happen in this type of text. First of all, traditional masculinity is held accountable for ecological catastrophes, what Paul called the Anthropocene earlier on. And second, ecological concerns are foregrounded. So this is where our attention is moved towards: global warming, man-made disasters, and so on. So this is just in a nutshell what my chapter is about.
That was
Thanks
7
for
minutes.
pointing. Good.
Over to you. You're muted.
Shall I stop sharing my screen, right?
Yeah.
Let me see. Hopefully I'm not leaving this room, just going on stop, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, good.
Good you didn't leave the room. Oh, here we have others. I didn't see you, Kathleen. Nice to see you here. And Celine.
Hi there.
Yes, Ushe.
So I read Stefan's Coyote Practices, the chapter on that, and what I noticed is that he emphasized how postmodernity challenges men's capacity to claim agency over nature. And in his analysis of these two different genres of Western novels, he uncovered alternative models of masculinities that emphasize ethical relationship with nature. And so we don't have, like he said, we don't have heroic masculinities that are steeped in idealized Western models of manhood. So in my reading, I identified 3 themes in his text. So the first is the agency of nature. Nature is not inactive, but it plays an active role in all the narratives. And so we can see that nature is a key actor in the human and non-human relationship in those texts. Then the second theme I identified is demytholization of the white male. So the myth of the white male, particularly the American male, who is seen in terms of traditional conceptions of masculinity, those myths are deconstructed. They are even subverted in those narratives. And then it's as if the white male is helpless, is a prey rather than a predator of nature. So, and the white male can no longer fully claim mastery over nature, but rather is rendered impotent or emasculated by nature. So nature subverts the male power in those texts. Then the third theme I uncovered was Stefan stresses a different model of ecological masculinities, or if you can take the liberty to conceive of that model of masculinity as coyote male subjectivity that is caring. We still go back to the notion of care, caring rather than transgressive. Oh, sorry, caring but transgressive, and fluid rather than fixed, and relational rather than domineering. So in this model of masculinity, we see a male subjectivity that cares even when they are rendered powerless, they are rendered helpless at the mercy of the elements or the planetary capacity of nature. So, but more interestingly is that Stefan emphasizes the need for every one of us to recognize Earth's interests or the planetary health of our world. And we should continue resisting that or those normative categories by which we understand the world, or through which we come to understand identity, difference, and even desire. So in other words, we have to find ways, we have to continue emphasizing ways to rethink and reframe our relationship with nature in a way that accommodates the diversity of the world, as well as the diversity of those categories of human, or even those we regard as the less than human, the subhuman, and then the non-human. So I think those are my responses to my own reading of Stefan's essay. And it's also remarkable that my own essay, in a way, takes up this question of ethical relationality with nature or with the non-human. And I'll talk more about that when it gets to my own time to talk about my chapter.
Thank you very much. So we have we used actually the first half an hour for our conversation first. So we have 2 minutes now for some reflections from all of us, or questions and so on, and then we need to go to your chapter, Ushe. So we have 15 minutes for that one. Any reflections, questions, or anything from Emil, Marina, Katrina, Gideon, or Celine? I just
maybe can I? Yeah. I actually love all the symbolism of that, but one, I don't know, it's probably obvious idea, but at the same time, it never came so clearly to my mind until I listened for two of you. You know, when we are focused on our human world, like our societies, our relationships, and all of that, that's where we continue reproducing our own cycles and models. When we, you know, when you beautifully said about being, you know, one with nature there, and the masculinity and coyotes as a transition, you know, we interpreted long time ago somewhere back then, we misinterpreted the nature relationship with each other, and we created some fake identities for ourselves. And now we are reproducing them as experts. I mean, to me, this is like eye-opening. This is something I never thought about that so clearly. So I will be thinking about that. Thank you.
I do appreciate, if I should maybe just briefly respond to Marina. I think we should be humble, right? We should be humble, very humble, in our own understanding, you know, of what we are saying, how we are dealing with these subjects, and we should by no means think we are experts, because we are not, right? But this is where the listening that Emil mentioned early on comes together with a curiosity. And this is what I connect with coyotes also, right? A sense of curiosity, also a sense of just being open, you know, towards whatever we may encounter, you know, and never claiming to be experts in anything.
Thank you. Ushe, your chapter, please present it to us.
So I'm gonna share it just a couple of seconds. So my own chapter is going to take a detour from Stefan's approach to a selection of literary genre. So my own chapter is titled The Ecocentric Borderman, Masculinities and the Non-Human in Jim Lynch's Border Songs. So like I mentioned, the text, Border Songs, it's a realist novel. It's not post-apocalyptic or climate fiction or neo-Western, but it's we could say social realist novel. So it paints, in a way, it paints life the way, or the social world in the way it is at the moment. And so some of the things that come across as you read the text, surveillance, nostalgia, identity, difference, community. But my own interest here is on the connections between human and the non-human. So you have a potpourri of characters, mostly interesting in idiosyncratic characters, and even the protagonist or the key character, Brandon, comes across as an eccentric or idiosyncratic character, but in a positive way, if I could use that liberty. So you have Brandon, who is my focus of analysis. You have his father, Norm, the mom, Jeanette, his love interest, Madeleine, Madeleine's father, Wayne, Sophie, and Dion. And so Brandon is an American, and his love interest, Madeleine, and her father, they are Canadians. So the novel is set along the US-Canadian border, but precisely in Washington State and in British Columbia. So a bit of context. One of the ways I read the novel is, first of all, to read it as a border narrative. And as a border narrative, it attempts to reflect the diverse experiences and meanings which borders have for the individual citizens who live on the border. And that's according to Newman. And Procola also says that border narratives help us or help people to make sense of and communicate their ideas and experiences of borders. So people's narratives expand our understanding of borders and bordering practices. So on the slide, you can see just a sample of texts that we could read as border narratives. You have Jane Ukrat's Sanctuary Line, Lorena Gale, Angelique, and Linda Hogan's Solar Storms. So one of the ways I approached my reading of the text is to look at what ideas of masculinity are valorized on the border and how the key character challenges as well as reconfigures his own identity as a male. So borders, as we all know, are zones of security, surveillance, and policing. But more recently, they've functioned as centers of detention and incarceration. And borders are always invested in biopolitics, and they also function as regimes of biopolitics. Specifically, most of the actions in the text take place along the United States and Canada border. And so that serves as a site for Brandon to repudiate the American ideal of masculinity. So Jim Lynch, I argue that Jim Lynch creates Brandon as an eccentric American border guard of the state who does not perpetuate the repressive mechanism of the state, but rather works to subvert that biopolitical logic, as well as refutes the idealized notion of how to be a man or a male in the American hegemonic context. So his character, Brandon's character, does not claim mastery, does not work to dominate nature. Rather, he sees himself attuned to the vibrations of nature. So he's more invested in caring and nurturing for the animals along the border as well as the animals within its own vicinity. So in a way, one can significantly argue that Bandon exemplifies the possibilities of how we can begin to rethink what it means to be a man in contemporary times, even when you are invested or you are responsible to securitize and to police the border. So there are so many instances of Bandon evincing an ecocentric or a care-centric disposition to both humans and the non-human. But for this purpose, I'll just focus on its relationship with the non-human. And in the text, there are so many instances where Bandon takes care of worms, of birds, of the little animals, as well as the larger animals. So his father is a dairy farmer, and he has a lot of cows. And these two quotes speak to the guardian virtue or the caring ethos of Bandon. So I quote, his father Norm admits that Bandon is great with cows, particularly at noticing things he and most dairymen missed, such as the beginnings of swollen joints, split hooves, or eye infections, and the potentially agitating shift in lighting, texture, and colors or sounds. And that speaks to a kind of perceptual quality Bandon has, and I'll come to that in the next slide. And so on one occasion, Norm was speaking with Sophie, the masseur in that community, and he was complaining about Bandon, that, oh, he relates better to animals than humans. And Sophie makes an interesting, remarkable statement, and she tells him that we are animals too. And that way she blurs the binary between human and the non-human. And so in Sophie's eyes, we're all animals, even though we categorize ourselves as human in a way to privilege ourselves as superior. But as she says that statement, it's fraught with a lot of post-human implication, such as it challenges the ideas of objectifying or animalizing the non-human order. And also it constitutes us in that relationship of being entangled with multi-species. And so we become one with the non-human order. We become, in a way, animals, not just humans, but we're animals in that sense. So if you recall, Norm was talking about how Bandon has this unique vision to see, and then to even see texture as well as lighting and color. And one of his colleagues, Mark Fati, notes that Bandon's eyes are really, really wide open, which speaks to his unique vision. And because his eyes are wide open, attentiveness or a way of seeing or a way of caring depends on how we see. And this brings me to the position that we can't care unless we see or we attune our sight to seeing differently, to seeing beyond categories, beyond orthodoxies, beyond binaries. And if we talk about care, attentiveness is a form of seeing. And Sada Lojon talks more about the visual and caring in our essay, The Will to See.
Time.
Okay. So Bandon acts as a rallying point in the community, and one of the ways he contests normative masculinity is to show that masculinity is almost a form of posing. We stylize certain identity to conform to prevailing ideas of what it means to be a male or a man. So in a nutshell, one is not born masculine, but rather poses as masculine. So finally, Bandon's way of being a man or being a male reflects the interconnectedness of all life. And that way it compels us to appreciate values such as caring, openness, nurturing, and non-defensiveness. So Jim Lynch's novel, emphasizes potentials of rethinking not only masculinity, but also rethinking how we care, relate, and nurture Earth. Thank you very much, and that's
fantastic. Thank you so much. Stefan, you have read this chapter and prepared some.
Yeah, I just read that Dalu means thank you, so I'm learning something here.
And I want to make us aware that we have 3 minutes now until 11 o'clock. So,
okay, first of all, I think that our chapters match really well. I think this is also why they grouped us together, because there are lots of interconnections, right? I could have written, had I known Jim Lynch, which I didn't, I must confess. Had I known him, I might have easily have written about border songs. It's really a fascinating novel. I immersed myself into it after hearing about it from you, right? And also learned a bit about his other works, right? That he stands in the tradition of John Steinbeck, one of my favorite authors. So I think that there are lots of commonalities between our approaches and also the topics, right? Jim Lynch reminds me a lot of T.C. Boyle and Cormac McCarthy. You just said at the beginning that your chapter is a kind of detour, right? I think that it really goes right into the middle of what many postmodernist authors are dealing with. I don't see so many differences here, but more the similarities. First of all, the theme of borders, right? You have Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy that talks about borders, also different borders going north and south. In Blood Meridian, Cormac McCarthy takes us north and south of the Mexican-American border. Now, Jim Lynch talks about the Canadian-American border. All these territories signify something. You have connections to Canada with regard to masculinity. Of course, connections to the US American identity with regard to masculinity. So you have stereotypes, what Canadian masculinity stands for. So usually when we look at Justin Trudeau, we have that idea that Canadians are different. This is a myth which is nurtured, and you criticize that myth, I think, in your chapter, because this is what postmodernist fiction does. It is skeptical. It looks at narratives, that have become accepted, and it questions these narratives. I think these two borders that, because this is what postmodernism is about, blurring the boundaries between borders of thinking, but also between geographic borders, north and south, Canada, United States, west, east. I mean, this takes place in Washington. How far west can you get? This is the former West, the first expedition, which was launched by Thomas Jefferson, one of the first US presidents and Secretary of State, Thomas Jefferson, who wrote the Declaration of Independence. He sent people to Washington. Back then, it wasn't called Washington, to the territories, of that region. British Columbia, Washington, this is where the Lewis and Clark expedition went. So, I mean, this is the West, what you are talking about. And it is no coincidence that Border Songs is situated in that area between different borders, north and south, Canada.
Welcome everyone to this session, Group 6 on Futures, Masculinities Beyond Fossil Fuels. And the first two people will be, it's Greta Gard and Marna Hawk, I believe. Is Marna Hawk with us? Yes, she is. Perfect. All right. Then I'm handing over to you two. Whoever goes first has 7 minutes on their presentation, and then 3 minutes for the respondent, and then it's 5 minutes Q&A after for everyone. So it's up to all the other people in the room. It's up to you whether or not you want to either post your questions here in the chat or you can just ask them after and we will unmute you. So it's perfectly fine if you just give us a wink or something, and then we can unmute you, and then we'll have time for the Q&A. So take the stage.
All right. Well, you don't need the title slide. You know all that. So this is sort of the progression here, and I'm going to have to minimize looking at all of you so I can look at my slides. So I'm going to have to lose the visual reactions. I probably, yeah. Okay. So this is the sequence of topics. I'm going to address why we need to rethink masculinity from an ecological perspective, and so on. So there are these 6 steps, and to grace these 6 steps, I give you an image of Gene Kelly. If you know anything about U.S. film history, Gene Kelly was a dancer, and it turns out that he was very anxious about his masculinity. And so I chose that because masculinity is stressful for men. It's stressful for women and the earth and animals and everyone else, but it's also stressful for men. And he had to make sure that he had spats and the right suit and the right handkerchief and the little mustache, because he was a dancer. And just that one thing was enough to possibly make the whole show of masculinity go kaput. All right. Let me see how to advance. Okay, so one reason we need to rethink masculinity is because it's lethal. The toxic masculinity is showing up in many kinds of violence. The way that Euro-Western masculinity is defined is maturity is separation. The identity and self-worth is based on conquest of women, other men, animals, the planet. There's a strong association between hegemonic masculinity and mass shootings. The competitiveness of masculinity is pretty clear. And of particular interest to me is the association between masculinity and predation. Although it's not predation in the traditional sense, it's beef consumption, industrial animal food consumption. And the recent research in Drawdown is just only the most recent that shows that our reliance on cultivating animal bodies and corpses for consumption is really destroying the planet, among other things. And it's also integral to this dominant version of masculinity. Let's see. So other portions of masculinity, we can go back to ancient times. And masculinity was not always defined as toxic. Prior to the monotheistic sky god of patriarchal religions that removed spirituality from the earth, there were other roles for people of diverse genders. We know in indigenous cultures in North America and elsewhere had as many as 6 genders. And this takes a lot of pressure off of cis male masculinity. So we have all these archetypes of masculinity and spirituality. Kokopelli from the desert Southwest in the US, the humpbacked flute player, which is a 3,000-year-old Hopi symbol of fertility. The green man in Europe, and then around the Mediterranean, we have Osiris, Dionysus, Cernunnos, Okeanos, ocean gods. These are all different versions, and I even think of Krishna in Hindu mythology as a kind of fertility god. Krishna, one guy, and all the gopis doing a spiritual praxis together. So the importance here is that neither ecocriticism nor men's studies nor queer ecologies nor ecofeminism has really explored ecological masculinities until these volumes. So, and the interrogation is long overdue. Second wave feminism's rejection of gender roles as totalizing and oppressive led to these ideas of androgyny, which are really anti-erotic. The views that there were other ways of performing gender. For example, Jack Halberstam's groundbreaking volume on female masculinity was important. We're very familiar with the toxic masculinity. People have already talked about the January 6th assault on the US Capitol and the white supremacist masculinity of white racism. And Martin Holtzman's ideas of industrial breadwinner and the ecopreneurial masculinities that basically just greenwash the same old of capitalism and masculinity. So in looking at how an ecological feminist masculinity might be constructed, I pulled forward the 8 boundary conditions from Karen Warren's Feminist Ethic on the left, and Holtman and Poulet's analysis of these types of toxic masculinities as ways to de-center heterosexuality from these definitions of masculinity and make it more pluralist of the diverse kinds of eco-masculinities that are possible. Looking at different kinds of feminist eco-genders and eco-sexualities. So in the 1960s and 70s, we have the radical fairies, Harry Hay and Arthur Evans, a really important book, Witchcraft and the Gay Counterculture, did a lot of work reconnecting men to ecological processes. We have the drag queens in Wigstock. Nuclear Waste says, Lady Bunny says, I think Mother Nature must be a drag queen. And we have Nuclear Waste here on the lower left, who presents herself as radioactive. She's in Rocky Flats, Colorado, and the location that's been converted to a wildlife refuge. And she is a triple-breasted and sparkly bearded drag queen with glowing green hair that makes visible the porosity of the body and the environment and the ways that humans and non-humans have been affected by nuclear projects. And in the right corner here, I have the lesbian rangers who perform for the Lesbian National Parks and Services in Canada. And this is a very playful troupe of feminist ecological queers, eco-queers. So those are all those opportunities. Contemporary eco-masculinities, I have examples of, let's see, Eden Abez, here he is in the lower left in this black and white corner. Eden Abez and the Nature Boys lived up the hill from me in Los Angeles when I was growing up, and I did not know that. And now, and he produced this beautiful album called Eden's Island that is really eco-spiritual, and these young men lived a life of simplicity, slept outdoors, wore burlap pants and sandals, and ate a vegetarian diet. Up the street from me is Louis Alamehu, here in the lower left, who's visits each year Ethiopia to reconnect with his eco-cultural roots and to make contributions to justice efforts there. On the top left and then top right, another friend, Kurt Seberg, who is a Sami American, really a green man. And on the top left, he is bringing the Sami flag to the protests at Standing Rock. And he's also a performer in various earth-based plays. So I come to the end of this and look at eco-sexuality. And Beth and Annie, and their work on eco-sexuality, and they're coming out with a book called Assuming the Eco-Sexual Position, which looks at a whole variety of queer eco-activisms, from the Sierra Club chapters to Out for Sustainability, the Queer Farmer Film Project, the Rainbow Chard Alliance, the Eco-Queers and Outwoods in Minnesota, and Queers for Climate. And so this view is that the earth is our lover, as Beth and Annie say, that we make love with the earth, and we have an eco-sex pledge that says we promise to love, honor, and cherish the earth until death brings us closer together forever. So regarding the earth as a partner shifts the Mother Earth to the Lover Earth view. So I'm out of time. Thank you.
We're doing great. We're doing great for time, actually, Greta. So you're doing awesome.
Okay. My conclusion here then is that these are multiple feminist explorations of eco-genders and eco-sexualities, and they show the ways that white capitalist heteromasculinity is basically anti-ecological. And if we genuinely want to create an environmental culture and a shift, we need to make more conscious choices about the gendered lenses through which we view environmental actions, and we'll need to envision diverse eco-genders, not just eco-masculinities, but also eco-fem and eco-queer and eco-sexualities, because our physical erotic animal bodies are locations of knowledge to be explored. Thank you. So how do you stop? There you go.
Perfect. Great, Dagard. Thank you so much for your contribution. Now, if I got it correctly, Paul, you're going to be the respondent here, right?
I'll respond. Yeah, I'll respond a little bit here. Jim Fleming was going to be a respondent with Greta, but he had a medical emergency, unfortunately, so he couldn't be with us tonight. Greta, what an honor it is for me to be able to be Actually, I was like, oh, how unfortunate for Jim, but what a great thing for me. To be able to respond to you. And of your in your paper, which there are many things I want to say, there's just one excerpt that I want to read out for everybody else to hear, because it was just like it was so, given that we know each other. And you write, in my own ecofeminism, gender and eroticism are entangled with my love of this earth. I want words for the butch resonance of the rhyolite under my fingers when I am rock climbing. I want language for the erotic attraction arising between my homecoming presence and the feline greetings that approach and recede to rub against the doorways and the chair legs, eyeing me all the while. I want theory for the desire I inhale for a long-limbed lover who smells like trees. And I know I'm not alone in this eco-erotic assemblage of gender, species, and nature. It's just beautiful writing, Greta. Really, when I read that the first time, I was actually, I brought tears. I guess partly because I know you as well. It's just like, oh, that's just delightful. And it really speaks to, I think, the way that you, in this paper, and the you that I am getting to know more and more, are really finding ways to transcend these structures that we try to fit ourselves into, and actually like feel things across those borders. And one of the places where in the paper that it was really noticeable to me was where you draw on Karen Warren's 8 boundary conditions. And I guess that really opens up a question for me, which is, I would love to hear you unpack that more, because that's something that we have talked about before, of course. But the 8 boundary conditions seem like, it's almost like, and I know, I'm not sure if Karen has she passed now?
She passed in August of last year.
Yeah, I knew she wasn't well, because it's almost like her legacy has left this framework.
Yes.
To like, it's like these eight boundary conditions are like guiding lights for the work that I will be doing in queering ecological masculinities going forward with other colleagues. And part of the reason that I'm focusing in on that in particular is because the reason that I'm looking at queering ecological masculinities has been particularly because of yours and Mana's chapters in this book and my study of them. So I want to thank you for that and hear more from you on those 8 boundary conditions and anything you want to say.
Okay, let me go back to those. The reason that I use them is because I already created them, and it's like, why recreate the wheel if someone has already done a good job doing it?
Exactly.
So, if I can share that.
Yes, you should just share.
Let's see if I could share that a little bit. Share the screen. That's it. Am I screen sharing? See, I can't see now if I'm screen sharing. Am I?
Yes, you are. We're seeing it perfectly.
Okay, so you're looking at the ecological masculinity. So it's just the left column there, okay? Here they are. So no isms of domination. That was her shorthand for saying we don't have to be new in ecological feminist masculinity, adapting from what she said, is, well, it can't be racist because that's not moving forward at all. It can't be speciesist. Now, this was not Karen's agenda, I have to say. And I was in a memorial session on Tuesday with the American Philosophical Association talking about what her theories did and didn't do. And that's one thing she didn't really do, but that's what my theories do, is look at species and not preserve the human-animal dualism, because if we do, we're preserving the culture-nature dualism. It's just so clear. And I know that other presenters are talking about that in other rooms. We can't preserve the human-animal dualism. So contextual ethics, that is the idea that ethical views about the environment have to be contextualized. So what might be a anti-ecological practice in one area, it is a practice of survival in another area that then needs some support in order to transition or limit, or, you can't just say, here's one rule. And this is really a feature of feminist ethics, is that it's not rule-based, because rule-based ethics assumes there's one knower who has the right answer for all situations. Centralizing the diversity of women's voices means that draws from bell hooks, feminist theory from margin to center, which shows that we all have, and blends the standpoint epistemology that says we all have standpoints, and that the only view from nowhere, as Donna Haraway says, is the God trick, really. That what we need is the most inclusive views, so that the diversity then helps us see the situation clearly. That ethics is always evolving, and that means eco-masculinities are always evolving. This is not the final word. The people a year from now are going to take this farther because of the work that we're doing here. And that's as it should be. It's not that we didn't know enough. That the experiences of the oppressed are centered, and that we're responsive to those experiences. We're not attempting to be objective. Relationships matter. The values that grow out of relationship matter. And so this idea of, would you save this person who you don't know, or would you save your own child or partner who you do know? Well, relational ethics says that's ridiculous. People are going to save their partner first, and then they're going to save whoever they can save. So these are like standard traditional ethical questions in masculinist ethics. If it's done correctly, these kinds of an eco-masculinity would reconceive what it means to be human and what it means to be male, that it would proliferate and not have it be the one right way. So in short, that's how I would read it. Thank you, Paul, for asking.
Thank you so much, Greta. Just in the interest of time, I might stop there. I've got many things that I could ask you, but we'll save that for a conversation another time. Just to say it's been a delight to work with your chapter again and again, and preparing the book for print. So thank you.
Yes, perfect. Thank you once again, Greta Gard. Are there any questions from other people?
Marna raised her hand. Is that correct?
I was praising with my hands. Yeah.
Perfect. Then maybe for the sake of time, I would maybe hand over to you, Marna, for your presentation. Yes? Okay, perfect. Yes, you're unmuted. Perfect. There.
Oh, I see. If I go to present, does that work?
Yes, it's loading. Yeah, there we are.
Do you see the big thing? Okay, cool. Thanks. Let's set my timer. Well, welcome. And I am here in Portland, Oregon, which is the traditional lands of the Chinooka Nations and the Multnomah peoples. And really grateful to be with you all. I'm just going to give a couple snapshots of my piece, which was really inspired by a trip I took to Iceland, where we snorkeled through the fissure, the sulfur fissure, which is where two continental plates meet, and you can actually touch the divide, across the divide, and really found a lot of nourishment leveraging that experience to understand and praise ecobutches. My chapter in the book is about diving with ecobutches and ecological feminist futures. I dedicate the chapter to my wife who passed away, Anne Ravenstone, who really, Gloria Anzaldúa and Anne have a lot in common. So I put Gloria Anzaldúa's picture there. But my background, my context, my positionality, you know, as a queer scholar is a little different. And I'm not necessarily, when Paul asked me to write a chapter, I was like, you know, I'm not necessarily positioned well to the way that I can get at masculinist, a healthy masculinism is through a kind of thinking about the butches and eco-butches. So that's kind of what I explored. This is the area where we were snorkeling, and I'm just going to share a couple of passages from the paper. At the largest scale, the paper kind of tracks through the 4 phases of the work that reconnects from Joanna Macy, coming from gratitude, honoring our pain for the world and re-understanding it as connection, opening up to a wider view of power, time, and relationship and community, and then moving forth from that kind of greatly deepened space. And in the paper, I am basically trying to explore how the eco-butches are embodying the possibilities there. Coming from gratitude prioritizes matrixial belonging and buoyant provisioning, meaning the eco-butch enters the deeper waters of Sulphur Hall and its expansive clear depths. The eco-butch is graced with eco-psychological willingness and braced for the larger belonging to the earth system itself that our earth grief refracts. This is the great paradox of ecological masculinities for the stout eco-butch. Ecological masculinities ride the limb of the yang of insight making and earth adventuring, flexing into the yin of eco-belonging. Along with this, the yin of our earth empathy and earth despair flexes into the yang of earth grief and great keening. Without flattening and blurring into earth merging, rather the wave the eco-butch suggests an embodiment of a complex emergence, an emergence that emerges back into the constituting entities, an E/mergence. Both within and also emergently as the earth system, the eco-butch is poised powerfully to deeply embrace their feeling states connected with earth grieving. The important reclamation in the midst of the great keening of the eco-butch is the knowing that the depth of this pain, when not deferred, is the depth of our connectedness. In other words, if we weren't so connected and actually a part of the earth system, we would not feel this much pain. In fact, recognizing ourselves, this is a quote, recognizing ourselves as part of the living body earth opens us up to a great source of strength. And that's a quote from Joanna Macy and Chris Johnstone. Our grief becomes evidence of our connectedness. So one of the things I explore is this kind of power of that grief supporting a different way of being. And then I touch on Janine Canty, whose book I highly recommend, from 2017 on multicultural ecological voices, multicultural voices on ecology and feminism, that she talks about when one holds an identity that already straddles multiple areas of difference, one is forced to hold an expanded worldview in order to integrate these disparate notions of self. This continued, that's a quote from her, this continued expansion, particularly across multiple gradients that include nature, catalyzes change makers quote, she has the potential to evolve into a self-transforming self, one who perpetually learns and applies this towards social transformation. So in other words, what I'm kind of trying to look at in various ways in this paper is where these kind of boundary blurring or queering of boundaries and disrupting of binaries helps open up new possibilities that include spaces for ecological masculinity. And I'll show you a couple of other pictures here. This is what it looks like from under the water. So the idea of snorkeling snorkeling on the surface of the water, representing being able to be in multiple worlds, and having this capacity to shift perception from being kind of in this upright state, face forward, to being able to shift perspective across multiple dimensions. This is another view of the fissure in Iceland. And I'll just close with this quote, which is, thus eco-butches are dakinis, taras, nepantleras. They embody and traverse the in-between, magically numinous, enchanted with third space or border space traversing. Here in the sulfur lagoon of going forth, eco-butches swim out, swing wide, becoming water, becoming sky. Their skin becomes the blue of water, opalescent, at times turbulent, churned, yet supple, smooth, becoming sky, becoming water. We water travelers arrive where we returned, stretched, diaphanous, rebirthed in our own skin, which has also become the earth. And I'll just show you a couple of pictures. This is artwork from a friend of mine, Sierra Lone Briano, Broken Hearted Butch Madonna Mends Her Own Heart, overlayered on the sulfur fissure. So just hopefully gives you a little taste of what's possible when we're kind of exploring these other identities and how they might inform more kind of queer and spacious and deeply embodied and emergent ecological masculinities. Thanks.
Perfect. Marna Rock, thank you so much. Paul, I'm handing over to you.
Okay, thanks. I had to go to a headset. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, great. Excellent. Marna, similar to Greta, I've got so many conversations to have with you about your chapter as well. And my overall impression of it was, I'm going to try and find a way to say this. There was emotion in the water that came through your writing that was also very incredibly sensual and rhythmically sexual, both in the way that you wrote the chapter. And one of the things that, and seeing like the images that you just put up on the screen are actually really consistent with the imagery that I had in my mind of the fissure being quite vaginal, really, in a sense. And there's a part in your chapter that I want to read back to you and just ask you for your comments on, because it really speaks to the sensual / sexuality of what you were evoking. You say, ecological masculinities ride the limb of the yang of insight making and earth adventuring, flexing into the yin of eco-belonging. Along with this, the yin of our earth empathy and earth despair flexes into the yang of the earth grief and the great keening. I mean, that sentence, those two sentences in themselves are actually there's this rhythm to that as well. And I just wanted to ask you whether that was intentional, the sensuality / sexuality of the chapter, or whether that's just what came to you. Like, I was really curious to hear, like, on that level.
Thanks, Paul. It's a great question. And I do want to just give a shout out, and I do talk about ecosexuality too in the piece, resonant with what Greta was describing, maybe more from the kind of lesbian land witchcraft side of things, which is has a lot of kinship with the radical fairy folk. So yeah, one of the things I noticed writing this, and just a great gratitude to Barbara Bickle, if she's on the call, because we were in a writing group last year when I wrote this. This took a long time to write. And because it's so close to my heart, I was really invited out of kind of a more conventional academic framing or writing process, which was very liberating for me. I really appreciated it. It was kind of took a lot longer because of that, but it was more unitive between different dimensions of my own consciousness and engagement. Yeah. So that's interesting what you're saying. I think that there's something incantatory as we get closer to language that is coming from the earth. If part of what's happening here is as the healing occurs, right, and we're re-embedding and in-merging, so I become both myself and the earth system, taking the lead from the eco-butches, there's a different somatic quality to that that's living from the inside out. I don't know how to explain it. Greta might have better language for it too, you know, or you, Paul, you know. And so there's a kind of a deep authenticity and groundedness. That's one thing I love about the eco-butches, I know, is that there's this kind of very earthy, grounded integrity. And so then life is not lived from the mind is not what is, you know, the Western thing about the brain or thought happening in the mind is this very strange convention, right? But part of the healing is this re-anchoring down into the entire sensual, you know, erotically charged kind of co-presencing and co-instantiation with the earth and its own becoming, right? And so then the writing sounds very different. It sounds much more magical. And that at the last part of that chapter actually opened up into this exploration about passing over. That part of going forth is also going forth into dying, into that great kind of reconnection, and all of the edge states of that, you know, the Nepantla state that Gloria Anzaldúa talks about is this kind of third space, you know, the one who can go between the worlds and almost like a shamanistic kind of poetic way of being, for example, or the Dakinis who subvert this kind of methodical linearity through sudden states changes of spiritual wholeness. So I got into this really cosmic place that way. Yeah, really. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was really evident that there was I think cosmic is a good word to describe that.
And I think that passage you mentioned, which I also read, for me, it was more like that Mobius strip, that infinity loop is more the rhythm that was coming from, that felt like it was pulsing inside of that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other section that jumped out to me was, because I mean, you go on to the actual reference directly to ecosexuality is, you say, through delicious ferocity, eco-butchers are earth defenders in the same way prior generations of feminists staffed women's anti-violence, rape and domestic violence hotlines. Eco-butchers staff the future hotlines for earth massacre, while also effectuating earth massage through catalyzing seasonal ceremony and direct action. I mean, you're basically saying there that the eco-butch as a phenomenon, not just individuals, but as an experience, is really like the vanguard. It represents a vanguard of protectionism, you know, linking us to direct action because of the experience of I guess it'd be queerphobia, really on the personal level, translating out to like taking a stand, a very warrior type stand. And there's a picture of a, you know, strong, you know, very warrior type image of a caricature of the eco-butch that's taking that kind of stand in protection for the earth. And I think that the fact that it's the paper is written across the 4 stages of the Great Turning really brings us to those, you know, those notions that Joanna Macy speaks to about holding actions, for example, you know, and so I just was curious to hear more about the the translation of the invocation into direct action.
Yeah, that's great. And I can share, I'm going to share that my screen so you can see that image that Paul's talking about, which is a re-rendering, actually. I don't know, can you see that if I make it big like that? Can you see that? Now, I put that image is overlayered on the sulfur rift image. I'm really into montage, but so this is an image from a game where Gaia is a character in a game, and my friend Ree kind of created it. And so that because I was really tripping out as someone, you know, to even think about masculinity in that frame, it's kind of like having to go backwards and kind of tune into that, you know, that wavelength. And what does it really mean to, what's underneath that? You know, like part of the work in queer ecological work is kind of like digging down below the surface, down into what is the deep imaginative expression that's kind of in the kernel of it there. And I love this image because it really gets to that rooty substantialness, you know, and which is also deeply subversive to a lot of the ways that gender gets displayed or visualized in the current kind of hegemonic construct. So I do think that it is my experience is that it's a natural life way biocultural extension of having the earth, carrying the earth inside of the body, that then the body goes where it's needed in order to be present as a physical, either, you know, yes, staffing the earth hospice hotlines and, you know, all of that, all the way over to, you know, doing the direct action, which is, you know, maybe a kind of Oregon cliche, but, you know, it's like, how do we get between the chainsaws and the trees, etc. So I do think there is this because if we're really literally part of Earth, and as that is a continuous state of life-giving animation, the body goes towards these life-giving actions. Yeah. That require strength. I would really avoid the word warrior, but yeah.
Yeah, and rightly so, avoiding that term. Greta, I just wanted to cut to you. Did you have some comments you wanted to?
Thank you. I didn't know if we could say anything. So I also got Marna's paper and just wanted to praise a sentence that I had read in the paper. First of all, I found out from Marna's paper that apparently I am a living matriarchal culture, and that's why I feel like such a misfit. Because all the qualities that she listed, like creative culture, power sharing, nonviolence, gratitude practice, gift economies, and care. And I was like, that's me. That's what I do. You know, oh, is it a culture? I didn't know it was a culture. So I really appreciated that. But this is your sentence. You said that critiques of recycling as effeminate or gay was like, oh my goodness. And backlash against the ferocity of next generation eco warriors such as Greta Thunberg and women climate leaders such as Minister Catherine McKenna belie the existential threat to toxic masculinities and climate denialism that empowered solidarity and vociferous ecological feminist action represent. It was like, what a great sentence, Marna. Really pulls it together. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's something that actually, Greta, you mentioned in your paper, you touched on, and is definitely a big touchstone for me, that to know about, and I'm involved with the Association for the Study of Women in Mythology and the kind of Gimbuddhist tradition of looking, and Heide Gottner Abendroth, who looks at societies of peace, many of which are still intact, non-patriarchal kind of orientations and structures that's mentioned in the first part of that sentence. You know, it's like we are in a living continuity, and it's very life-giving for me to reframe, because being inside a patriarchal cultural construct and you know, how do we not internalize the scarcity, the idea that we're on the edge, that there's just almost not enough of anything for us, right? And how do we resource into this deeper strand of deep time that goes from tens of thousands of years ago of life-giving civil, you know, culture, I wouldn't necessarily civilization, and then also going forward into the beings, the future beings 200 years from now, who already know our acts of courage and bravery that will bring about their flourishing, which is a Joanna Macy construct. And so it's like how much more supported we can feel, and then that allows dropping down into our experience instead of being in this kind of state of continuous, almost kind of like traumatization and lack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The long view, definitely.
Yeah.
I just realized that I forgot to ask you, Mana, if you, I wasn't sure if you had a chance to read Greta's paper and whether you had more comments you wanted to make on her paper as well. Sorry to jump back on that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that I loved the conversation that happened. And when I told people I was going to be in the same thing with Greta, we've met one other time through another kind of climate justice connection, but everyone's like, oh, Greta Card, oh, amazing. So, but I really loved the kind of the really bright synthesis of these different strands of how queering gender can support a real shift. That was and seeing the fairies.
Thank you. And I'm noticing in your paper how you're queering the idea of family, that it doesn't just have to be by blood, it doesn't just have to be human species, that it is a cross, you know, because queer is a cross. And you talk about also through the perception of kin-centric ecologies. And it just brought to mind Robin Wall Kimmerer's work about kin-centrism, and that instead of calling nature it, we should use the word ki or kin, because nature is family. We are family to nature. We are family to other species. It's not that they're our family, it's that we are all family, you know, and science catches up with that, right? That genetically and atomically and biologically, all these parts are shared. They're not that different, you know, between us and trees and us and other species. Not that different. We are relatives. Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love Kimmerer's work, and also Bang's work in Megan Bang does some great work on relational epistemology that's very resonant with that as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll just note one last thing that's on that point that you just raised, Greta, in your paper, Mana, like you say at the back end, queering the intersection of earth and butch in the ecological masculine imagery can offer this change in direction, this going forth in active hope, to apply the theorizing in this paper to Macean active hope and work that reconnects constructs. And so you're really drawing on the wisdom of Joanna Macy there to encourage ecological masculinities to learn something from the queering process. And then the follow-up statement that really leapt out for me was, what queerly bent sense of deeper connection draws out your desire to protect, care, and serve for, with, as Earth, which really speaks to that being kin point that you just raised, Greta. So, you know, I really appreciate this, the sentiments that both of you evoked, because what you're basically saying here is that ecological masculinities needs to be queered. And I have taken that to heart, actually, with the future directions. That's the next big thing for me personally, is queering the process and the conversation. So, you know, you've both been instrumental, and that's why I've given you both pride of place at the back end of the book. You know, there's I feel like I've actually been, you know, you were saying, Greta, before that Karen Warren sort of served us with some guidance, and I would say to both of you, your chapters have served me with guidance, you know, for what to do with this work from here. When it'll be interesting to see what people say when we go back to the plenary. So thank you.
Paul, I know I noticed just because of time, we didn't necessarily. Are we going to have enough time to also talk about your paper, or?
Well, yes, but not in the same at the same length, because I want to make sure that you all get a bit of a break as well. And what I was going to do was just skip through my chapter very quickly, and then give you a chance to just comment, because I've already been talking quite a lot. Which is just to say that really what I did in the preface, or this preamble really of the whole book, was really talk quite personally about the impact, the emotional impact that the fires had on me, and then noticing the masculinist responses, as I mentioned in the keynote, to COVID-19, and how that's really informed my own what am I going to do with this work? Like, how do I take this forth? Like, that's really been the question that I've been sitting with. And the book has really been a way of actually listening to a lot of different perspectives. And this particular chapter was a way for me to start that conversation out loud, to answer that question, what am I going to do with this work going forth? So I might just stop there and then turn it over to you with what time we've got left.
Well, one of the things that stirred for me reading that chapter, Paul, which was so beautifully wrought, and really, I heard overall like this kind of, felt like a yell to me. It was like this anguished yell about all of these things going on and what are the connections. And I looked up for some reason, the word swashbuckling came to mind, and I looked up what it meant. I don't know. Do you know? It was very interesting etymologically. It's the sound, the yelling sound you make before you hit the shield of the person you're fighting. And so the buckle is like the shield, and the swash is like the yell or hitting the other shield, And I just, my challenge for you, my invitation for you, in terms of queering ecological masculinities, is how do we, because that yelling, that anguished yell has so much power in it, right? That's just like, that is the animating force of life kind of coming up into the body, needing some action. And in the sky god cult kind of model, right? Now we need to go fight something with it and hit someone with it, right? And so what is the action instead? What if it were, I was thinking about, a different takes. Instead of swashbuckling, what could you do instead? And the one that I came up with was swishmuckling. So my invitation to you is to how, in a queer way, to swishmuckle with that passionate, kind of energy, and that call that's kind of coming through the earth system into your body and out into action. So that's what came to mind for me, Paul.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you so much. And just to give folks a bit of context, I'll just read out a section which is very swashbuckling that I wrote out, that I wrote. So I posted I copied a post from a Facebook response to the fires into the preamble as well, and I say, this was my rebuttal to agenda-laden distractions proffered by culture war evangelists on that same and other threads. And in the Facebook, conspiracy theorists from both ends of politics attempted to convince us that the Australian wildfires were localized scenarios or freak events, the products of poor land and water management strategies and overly controlling big government, the libertarian approach, right? These are arguments I won't bother to cite here. Needless to say, I took exception to them. Focusing on such claims would have given them oxygen. I was not and am not willing to offer these drongos that. And so drongo is an Australian slang term for basically someone who's an idiot, So it's very like, God damn it, my country is fucking burning, and you want to tell me that there's some central government issue about land management? So yes, that came out.
Well, that's an opportunity for swishmuckling for sure. Yeah.
So finding a way to swishmuckle that.
And then the other thing is there's a metaphor used at the end of the paper. I'll just read the quote there. We have fallen into a cauldron, To say that life on Earth is heating up is literal. Such a statement is also an aphorism. The connection between Australia's Black Summer and the COVID-19 pandemic are acute, even if response and recovery remain obtuse as each crisis unfolds. The root causes of our global challenges can be boiled down to the same set of fragile structures that have attempted to defy chaos for generations. Those structures are global extractivist, individualist, and profoundly narcissistic. They are hyper-masculinist and build upon a reflex of sacrificing life for the sake of self-interest. They are cracked systems whose fractures are rapidly widening. As they do, the contents of the cauldron, the elixir we call life, is spilling all over the floor. And I just thought there's somewhere else you can go with that metaphor. If the power of life is boiling up and the cauldron, a generative cauldron, is getting even bigger, right? What could happen with that energy, right? Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks. Whee. All right. Thanks so much, Lena, Sibel.
Yes. Thank you all for the great conversations. That was really nourishing.
It's a pleasure to be with you today for this launch of the Palgrave Anthology on ecological masculinities. My name's Jim Fleming. I'm in Maine, and I wrote the paper about fixing the sky, weird supermen, and climate intervention. I've been engaged for a number of years directly with the atmospheric science community, and recently, in the last 10 years or so, with the climate intervention engineers. So I come to this article with personal engagement, trying to provide historical perspectives that can help reform the practice of this weird masculinity. I based my paper on previous experience. I had taken an advanced degree in atmospheric science and was engaged in investigating the claims of weather control people, and shifted to investigating the claims as a historian of the climate interventionists. Some of what I wrote was based on this 2010 book, Fixing the Sky, Columbia University Press. And here we have the prototypical male technocrat pulling the levers of power to intervene in the sky. This book is about both weather intervention and climate intervention. And then we had a marvelous meeting, 2016, at the Rachel Carson Center, where I gave a talk that led to this chapter. And the work I did addresses the issue of technological or technocratic solutionism, trying to find a sweet technological fix for a massive global, almost seemingly intractable problem. And the protagonists I document in the article are profoundly masculinist in their behavior and interventionist and invasive in their proposed techniques. And I do emphasize the word proposed because the techniques I list, cloud brightening, putting reflective particles into the stratosphere, perhaps with cannon or with other sorts of injection techniques, launching space mirrors, constructing an artificial tree, or accelerated weathering of the whole Earth. These are incredibly invasive and aspirational technologies that simply don't exist. But one of my definitions of what used to be called geoengineering is geoscientific speculation. These things do not exist in the engineering sense. And I was very happy to have the conversation move from climate engineering to climate intervention, because that's really what the climate engineers are doing. And what the techniques are using military mindset and even military hardware to propose that we shoot at the problem. If the Earth is warming, we should open fire on the stratosphere with reflective particles. And so I use the acronym WEIRD that comes from the sociological literature, because these are almost universally proposed by Western educated, industrialist, rich, democratic individuals. And then I add, by the way, they're typically all men. There's a few women in the activity, and they all have a kind of a heavy hubristic Superman kind of complex to hoist the world on their shoulders, perhaps like Atlas, and twist it and turn it in the right direction. If you remember the old Superman movie, it was like Superman flying backwards to turn the world rotation the opposite way and turn back the clock. They tend to be world-changing and world-shattering kind of proposals that are often done as if one group or one institute could have that kind of leverage over the planet, which would probably be for the deficit of everyone else that lives there. These technological fixes are simply that. They're highly narrow ideas that come out of applied technology, but they often are very naive about their political, social, and ecological, even ethical considerations and constraints. I heard one engineer once talk about, well, we can cool the northern hemisphere, but our techniques might damage the southern hemisphere below the poverty line. It may cool the north, but it may devastate the monsoonal rainfalls. But then he concluded, well, that would be okay because it's a net benefit for the world. And it was just completely innocent, even insulting kind of ethical discussion. And so my chapter was revealing the hubris, the tech-heavy and expensive and energy-intensive kind of techniques that people are proposing, and all of these things are under-tested, and most of these things don't exist at all. I draw on Francis Bacon and the idea of a masculine control of nature and making Mother Nature conform to the will of the scientist, and also the article, especially the book too, but also the article is quintessentially a tragic comedy with the emphasis, I think, on tragedy, because there are no heroes in this work. There are simply people that are sincere but really deluded in their ideas. The ideas have been called, quote, barking mad, and my goal in writing the paper was to mark them as such, to mark masculinity not as an unmarked category, but as a category that seriously needs our consideration. And I understand that in this launch, I'm paired with Greta Gard. I respect her work immensely, and she is writing on queering the climate. Her work integrates queer theory, queer ecology, veganism, and animal liberation in an eco-feminist studies approach. And in this paper, she pays attention to climate issues and provides some hints of a way forward for eco-masculinities. And so I respect that. It's not only eco-masculinities, but eco-fem, eco-queer. And I'll let her distinguish between definitions of queer. I used eccentric and barking mad climate engineers, but it's also queering. It can be a very powerful way to disrupt business as usual and to put things out of order in order to put them back in order. So I use the term elsewhere, not here, but vexing the climate, not to just confuse it, but to vex the climate engineers who think they have all the right answers. So I look forward to the launch of the volume. I congratulate our distinguished editors, Martin and Paul, and remember fondly our time together at the Rachel Carson Center. Thank you for your time. Take care.
All right, folks, we are back. Angelica is going to be leading the plenary now for another 20 minutes or so, I think. A little less than 30 minutes, 25 minutes or so. But just to introduce the plenary, the task here really is for us to just firstly go through a little bit of a summary of what the key takeaways from each of the discussions, like basically what happened in your breakouts for the benefit of everyone. and then open up the conversation, which Angelica will give some framing for. But before I turn over to her, I just wanted to say thank you, Angelica, for taking on this segment. And this is an opportunity really for all of us to be able to contribute to the conversation that is summarized in the book. So I might just turn over to you if you've got any questions you want to ask me before I roll over to you. Otherwise, it's your show.
Thank you, and I hope everyone had as nice of a discussion in the breakout rooms as I had. So first, before we start this plenary, the idea is that each breakout room can just shortly describe one key takeaway or one topic of discussion that they found interesting. I could start with the group I was in. Group 3. It was me and Noemi Konda and Demond Miller who presented our chapters. And the key takeaway I had anyways was both your chapters discuss different ways that changes in the environment can also either through changes in land use or through environmental disaster, how that perhaps can open up sites to transform masculinities. Demond Miller talked about finding root causes of care, and Noemi Gonda talked about vulnerabilities in masculinities. Those are my takeaways, so I'm happy if you want to add more to it afterwards. One of the hosts from the first breakout rooms, do you want to shortly say something?
I was in the second breakout room, so I don't know if I should wait a bit.
I don't have the rooms now, so I think you can go. You can talk about room 2.
Okay, sure. We had some amazing presentations and discussions. I thought it was very, interesting to listen to. I took some notes, and I'm gonna try to be a bit brief with the key takeaways. First we had Sherilyn McGregor who talked about a new configuration that of masculinities that might be called imperial masculinities, and that is important to do research on how men's vulnerability in the face of climate threat, and even the super rich who own these their own islands, they're not spared from climate breakdown when the sea rises. And we had also Martin Hultman was very interesting discussion on the ecologization process, on how Arnold Schwarzenegger might be moving towards more caring traits, and also a very interesting topic presentation by Maria Darwish, who spoke about the how ecological, criticizing a bit ecological masculinities in the sense that care might be interpreted differently by the green neo Nazis, their sort of care, so that we have to be really emphasize inclusivity when building on this topic. And lastly, Evangeline Heiliger talking about how it has fueled, like the environmental crisis has fueled conservation eco-anxieties. Very interesting in American heterosexual masculinities, and how satire might play an important role to intervene here towards more progressive change. A bit long, sorry.
You had many chapters as well.
Thank you. So now I got the details. So discussion 1, we have the hosts Esme and Guy. Does any one of you want to? We might make it a bit shorter so we have time for the long discussion. So just 1 minute or so of your finding. Are they here? Okay, let's wait with that one. So let's move to breakout room 4.
She can't unmute herself.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. No.
Perfect. No?
Yes.
Oh. So basically we had a fairly small group, so it wasn't many of us, but both presentations were amazing. And if I had to mention one thing briefly that I retained from the presentation, it was Richard's linkage of how men are also linked to nature. It's not just only women who are always associated with them, as well as the fact that he also looks in his chapter at men and veganism and men and environmentalism. So it was really interesting. And I think I'm going to send him an email later on further research ideas. So that was pretty much it. Thank you.
Thanks. Now let's move to the 4th group, and that was the host Harry Salovara, Kevin Fay, or Kadri Avik.
Yeah, sure. I can go. We had a really nice conversation. Besides me, there was Nauti Kambe and Kadri Avik who were presenting, and we had audience members with us also. So among other things, we talked about hybrid and vegan masculinities. Also, we talked about the relationship between masculinities and nationalism, and also masculinities and care work. And similarly to one of the other rooms, Schwarzenegger also came up in our room. And sort of perhaps the key takeaway from our room is that since we had embodiments as the theme of our room, it might be sort of important to realize that these potential changes in masculinities, they happen in bodies, and they also affect on other bodies always. So that is perhaps a key takeaway from our room. Thank you.
Nice, thank you. Group 5 then, Vidar Wetterfalk.
Yeah. Oh, there were so many takeaways, and we had 2 authors, but we spent the whole hour, first half an hour, reflecting on the keynotes. One main takeaway, I think, for me at least, was the whole thing about the relationship between humans and nature, and going away from us being separate from it. To give nature and non-humans agency, and there was one thing that Marina, who participated here, said, that when we made up this strange divide of humans and nature and masculinity norms linked to that also, we created fake identities for ourselves, and then we kind of continue to keep those identities as experts in some way. And now we have to change these things, and the authors had found literature who are really describing this shift and relationships. Which is not the humans, but the connection is there. Sorry, it's hard to make this short. Yeah, I'm very touched. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the last room still, the 6th room.
I'm just going to take over. So my main takeaway for our discussion was just this sense of unity and also like wholeness in a way. Because first we had Greta Gard talking about her piece in the chapter, and there she said at some point that she touched upon the dualism of animals and humans, and then also after Marna Hawk in her session, she then said that nature is family in the sense of it all is connected and it all is family all around us. And then the last paper was Paul's, and I think it was Marna who said that his paper felt like a yell. So also there, it's for me, it's touching upon this. We feel how much the earth is aching right now, in a sense. So also there, it's this connectedness, it's this unity, it's this wholeness. That was my takeaway, and I think Lena, you also want to add to that, the other host in our room.
I just have a little addition to that, because I think that both, we talked a lot about Greta's and Mana's paper. Unfortunately, we didn't have much time for Paul's, but I felt that we talked a lot about the sexual connection to ourselves again. And Greta, you becomes the lover earth, which that was kind of like that stood out for me. And Mana, you were talking about re-anchoring to the sensual and disrupting boundaries to open up spaces for ecological masculinities to evolve, and that will be the case in the future. So and then we also talked a lot about the eco-queering, which is going to probably be part of the discussion a lot in the future as well. So I don't know, Paul, if you have anything to add.
You did a great job. I've said plenty already. Well done.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks a lot for that recap. So the theme of this plenary, the idea was to discuss a bit where to go from here. And it seems like there have been quite different roads taken in the different discussion groups. But I thought perhaps you can just write an X in the chat if you want to address something said, and we can just lift that topic here. Otherwise, I also have some questions for everyone prepared. I can read some of them, and we can. Oh, you have written them to everyone, Paul, or to me?
No, just to you. And
To me.
I can share the slide on my screen if you like.
Yeah, please do so.
Okay.
But feel free, everyone, to put an X in the chat, and I will moderate the discussion. So yes, our first question is if we have found common traits in different chapters of how to define ecological masculinities. There also seem to be common traits, but also differences between the discussions. Something that could be connected to the discussions of eco-queering could also be what is ecological masculinities in relation to ecological femininities or male ecofemininities, for example. And also how to go from here. Is ecological masculinities a category for analysis, or is there also something normative in it, something that we wish to strive for? There was some discussions of that also, to potential of reshaping existing masculinities to be more caring. And the floor is also open for other questions, of course. Yes, Greta Gard, please.
Well, we've got that settled. So I'm struck by some of the language. As one of the people who entered this field, using the term masculinity and using the qualifier toxic or ecological, I still am not sure that we can let that word go on its own. masculinity and not go back to its toxic home, in dominance and alienation and violence. And so I think, one project is continuing to recuperate the term in a way that it can't be misunderstood. And that would be not just, relying on the toxic versus ecological qualifier, but coming up with something that says, this is clearly what we're talking about, and you can't remove the qualifier. And I look at the word femininity, which from an ecofeminist standpoint, of which there are many, many ecofeminist standpoints, femininity is not a good news, really. Femininity implicitly has the quality of deference, subordination, compulsory caretaking, self-erasure. This was like one of the early feminist teachings is there's feminism, which is not femininity. Femininity is a gender role that is implicitly marked in a heterosexual and heteropatriarchal dyad, and it's marked as subordinate. And so when we want to recuperate ecological masculinities, it's because femininities are a problem. So that in heteropatriarchy, these are the two sides of the same coin, feminine, masculine, And so to get rid of that, or to transcend that, or to say, no, we're really talking about something different. That's why I've used the word ecofem, F-E-M-M-E, because it has implicit sort of a queering of the sexuality. Like you could still be choosing partners that look like you're in a heterosexual, but a femme gender is self-defined. It has a lot more power to it. So I would really not use, especially when you use in a pairing, ecological masculinities and ecological femininities, it seems like, we just lost ground. If that makes sense. Okay, and I open it for other people.
Thank you. Kurt Nemes has written a comment. Do you want to be unmuted? I'll just read it. How to address toxic masculinities in academia in all fields, not just STEM, as they are educating future leaders. Anyone has a comment on that?
I think one thing that's stirring for me is the kind of this, kind of riffing on what Greta was saying. On the one hand, what are the qualities of the kinds of cultures that we're wanting to have a resurgence of, right? And there's certain qualities that are hallmarks for many thousands of years of intact, egalitarian, peaceful cultures, right? Creativity is one of those, and power sharing is another. And so, one of the things to think about in terms of addressing in academia kind of toxic masculinities is about, so we don't get kind of in this language trap, we don't kind of get trapped by the ghosts of the heteropatriarchal language, binaries and everything. What are those qualities? The things that I heard in the session we were in was about caring, about power sharing, about queering, about troubling things, and Greta, I don't remember the name, but there is a toxic waste. Do you want to describe that? That seemed like a great character. We had mutant with 3 breasts kind of performance artist, right? Yeah, like
her name is Nuclea Waste, and she's in Rocky Flats, Colorado.
Yeah. And in really great kind of drag, kind of really troubling and questioning kind of what's going on. So I do think that there's thinking about kind of what is the culture and how can we enact that, right? In academia in particular, because the discourse forms are so gravitated towards violence and domination, right? How can we really nurture and support more kind of life-giving forms? I think that's a great inquiry line. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a comment from Karen Morrow. Should we be striving for ecological humanity as ultimate in inclusivity and more than the sum of its parts? Do you want to address that in the microphone, or maybe that was a comment to Göttegard's talk?
Well, I can say that some of the wordplay with these terms takes the human and makes it humanimal. I don't know how that translates in Swedish, but so that's human animal, making it clear that we're embedded, and reminding us of our embeddedness with nature, because we are a part of all this, and we're part of the flows, right? I mean, I do this with my classes, like, okay, you're not an environmentalist. Okay, everybody, how many people in here breathe? It's like, oh, how many people here eat? No. So yeah, the humanimal. And then of course, then you have to deflect which kind of animal they are and so forth. But the problem with the term humans is, of course, it erases differences of North and South, which you drew up in the beginning. These are wealth, class, power, race differences of dominance, differences of climate change producers and climate change, those who are assaulted by the worst effects of it. I mean, so the term humans it erases things that we're really trying to work with. So we need language that helps us see them better. I guess that would be my response.
Thanks. We have a question or comment from Evangeline.
Thanks. Sorry, I have a mask on. My childcare provider just came home with my kid, so that's the mask. I wanted to respond a little bit about the piece asking how do we address toxic masculinity in the academy? And I just wanted to add to what I think it was Marna and Greta were saying. One of the things some of my colleagues and I talk about is what does it mean to practice feminism in the academy? What kinds of, and I don't mean white feminism. I mean, like, really, what does it mean to be vulnerable in classroom spaces, to think really carefully about the use of power? I hope Maria won't mind, but we exchanged some words back and forth, and I just said, I think it would be good for us to tell each other what we might be thinking about saying so that we're not calling each other out later, or we don't want to catch each other out as scholars, right? That we want to be helping each other do better so that it made sense for us to exchange thoughts in advance, right? That's one way of practicing feminism in the academy. So when I think about how you do this in academia, it might look different depending on your role and where you are in your department, but maybe that's a place to start, is to ask yourself, what would it mean for me to be practicing feminism in this space that I'm in, or treating people with kindness and with an eye towards justice. I'll stop there.
Can I ask how you answer that?
You mean about feminism in the academy? Yeah. I mean, that is how that is how I do try to practice feminism in the academy. That for me, I am asking myself about what's my relationship to power in a particular moment, right? Or in a particular exchange. Is it possible for me to teach with kindness? And when it comes to my students and colleagues, it might also mean presuming people have good intent while not allowing myself to be boundaries to be broken. I'm maybe not speaking in a lot of specifics at the moment, but again, to me, so I think about how important it is to my students that I might do something like land acknowledgements at the beginning of a class, in the beginning of a semester. How important it is for me to acknowledge when there's something else happening in the world that impacts their lives, or ditto to my colleagues. Right, remembering our humanity with one another, and not just thinking about what are our brains, what can we produce for the academy, what can we publish, what kind of image, how do we make the institution look good, but can we grow as human beings? I probably will have more to say on a different day, but that's where I'm at today. Thanks. How might others answer that?
Thank you. We have some comments from Lennart Frostesjö, who wants to abolish the gap between generations, getting people closer to Gruende by more gardening in society. Do we have a comment on that? Or another comment or question?
I can just say that we developed this material for reflective groups for men in close cooperation and at a garden, and the place where we do this work is so important. So yeah, I really believe in the gardens, and we can do so much there, both growing plants and growing humans. Yeah, so thank you, Lennart.
If there aren't any more questions and comments, maybe we should move on to the next part of this, Paul.
Yeah, so just a last opportunity for anyone if you want to post something or speak up now. Otherwise, mostly we are just heading towards close. Mana's got something.
Yeah, I just was curious because I know we're talking a lot of different scales and places here, but I would love to hear for folks what maybe is a kind of a surprise or a fresh direction or an invitation that you're feeling, that you feel energized by. The one that's coming to mind for me is the larger extended ideas of kinship and what that can look like. Yeah. So, but anyway, just whatever it is, or maybe I don't know, just something, because we're talking, it's like instead of talking about the thing and kind of all pouncing on the question and kind of whatever, it's like, what is sparkling for you right now? It's glittering.
I'm following you on this one, Angelica, to keep it going.
Yeah, great question. Do we have a comment on that? I'm thinking right now.
One idea could be for everyone to write a response to that in the chat.
That could be almost like a poem, the poem of the glittering, glittering surprises and what's sparking us, yeah.
Could the question be repeated in the chat? We have a question for that. Something that sparked out. Martin, do you want to speak more on Rise of Nature and Stop Ecocide? That sparked for you?
Yeah, I think that the development that we have seen in which groups of actors and communities actually trying to manifest this type of nature cultures and the understanding that we, all of us breed or eat and that we are part of the ecosystems, actually that manifest that into laws and make them to normalize that way of understand and being intertwined with natures instead of the extractivist laws and sentiments and normalities that has been so dominant for such a long time. So I'm excited to see that those kind of ideas being put in place, and despite its various types of failures in Bolivia and Ecuador and other places, it's for me it seems as a great possibility to move further on these type of issues and actually maybe change the way in which we understand ourselves and the natures that we are. I also want to add on the ideas of kind of walking the talk within academia. I think it's extremely important. I'm together with Angelica and Paul and others, a part of a technical university in which this kind of extractivist sentiment is at the core, so to speak, and the technological fixes are always present. It's where they go for solutions, and Paul has been running a series of workshops with some of the students there, some of the teachers. I've been doing that as well, and it is extremely challenging to provide another set of ideas and visions and futures, not least for the teachers and the scholars and the students. I feel it's more possibilities to actually to provide other types of examples and other types of knowledges. But I'm also sometimes asking them to kind of take other types of educations, to go outside of the universities, to go to educational settings that are more community-based and are more closer to kind of earth-based learnings and those kind of things. Because I do think that the universities as a totality has got a huge problem with the pedagogy and the way in which we communicate and analyze and also share knowledges. Maybe the universities need to unlearn quite a lot of things to be able to be a force of change and to take up the challenges that we are in the middle of. I might think so sometimes. Yeah.
Great, thank you. We have a lot of sparks in the chat now. I think there are so many that it's easiest if you read them yourselves. Paul, do you want to address your last comment?
I've spoken plenty. I might just leave people to talk, to read it, and if they want to ask, they can speak up now, and otherwise we can head to closing.
Evangeline had a really interesting comment about a session that I was not in, and so I wondered if she would just expand on it. What were these connections?
I would be happy to. I'm also conscious that I've spoken quite a lot, so if there are others who want to jump in from my group, please feel free to do so. So one of the things I got really excited about listening to Charlene and Martin and Maria talk about their chapters in relation to my own is that it seems like we're all trying to sort of capture these outliers. So Charlene and her co-author were talking about the ultra wealthy, right? So these island kings who, in using their wealth, were sometimes buying whole islands, right? So thinking about this group and their behaviors as environmental. And then Martin was rethinking, right, Schwarzenegger as this masculine figure, and what does his environmental behavior look like now? And is he moving towards something that's more ecological, or is he still really grounded in eco-modern? A little bit unclear. Maria looking at the NRM, this far-right group, Scandinavian group. And I was looking at tensions when people don't know, people with white American men or white American masculinities, where there's an uncertainty about what kind of behavior should white men, white masculine folks in America engage in. Should they do some extractivist kinds of engagement with the environment, by doing industrial breadwinner, or should they do something more eco-modern? Some of them went the route of petromasculinities. I'm referring here to Kara Daggett, but I would hope that they eventually would come back to something like ecological masculinity. So I don't know, I was thinking about these as outlier groups, but I was really pleased that Paul and Martin put those 4 papers together. They were really nicely in conversation.
I also really wanted to appreciate Martin for this term ecopreneur, because it, like, all of a sudden, like, frames, it's like, oh, that's what's going on. Like, they're seeing a really big problem. They're saying, I can help. But it's like, no, you can make money off of this really big problem. That's what's going on here, you know? And so this ecopreneur is sort of greenwashing capitalism. I just thank you for that term, Martin.
Thank you. Thank you for being who you are and doing what you do and inspiring us.
And thanks for all these questions and comments. I think it's overwhelming to choose one of them. If someone wants to, please do so. We have one here, the latest one from Sue Dockstader. Aren't these masculinities also constrained or directed by material circumstances? Does someone want to comment on that?
Maybe Sue can say something additional to comment if she wants.
Yeah, I asked that question because it's one thing to be an ecopreneur, but you have to start with something, right? You have to start with education. You have to start with money. This idea that that you can just automatically become an ecopreneur or engage in petromasculinity has a starting point, and that's what I was asking about, because we aren't starting equally, right? We're not all starting equally here, and so if you're engaging in masculinity that's connected to fossil fuel extraction, it might be that you can't do anything else, right? So I was asking that. I was asking about sort of the material constraints that cause people to enact or embrace certain types of masculinity.
Yes, that's super interesting, this question, I think. Someone want to comment on that?
I can say something. I think this is, of course, extremely important. We see such strong connections in between what we call industrial breadwinner masculinities with coal workers in Poland, for example, and the Polish politics on climate change, which is gravitating towards climate change denial as a country as a whole. We can also see traits of this in Norway, in my own research, in which we find groups of men not wanting to take climate change for real. And this is also connected to, of course, very material aspects of their lives. So since we are 83% on a global scale dependent on fossil fuels, coal, gas, and oil, of course, this is the material basis of all of these type of problems as well, connected to these structures. So that we cannot think away, in my opinion. We really need to understand that these type of traits on group level, in which we can analytically understand as configuration always come together with the material structures in which they are connected through work, through energy, through food, and other aspects. And to change that is then, of course, in some way possible only if you understand it also as connected to the materialities. I think that's at least my thinking on it. How do you perceive it, Sue?
So I just wrote in the comments that my co-author Shannon Bell, I wrote an article on biofuels. Actually, in my hometown in Eugene, Oregon, we have this ecopreneur here who is using biofuels as a, I mean, it's greenwashing, right? But this idea of masculinity has been floated in sort of this professional class masculinity, nature loving, tied to care work, caring for the earth, has been sort of warped, right, by this idea of an ecopreneur. I'm contrasting that with Shannon Bell's work in West Virginia, where masculinity has been hyped up, and particularly in regard to the extraction side of things, right, as a way of a smokescreen, as a distraction from the fact that job loss, dramatic job loss as a part of the technological advancement of mountaintop removal in that area. So, I mean, I think I'm a Marxist, so I'll just put that right out there. And I would say that this comes along as it's ideological in the sense that it helps to mask certain material relations or encourage certain identification as an overlay of material relations, in the such that people don't even, they fail to recognize their material circumstances.
Great, thank you for that. We have lots of comments. We have 1x in the chat. Do we have time for this, Paul, or do we need to wrap up?
I think it'd be great to at least give a chance for Emil to have their question, and then we'll wrap up. I have a very quick wrap up to do. So.
Okay, so one last question from Emil Karlsson.
All right. I hope people can hear me. Yeah, so I would like to just summarize and raise some things that were said in my group. We had something very interesting that sparkled for me, which was raised by Uche. I hope I say your name correctly. And he was talking a lot about that we have so many different words in academia, and that we tend to prioritize creating new words. But in the same time, what happened with me there is that since I've been, I've been with my studies, and I've been studying for 7 years before I went into to find work. It really hits you that the words and the concepts that we have in academia is very different, from the real world. And it really struck a chord with me that sitting and talking about these very, we really dive deep into this here on a level that isn't for, most people wouldn't be able to concentrate for 10 minutes on this subject. And my issue that I take with this is that we should focus more on the pedagogical side of it. That how do we actually, as I posted in the comment, how do we identify those identities that we need to kind of rework together? And how can we use stories and things that people actually have a connection to? Sometimes we can invent new words, but sometimes it's good to use words that we actually know what they mean. And that's just something that I brought with me today, because in the end we need to communicate these things, because we can change ourselves. And I know that a lot of people in this group, we already have changed ourselves a lot. I really believe that. But it's how can we change more people, because we are needed in this change, all of us. That was something I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you all for great questions and comments. That was the last one, Paul.
Awesome. All right. Angelica, thank you so much for hosting that plenary session. And I'm so glad that we've got it recorded. There's so much rich stuff. I was thinking about all these different papers that I'm either working on right now or holding in my head that people's comments have contributed to. So I'm really glad it's been recorded. Yes, to the hosts, just remember to hang on to protect your recordings so that we can get them from you. I will send you instructions. And for everyone who's been with us from all over the world, thank you so much for taking this time. It's been amazing. I counted that we had more than 50 people on the call at its peak, so that's quite remarkable. And special thanks to folks who have gotten up super early or who have stayed up way past their bedtime to be with us. Really very special effort from those on opposite ends of the planet. And I have a little closing thing that I want to do. It's kind of fun. It's a little bit chaotic. But before you click off and leave the call, I just want to take like 30 seconds or so for people who are just at the same time. If you can, unmute yourself. If not, put in the chat. Just whatever thoughts are in your mind that are like themes or reflections or words. It could be a sentence or it could be a phrase or it could be a single word. And just say it all at the same time and say goodbye in whichever language or whichever way you'd like to. And then when you're ready, just click yourself off, wave off, and we will go about our lives and get together again some other way. So we can start from now.
Before we do that, I just want to say, so everybody hear it, acknowledge Paul for all your work preparing this. It's amazing. Thank you so much, Paul.
Oh, thanks. Oh, Vida, that was very sweet. So yes, on the count of 3, you can start saying whatever you want or writing whatever you want, and then sign yourself off. Unmute and off you go. Gosh, queering.
Thank you, Paul.
Helping.
Grow together.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Dalu,
Paul.
Dalu,
Martin.
so much. Sparkles, Marna.
To hear from people.
How many people?
So much.
Thank you, everyone. So much to this conversation.
Thanks,
Nice
Martin.
to see you.
Thanks, Vida.
Thanks, Vida.
Thanks, Stefan.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks everybody from Ghana. Thank you.